Chapter 1 of Haworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworths by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 1 20 Years 20 years ago, yes, 20 years ago this very day, and there were men among them who remembered it. Only 2, however, and these were old men whose day was past and who would soon be compelled to give up work. Naturally, upon this occasion, these 2 were the center figures in the group of talkers who were discussing the topic of the hour. "Aye," said old Tipton, "I remember it as well as if it were yesterday, for it's 20 years sin'. But it were cold. To coldest neat it to winter, and to winter were a bad un. To snow were 2 foot deep. There were a big rush o' work, and we'd had to keep the fires going arter midnight. There were a chap workin' then by t' name o' Bob Letham, he's dead long sin', and he went to the foundry door to look out. You know how some chaps is about seein' how cold it is, or how hot, or how heavy the rain's comin' down. Well, he were one of them sort, and he mun go and tak a look out at the snow. 'Come in the fool,' says I to him, 'what'n the stickin' the thick yed out theer for, as if it were midsummer, instead of being cold enough to freeze the tail off a brass jackass? Come in with tha.' 'Aye,' he says, a chattering his teeth, 'it is cold surely. It's enough to stiffen a mon.' 'I wish it 'ud stiffen thee,' I says, 'so as we mote set thee up as a monument at the front o' t' asylum.' And then all at once I heard him gie a jump and a bit o' a yell, like under his breath. 'God Almighty,' he says. Summat the way he said it sort o' wakened me. 'What's up?' I says. 'Come here,' says he. 'There's a dead lad here.' And when I get into him, sure eno I thought he were reet. Drawed up in a heap nigh the door there were a lad lying on the snow, and t' stiff look on him mout ha' gi'en ony mon a turn. Latham were bending o'er him wi' his teeth chattering. 'Blast thee,' I says, 'why dost not thou lift him?' Betwixt us we did lift him, and carry him into the works and laid him down nigh one o' the furnaces, and t' fellies come crowding round to look at him. He were a lad about 9 year old and strong built, but he looked more'n half clemmed, and arter we strubbed him a good bit and getting him warmed enough to come round the manor, t' way he set up and stared round were summat queer. 'Mesters,' he says, hoarse and shaky, 'ha ony o' you getting a bit of bread?' Bob Latham's missus had put him up summat to eat, and he browt it and gae it to him. Well, t' little chap almost snatched it, and crammed it into his mouth a great mouthfuls. His hands trembled so he could scarce hold the meat and bread, and in a bit us as were standing looking on seed him sort to choke, as if he were going to cry, but he swallowed it down and didna. 'I haven't had nought to eat a long time,' says he. 'How long?' says I. Seemed like he thought it o'er a bit afore he answered, and then he says, 'I think it mun ha' been 4 days.' 'Where are you fro?' one chap axed. 'I come a long way,' he says. 'I've been on the road 3 week.' And then he looks up sharp. 'I run away for the Union,' he says. that were t' long and short on it. He had the pluck to run away for the Union, and he'd had the pluck to stand out again clemmin' and freezin' until flesh and blood 'ud hold out no longer, and he'd fell down at the foundry door. I see the light o' the furnaces, he says, and I tried to run, but I went blind and fell down. I thought, he says, as cool as a cucumber, as I were deein'. Well, we kep him all neat and took him to the mester in the morning, and the mester gave him a place and he stayed. And he's been in the foundry for that day to this, and how he's worked and getting on you see for yourselves, for being at everyone's beck and call to buying out Flixton and setting up for his son. It's the Haworth Iron Works fro today on, and he will na mak a bad mester either. Nay, he will not, commented another of the old ones. He's a pretty rough chap, but he'll do, will Jem Haworth. There was a slight confused movement in the group. Here he comes! Exclaimed an outsider. The man who entered the doorway, a strongly built fellow whose handsome clothes sat rather ill on his somewhat uncouth body, made his way through the crowd with small ceremony. He met the glances of the workmen with a rough nod, and went straight to the managerial desk. But he did not sit down. He stood up, facing those who waited as if he meant to dispose of the business in hand as directly as possible. Well, chaps, he said, here we are. A slight murmur, as of assent, ran through the room. Aye, mister, they said. Here we are. Well, said he, you know why, I suppose. We're taking a fresh start, and I've something to say to you. I've had my say here for some time, but I've not had my way, and now's the time come when I can have it. Hang me, but I'm going to have the biggest place in England, and the best place too. Haworth's shan't be second to none. I've set my mind on that. I said I'd stand here some day, with a blow on the desk, and here I am. I said I'd make my way, and I've done it. From today on, this here's Haworth's, and to show you I mean to start fair and square. If there's a chap here that's got a grievance, let that chap step out and speak his mind to Jem Haworth himself. Now's his time. And he sat down. There was another stir and murmur, this time rather of consultation. Then one of them stepped forward. Mister, he said, I'm to speak for him. Haworth nodded. What I've gotten to say, said the man, is said easy. Them as thought they'd getten grievances is willin' to leave the settlin' on 'em to Jem Haworth. That's straight enough, said Haworth. Let 'em stick to it, and there's not a chap among 'em shan't have his chance. Go into Grayson's room, lads, and drink luck to Haworth's. Tipton and Harrison, you wait a bit. Tipton and Harrison lingered with some degree of timidity. By the time the room had emptied itself, Haworth seemed to have fallen into a reverie. He leaned back in his chair, his hands in his pockets, and stared gloomily before him. The room had been silent 5 minutes before he aroused himself with a start. Then he leaned forward and beckoned to the two, who came and stood before him. You two were in the place when I came, he said. You, to Tipton, were the fellow as lifted me from the snow. Aye, mister, was the answer. 20 year ago to neat. The other fellow, dead, long sin. Every chap as were theer dead and gone but me and him, with a jerk toward his comrade. Haworth put his hand in his vest pocket and drew forth a crisp piece of paper, evidently placed there for a purpose. Here, he said with some awkwardness. "Divide that between you." "Betwixt us two," stammered the old man. "It's a 10 pund note, mister." "Yes," with something like shamefacedness. "I used to say to myself when I was a youngster that every chap who was in the works that night should have a 5 pound note today. Get out, old lads, and get as drunk as you please. I've kept my word. But," his laugh breaking off in the middle, "I wish there'd been more of you to keep it up together." Then they were gone, chuckling in senile delight over their good luck, and he was left alone. He glanced round the room, a big, handsome one, well filled with massive office furniture, and yet wearing the usual empty, barren look. "It's taken 20 years, he said, "but I've done it. It's done, and yet there isn't as much of it as I used to think there would be." He rose from his chair and went to the window to look out, rather impelled by restlessness than any motive. The prospect, at least, could not have attracted him. The place was closed in by tall and dingy houses, whose slate roofs shone with the rain which drizzled down through the smoky air. The ugly yard was wet and had a deserted look. The only living object which caught his eye was the solitary figure of a man who stood waiting at the iron gates. At the sight of this man, he started backward with an exclamation. "The devil take the chap!" he said. "There he is again." He took a turn across the room, but he came back again and looked out once more, as if he found some irresistible fascination in the sight of the frail, shabbily clad figure. "Yes," he said, "it's him sure enough. I never saw another fellow with the same done-for look. I wonder what he wants." He went to the door and opening it spoke to a man who chanced to be passing. "Floxam, come in here," he said. Floxam was a well-oiled and burly fellow, plainly fresh from the engine-room. He entered without ceremony, and followed his master to the window. Haworth pointed to the man at the gate. "There's a chap," he said, "that I've been running up against, here and there, for the last 2 months. The fellow seems to spend his time wandering up and down the streets. I'm hanged if he don't make me think of a ghost. He goes against the grain with me somehow. Do you know who he is, and what's up with him?" Floxam glanced toward the gateway, and then nodded his head dryly. "Aye," he answered, "he's t'inventin' chap as has been 30 year at work at some contraption, and hasn't brote it to a yed yet. He lives i' our street, and me and my missus has been noticin' him for a good bit. He'll noan finish the thing he's at. He's on his last legs now. He took the contraption to 'Merica 30 year ago, when he first gettin' the idea into his yed, and he brote it back a bit sin, almost i' the same fix he took it. Me and my missus think he's a bit soft i' the yed." Haworth pushed by him to get nearer the window. A slight moisture started out upon his forehead. 30 year, he exclaimed. "By the Lord Harry!" There might have been something in his excitement which had its effect upon the man who stood outside. He seemed, as it were, to awaken slowly from a fit of lethargy. He glanced up at the window, and moved slowly forward. "He's made up his mind to come in," said Floxam. "What does he want?" said Haworth, with a sense of physical uneasiness. "Confound the fellow!" trying to shake off the feeling with a laugh. "What does he want with me? Today!" "I can go out and turn him back," said Floxam. "No," answered Haworth. You can go back to your work. I'll hear what he has to say. I've naught else to do just now." Flotsam left him, and he went back to the big armchair behind the table. He sat down and turned over some papers, not rid of his uneasiness even when the door opened and his visitor came in. He was a tall, slender man who stooped and was narrow-chested. He was grey, hollow-eyed, and haggard. He removed his shabby hat and stood before the table a second in silence. "Mr. Haworth," he said, in a gentle, absent-minded voice. "They told me this was Mr. Haworth's room." "Yes," he answered. "I'm Haworth. I want," a little hoarsely and faltering, "to get some work to do. My name is Murdoch. I've spent the last 30 years in America, but I'm a Lancashire man. I went to America on business, which has not been successful yet. I have worked here before," with a glance around him, "and I should like to work here again. I did not think it would be necessary, but that doesn't matter. Perhaps it will only be temporary. I must get work." In the last sentence his voice faltered more than ever. He seemed suddenly to awaken and bring himself back to his first idea, as if he had not intended to wander from it. I must get work," he repeated. The effect he produced upon the man he appealed to was peculiar. Jem Haworth almost resented his frail appearance. He felt it an uncomfortable thing to confront just at this hour of his triumph. He had experienced the same sensation, in a less degree, when he rose in the morning and looked out of his window upon murky sky and falling rain. He would almost have given £1,000 for clear, triumphant sunshine. And yet, in spite of this, he was not quite as brusque as usual when he made his answer. "I've heard of you," he said. "You've had ill luck." Stephen Murdoch shifted his hat from hand to hand. "I don't know," he replied slowly. "I've not called it that yet. The end has been slow, but I think it's sure. It will come some." Haworth made a rough gesture. "By George!" he exclaimed. "Haven't you given the thing up yet?" Murdoch fell back a pace and stared at him in a stunned way. "Given it up?" he repeated. "Yet?" "Look here," said Haworth. "You'd better do that if you haven't. Take my advice and have done with it. You're not a young chap, and if a thing's a failure after 30 years' work—" He stopped because he saw the man trembling nervously. "Oh, I didn't mean to take the pluck out of you," he said bluntly a moment later. "You must have had plenty of it to begin with, egad, or you'd never have stood it this long." "I don't know that it was pluck," still quivering. "I've lived on it so long that it would not give me up. I think that's it." Haworth dashed off a couple of lines on a slip of paper and tossed it to him. "Take that to Grayson," he said, "and you'll get your work, and if you have anything to complain of, come to me." Murdoch took the paper and held it hesitatingly. Perhaps I ought not to have asked for it today," he said nervously. "I'm not a businessman, and I didn't think of it. I came in because I saw you. I'm going to London tomorrow, and shall not be back for a week." "That's all right," said Haworth. "Come then." He was not sorry to see his visitor turn away, after uttering a few simple words of thanks. It would be a relief to see the door close after him. But when it had closed, to his discomfiture it opened again. The thin, poorly clad figure reappeared. "I heard in the town," said the man, his cheek flushing faintly, "of what has happened here today. 20 years have brought you better luck than 30 years have brought me." "Yes," answered Haworth, "my luck's been good enough, as luck goes." It seems almost a folly, falling into the meditative tone, for me to wish you good luck in the future. And then, pulling himself together again as before, "It is a folly, but I wish it nevertheless. Good luck to you." The door closed and he was gone. End of chapter 1. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Chapter 2 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 2. 30 Years. A little later there stood at a window, in one of the cheapest of the respectable streets, a woman whom the neighbours had become used to seeing there. She was a small person, with a repressed and watchful look in her eyes, and she was noticeable also to the Lancashire mind for a certain slightly foreign air, not easily described. It was in consequence of inquiries made concerning this foreign air that the rumour had arisen that she was American, and it was possibly a result of this rumour that she was regarded by the inhabitants of the street with a curiosity not unmingled with awe. "Aye," said one honest matron, "who's American? For my mister heard it fro' t' landlord. I would like to ax her summat about t' blacks and t' Indians." But it was not easy to attain the degree of familiarity warranting the broaching of subjects so delicate and truly American. The stranger and her husband lived a simple and secluded life. It was said the woman had never been known to go out. It seemed her place to stand or sit at the window and watch for the man when he left the house on one of his mysterious errands in company with the wooden case he carried by its iron handle. This morning she waited as usual, though the case had not gone out, rather to the disappointment of those interested, whose conjectures concerning its contents were varied and ingenious. When at last the tall stooping figure turned the corner, she went to the door and stood in readiness to greet its crossing the threshold. Stephen Murdoch looked down at her with a kindly, absent smile. "Thank you, Kitty," he said. "You are always here, my dear." There was a narrow, hard, horsehair sofa in the small room into which they passed, and he went into it and lay down upon it, panting a little in an exhausted way, a hectic red showing itself on his hollow cheeks. "Everything is ready, Kitty?" he said at last. "Yes, all ready." He lay and looked at the fire, still breathing shortly. "I never was as certain of it before," he said. "I have thought I was certain, but I never felt as I do now. And yet, I don't know what made me do it. I went into Haworth's this morning and asked for work." His wife dropped the needle she was holding. "For work?" she said. Yes, a little hastily. "I was there and saw Haworth at a window, and there have been delays so often that it struck me I might as well, not exactly depend on it." He broke off and buried his face in his hands. "What am I saying?" he cried. "It sounds as if I did not believe in it. His wife drew her chair nearer to him. She was used to the task of consoling him. It had become a habit. She spoke in an even, unemotional voice. "When Hilary comes," she began. "It will be all over then," he said, "one way or the other. He will be here when I come back." "Yes. I may have good news for him," he said. "I don't see," faltering afresh, "how it can be otherwise. Only I am so used to discouragement that I can't see the thing fairly. It has been a long time, Kitty." "This man in London," she said, "can tell you the actual truth about it?" "He is the first mechanic and inventor in England," he answered, his eye sparkling feverishly. "He is a genius. If he says it is a success, it is one." The woman rose, and going to the fire bent down to stir it. She lingered over it for a moment or so before she came back. "When the lad comes," he was saying, as if to himself, "we shall have news for him." 30 years before, he had reached America, a gentle, unpractical Lancashire man, with a frail physique and empty pockets. He had belonged in his own land to the better class of mechanics. He had a knack of invention which somehow had never as yet brought forth any decided results. He had done one or two things which had gained him the reputation among his employers of being a clever fellow, but they had always been things which had finally slipped into stronger or shrewder hands and left his own empty. But at last there had come to him what seemed a new and wonderful thought. He had labored with it in secret. He had lain awake through long nights brooding over it in the darkness. And then someone had said to him, "Why don't you try America? America's the place for a thinking, inventing chap like you. It's fellows like you who are appreciated in a new country. Capitalists are not so slow in America. Why don't you carry your traps out there?" It was more a suggestion of boisterous good fellowship than anything else, but it awakened new fancies in Stephen Murdoch's mind. He had always cherished vaguely grand visions of the New World, and they were easily excited. "I only wonder I never thought of it," he said to himself. He landed on the strange shore with high hopes in his breast and a little unperfected model in his shabby trunk. This was 30 years ago, and today he was in Lancashire again, in his native town, with the same little model among his belongings. During the 30 years' interval he had lived an unsettled, unsuccessful life. He had labored faithfully at his task, but he had not reached the end which had been his aim. Sometimes he had seemed very near it, but it had always evaded him. He had drifted here and there, bearing his work with him, earning a scant livelihood by doing anything chance threw in his way. It had always been a scant livelihood, though after the lapse of 8 years, in one of his intervals of hopefulness, he had married. On the first night they spent in their new home, he had taken his wife into a little bare room, set apart from the rest, and had shown her his model. "I think a few weeks will finish it," he said. The earliest recollections of their one child centered themselves round the small room and its contents. It was the one touch of romance and mystery in their narrow, simple life. The few spare hours the struggle for daily bread left the man were spent there. Sometimes he even stole hours from the night, and yet the end was always one step further. His frail body grew frailer, his gentle temperament more excitable. He was feverishly confident and utterly despairing by turns. It was in one of his hours of elation that his mind turned again to his old home. He was sure at last that a few days' work would complete all, and then only friends were needed. "England is the place, after all," he said. "They are more steady there, even if they are not so sanguine, and there are men in Lancashire I can rely upon. We'll try old England once again." The little money hard labour and scant living had laid away for an hour of need, they brought with them. Their son had remained to dispose of their few possessions. Between this son and the father there existed a strong affection, and Stephen Murdoch had done his best by him. "I should like the lad," he used to say, "to have a fairer chance than I had. I want him to have what I have lacked." As he lay upon the horsehair sofa he spoke of him to his wife. "There are not many like him," he said. "He'll make his way. I've sometimes thought that maybe—" But he did not finish the sentence. The words died away on his lips, and he lay, perhaps thinking over them as he looked at the fire. End of chapter 2. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Chapter 3 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 3. Not Finished. The next morning he went upon his journey, and a few days later the sun came. He was a tall young fellow, with a dark, strongly cut face, deep-set black eyes, and an unconventional air. Those who had been wont to watch his father watched him in his turn with quite as much interest. He seemed to apply himself to the task of exploring the place at once. He went out a great deal, and in all sorts of weather. He even presented himself at Haworth's, and making friends with Floxam got permission to go through the place and look at the machinery. His simple directness of speech at once baffled and softened Floxam. "My name's Murdoch," he said. "I'm an American and I'm interested in mechanics. If it isn't against your rules, I should like to see your machinery." Floxam pushed his cap off his forehead and looked him over. "Well, I'm dommed," he remarked. It had struck him at first that this might be cheek, and then he recognized that it was not. Murdoch looked slightly bewildered. "If there is any objection," he began. "Well, there is not," said Floxam. "Come on in." And he cut the matter short by turning into the door. "Did any o' your chaps see that felly as come to look at the machinery?" he said afterward to his comrades. "He is for America, and danged if he hasna more head fillin' than you'd think for. He goes round with his hands in his pockets, looking like a fool, and axing questions as 'ud stump an old un. He's to inventin' chaps, lad. I do not go much wi' inventions mysen, but the young chap's noan sich a fool as he looks." Between mother and son but little had been said on the subject which reigned supreme in the mind of each. It had never been their habit to speak freely on the matter. On the night of Hilary's arrival, as they sat together, the woman said, "He went away 3 days ago. He will be back at the end of the week. He hoped to have good news for you." They said little beyond this, but both sat silent for some time afterward, and the conversation became desultory and lagged somewhat until they separated for the night. The week ended with fresh gusts of wind and heavy rains. Stephen Murdoch came home in a storm. On the day fixed for his return, his wife scarcely left her seat at the window for an hour. She sat looking out at the driving rain with a pale and rigid face. When the night fell and she rose to close the shutters, Hilary saw that her hands shook. She made the small room as bright as possible, and set the evening meal upon the table, and then sat down and waited again by the fire, cowering a little over it, but not speaking. "His being detained is not a bad sign," said Hilary. Half an hour later they both started from their seats at once. There was a loud summons at the door. It was Hilary who opened it, his mother following closely. A great gust of wind blew the rain in upon them, and Stephen Murdoch, wet and storm-beaten, stepped in from the outer darkness, carrying the wooden case in his hands. He seemed scarcely to see them. He made his way past them and into the lighted room with an uncertain step. The light appeared to dazzle him. He went to the sofa weakly and threw himself upon it. He was trembling like a leaf. He had aged 10 years. I... And then he looked up at them as they stood before him waiting. "There is naught to say," he cried out, and burst into wild, hysterical weeping like that of a woman. In obedience to a sign from his mother, Hilary left the room. When, after the lapse of half an hour, he returned, all was quiet. His father lay upon the sofa with closed eyes. His mother sat near him. He did not rise nor touch food, and only spoke once during the evening. Then he opened his eyes and turned them upon the case which still stood where he had placed it. "Take it away," he said in a whisper. "Take it away." The next morning Hilary went to Floxham. "I want work," he said. "Do you think I can get it here?" "What sort does thou want?" asked the engineer, not too encouragingly. "Gentlemanly sort as thou can do with kid gloves and a eyeglass on?" "No," answered Murdoch. "Not that sort." Floxham eyed him keenly. "Would thou tak' aught as was offered thee?" he demanded. "I think I would." "All reet then, I'll gie thee a chance. Come thou with me to the engine room, and see how long thou'lt stick to it." It was very ordinary work he was given to do, but he seemed to take quite kindly to it. In fact, the manner in which he applied himself to the rough tasks which fell to his lot gave rise to no slight dissatisfaction upon his fellow workmen, and caused him to be regarded with small respect. He was usually a little ahead of the stipulated time. He had an equable temper, and yet despite this and his civility, he seemed often more than half oblivious of the existence of those around him. A highly flavoured joke did not awaken him to enthusiasm, and perhaps chiefest among his failings was noted the fact that he had no predilection for sixpenny, and at his midday meal, which he frequently brought with him and ate in any convenient corner, he sat drinking cold water and eating his simple fare over a book. "Chap is no more than half there," was the opinion generally expressed. Since the night of his return from his journey, Stephen Murdoch had been out no more. The neighbours watched for him in vain. The wooden case stood unopened in his room. He had never spoken of it. Through the long hours of the day he lay upon the sofa, either dozing or in silent wakefulness, and at length, instead of upon the sofa, he lay upon the bed, not having strength to rise. About 3 months after he had taken his place at Haworth's, Hilary came home one evening to find his mother waiting for him at the door. She shed no tears, there was in her face only a hopeless terror. "He has sent me out of the room," she said. "He has been restless all day. He said he must be alone." Hilary went upstairs. Opening the door, he fell back a step. The model was in its old place on the work table, and near it stood a tall, gaunt, white figure. His father turned toward him. He touched himself upon the breast. "I always told myself," he said incoherently and hoarsely, "that there was a flaw in it, that something was lacking. I have said that for 30 years, and believed the day would come when I should remedy the wrong. Tonight I know. The truth has come to me at last. There was no remedy. The flaw was in me," touching his hollow chest. "In me. As I lay there, I thought once that perhaps it was not real, that I had dreamed it all and might awake. I got up to see, to touch it. It is there. Good God!" As if a sudden terror grasped him. "Not finished. And I—" He fell into a chair and sank forward, his hand falling upon the model helplessly and unmeaningly. Hilary raised him and laid his head upon his shoulder. He heard his mother at the door and cried out loudly to her. "Go back," he said. "Go back. You must not come in." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 4. Janey Briarley. A week later, Hilary Murdoch returned from the Broxton graveyard in a drizzling rain, and made his way to the bare, cleanly swept chamber upstairs. Since the night on which he had cried out to his mother that she must not enter, the table at which the dead man had been wont to sit at work had been pushed aside. Some one had thrown a white cloth over it. Murdoch went to it and drew this cloth away. He stood and looked down at the little skeleton of wood and steel. It had been nothing but a curse from first to last, and yet it fascinated him. He found it hard to do the thing he had come to do. "It is not finished," he said to the echoes of the empty room. "It never will be." He slowly replaced it in its case, and buried it out of sight at the bottom of the trunk which, from that day forward, would stand unused and locked. When he arose, after doing this, he unconsciously struck his hands together as he had seen grave diggers do when they brushed the damp soil away. The first time Haworth saw his new hand he regarded him with small favour. In crossing the yard one day at noon, he came upon him disposing of his midday meal and reading at the same time. He stopped to look at him. "Who's that?" he asked one of his men. The fellow grinned in amiable appreciation of the rough tone of the query. "That's the 'Merrican," he answered, "and a soft un he is." "What's that he's reading?" "Summat about engineering like as not. That's his crank." In the rush of his new plans and the hurry of the last few months, Haworth had had time to forget the man who had wished him good luck, and whose pathetic figure had been a shadow upon the first glow of his triumph. He did not connect him at all with the young fellow before him. He turned away with a shrug of his burly shoulders. "He doesn't look like an Englishman," he said. "He hasn't got backbone enough." Afterward, when the two accidentally came in contact, Haworth wasted few civil words. At times his domineering brusqueness excited Murdoch to wonder. "He's a queer fellow, that Haworth," he said reflectingly to Flotsam. "Sometimes I think he's out of humour with me." With the 12-year-old daughter of one of the workmen, who used to bring her father's dinner, the young fellow had struck up something of a friendship. She was the eldest of 12, a mature young person, whose business-like air had attracted him. She had assisted her mother in the rearing of her family from her 3rd year, and had apparently done with the follies of youth. She was stunted with much nursing, and her small face had a shrewd and careworn look. Murdoch's first advances she received with some distrust, but after a lapse of time they progressed fairly, and without any weak sentiment were upon excellent terms. One rainy day she came into the yard enveloped in a large shawl, evidently her mother's, and also evidently very much in her way. Her dinner can, her beer jug, and her shawl were more than she could manage. I am in a mess," she said to Hilary, stopping at the doorway with a long-drawn breath. "I do not know which way to turn, what with the beer and what with dinner. I've getten on mother's Sunday shawl as she had afore she were wed, and the eends keep a draggin', and the muddle be the ruin on 'em. The pin mother put in isna big enow, and it's getten loose." There was perhaps not much sense of humour in the young man. He did not seem to see the grotesqueness of the little figure with its mud-bedraggled maternal wrappings. He turned up the lapel of his coat and examined it quite seriously. "I've got a pin here that will hold it," he said. "I picked it up because it was such a large one." Janey Briarley's eyes brightened. "Eh!" she ejaculated, "that there's a gradely big un. Some woman mun ha' dropped it out o' her shawl. Where did they find it?" "In the street." "I thought so. Some woman's lost it. Dost tha think tha can pin it reet, or mun I put the beer down and do it mysen?" He thought he could do it, and bent down to reach her level. It was at this moment that Haworth approached the door with the intention of passing out. Things had gone wrong with him, and he was in one of his worst moods. He strode down the passage in a savage hurry, and, finding his way barred, made no effort to keep his temper. "Get out of the road," he said, and pushed Murdoch aside slightly with his foot. It was as if he had dropped a spark of fire into gunpowder. Murdoch sprang to his feet, white with wrath and quivering. "Damn you!" he cried. "Damn you! I'll kill you!" and he rushed upon him. As he sprang upon him, Haworth staggered between the shock and his amazement. A sense of the true nature of the thing he had done broke in upon him. When it was all over he fell back a pace, and a grim surprise, not without its hint of satisfaction, was in his face. "The devil take you," he said. "You have got some blood in you, after all." End of chapter 4. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Chapter 5 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 5. The Beginning of a Friendship. The next morning, when he appeared at the works, Murdoch found he had to make his way through a group of the hands which some sufficiently powerful motive had gathered together. Which group greeted his appearance with signs of interest. "There he is," he heard them say. And then a gentleman of leisure, who was an outsider leaning against the wall, enjoying the solace of a short pipe, exerted himself to look round and add his comment. "Well," he remarked, "he may ha' done it, and I wouldna stick out as he didna. But if it were not for the circumstantial evidence, I would not ha' believed it." Floxham met him at the entrance with a message. "Haworth's sent for thee," he said. "Where is he?" coolly enough under the circumstances. The engineer chuckled in sly exultation. "He's in the office. He didna say nowt about giving thee the bag, but thou may as well mek up thy mind to it. Thou wert pretty cheeky, thou knows, considerin' he were the mester. Look here," with some heat, "do you mean to say you think I was in the wrong? Am I to let the fellow insult me and not resent it? Touch me with his foot as if I were a dog?" "Thou'rt particular, my lad," dryly, "and thou doesna know as much o' the mester kind as most folk." But the next instant he flung down the tool he held in his hand. "Damn thee," he cried, "I like thy pluck. Stick to it, lad, mesters or no mesters." As Murdoch crossed the threshold of his room, Jem Haworth turned in his seat and greeted him with a short nod not altogether combative. Then he leaned forward, with his arms upon the table before him. "Sit down," he said. "I'd like to take a look at the chap who thought he could thrash Jem Haworth." But Murdoch did not obey him. "I suppose you have something to say to me," he said, "as you sent for me." He did not receive the answer he was prepared for. Jem Haworth burst into a loud laugh. "By George, you're a plucky chap," he said, "if you are an American." Murdoch's blood rose again. "Say what you have to say," he demanded. "I can guess what it is, but, let me tell you, I should do the same thing again. It was no fault of mine that I was in your path." "If I'd been such a fool as not to see that," put in Haworth, with a smile grimmer than before, "do you think I couldn't have smashed every bone in your body?" Then Murdoch comprehended how matters were to stand between them. "Getting the bag?" asked Floxham when he went back to his work. "No." "Thou ha' not?" with animation. "Well, dang me!" At the close of the day, as they were preparing to leave their work, Haworth presented himself in the engine room, looking perhaps a trifle awkward. "See here," he said to Murdoch, "I've heard something today as I've missed hearing before somehow. The inventing chap was your father?" "Yes." He stood in an uneasy attitude, looking out of the window as if he half expected to see the frail, tall figure again. "I saw him once, poor chap," he said, "and he stuck to me somehow. I'd meant to stand by him if he'd come here. I'd have liked to do him a good turn." He turned to Murdoch suddenly and with a hint of embarrassment in his off-hand air. "Come up and have dinner with me," he said. "It's devilish dull spending a chap's nights in a big place like mine. Come up with me now." The visit was scarcely to Murdoch's taste, but it was easier to accept than to refuse. He had seen the house often, and had felt some slight curiosity as to its inside appearance. There was only one other house in Broxton which approached it in size and splendour, and this stood empty at present, its owner being abroad. Broxton itself was a sharp and dingy little town, whose inhabitants were mostly foundry hands. It had grown up around the works and increased with them. It had a small railway station, 2 or 3 public houses much patronized, and wore, somehow, an air of being utterly unconnected with the outside world which much belied it. Motives of utility, a desire to be on the spot, and a general disregard for unbusiness-like attractions had led Haworth to build his house on the outskirts of the town. "When I want a spree," he had said, "I can go to Manchester or London, and I'm not particular about the rest on it. I want to be nigh the place." It was a big house and a handsome one. It was one of the expressions of the man's success, and his pride was involved in it. He spent money on it lavishly, and, having completed it, went to live a desolate life among its grandeurs. The inhabitants of the surrounding villages, which were simple and agricultural, regarded Broxton with frank distaste, and Haworth's with horror. Haworth's smoke polluted their atmosphere. Haworth's hands made weekly raids upon their towns and rendered themselves obnoxious in their streets. The owner of the works, his mode of life, his defiance of opinion, and his coarse sins were supposed to be tabooed subjects. The man was ignored and left to his visitors from the larger towns, visitors who occasionally presented themselves to be entertained at his house in a fashion of his own, and who were a greater scandal than all the rest. "They hate me," said Haworth to his visitor, as they sat down to dinner. "They hate me, the devil take 'un. I'm not moral enough for them, not moral enough," with a shout of laughter. There was something unreal to his companion in the splendour with which the great fellow was surrounded. The table was covered with a kind of banquet. Servants moved about noiselessly as he talked and laughed. The appointments of the room were rich and in good taste. "Oh, it's none of my work," he said, seeing Murdoch glance about him. "I wasn't fool enough to try to do it myself. I gave it into the hands of them as knew how." He was loud-tongued and boastful, but he showed good nature enough and a rough wit, and it was also plain that he knew his own strength and weaknesses. 30 year your father was at work on that notion of his," he said once during the evening. Murdoch made an uneasy gesture of assent. "And it never came to aught?" "No." "He died?" "Yes." He thrust his hands deep in his pockets, and gave the young fellow a keen look. "Why don't you take the thing up yourself?" he said. "There may be something in it, after all, and you're a long-headed chap." Murdoch started from his chair. He took an excited turn across the room before he knew what he was doing. "I never will," he said. "So help me God. The thing's done with and shut out of the world." When he went away, Haworth accompanied him to the door. At the threshold he turned about. "How do you like the look of things?" he demanded. I should be hard to please if I did not like the look of them, was the answer. Well, then, come again. You're welcome. I have it all to myself. I'm not favourite enough with the gentry to bring any on 'em here. You're free to come when the fit takes you. End of chapter 5. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa.
Chapter 6 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 6. Miss Ffrench. It was considered after this a circumstance illustrative of Haworth's peculiarities that he had taken to himself a protégé from among the hands. That said protégé was an eccentric young fellow who was sometimes spoken of as being scarcely as bright as he should be. That he occasionally dined or supped with Haworth, that he spent numberless evenings with him, and that he read his books, which would not have been much used otherwise. Murdoch lived a regular unemotional life, in happy ignorance of these rumours. It was true that he gradually fell into the habit of going to Haworth's house, and also of reading his books. Indeed, if the truth were told, these had been his attraction. "I've no use for 'em," said Haworth candidly, on showing him his library. "Get into 'em, if you've a fancy for 'em." His fancy for them was strong enough to bring him to the place again and again. He found books he had wanted but never hoped to possess. The library, it must be admitted, was not of Jem Haworth's selection, and indeed this gentleman's fancy for his new acquaintance was not a little increased by a shrewd admiration for an intellectual aptness which might be turned to practical account. "You tackle 'em as if you were used to 'em," he used to say. "I'd give something solid myself if I could do the same. There's what's against me many a time, knowing naught of books and having to fight my way rough and ready." From the outset of this acquaintance, Murdoch's position at the works had been an easier one. It became understood that Haworth would stand by him, and that he must be treated with a certain degree of respect. Greater latitude was given him, and better pay, and though he remained in the engine-room, other and more responsible work frequently fell into his hands. He went on, in the even tenor of his way, uncommunicative and odd as ever. He still presented himself ahead of time, and laboured with the unnecessary absorbed ardour of an enthusiast, greatly to the distaste of those less zealous. "Thou gets into it as if thou were doing for thysen," said one of these. "Happen," feeling the sarcasm a strong one, "happen thou'rt fond on it?" "Oh, yes," unconsciously. "That's it, I suppose. I'm fond of it." The scoffer bestowed upon him one thunderstruck glance, opening his mouth, shut it, and retired in disgust. "There's a chap," he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder on returning to his companions. "There's a chap as says he's fond o' work. Fond on it." With dramatic scorn, blast his eyes. Fond on it. With Flotsam he had always stood well, though even Flotsam's regard was tempered with a slight private contempt for peculiarities not easy tolerated by the practical mind. "The chap's getting gumptiony now, in his way," he said to Haworth. "If aught breaks down or gets out of gear, he's aw there. But there is not a lad on the place as could not cheat him out of his eye teeth." His reputation for being a queer chap was greatly increased by the simplicity and seclusion of his life. The house in which he lived with his mother had the atmosphere of a monastic cell. As she had devoted herself to her husband, the woman devoted herself to her son, watching him with a hungry eye. He was given to taking long stretches of walks, and appearing in distant villages book in hand, and with apparently no ulterior object in view. His holidays were nearly all spent out of doors in such rambles as these. The country people began to know his tall figure and long stride, and to regard him with the friendly toleration of strength for weakness. "They say he Broxton," it was said among them, "as his feyther deed to daft, and it's no wonder the young chap's getting queer ways. He's good-natured enow, though he a simple road." His good nature manifested itself in more than one way, which called forth comment. To his early friendship for Janey he had remained faithful. The child interested him, and the sentiment developed as it grew older. It was quite natural that, after a few months' acquaintance, he should drop in at the household of her parents on a Saturday afternoon, as he was passing. It was the week's half-holiday and a fine day, and he had nothing else to do. These facts, in connection with that of the Briarleys' cottage presenting itself, were reasons enough for going in. It occurred to him, as he entered the narrow strip of garden before the door, that the children of the neighbourhood must have congregated to hold high carnival. Groups made dirt pies, clusters played bobber and kibs, select parties settled differences of opinions with warmth of feeling and elevation of voice. A youth of tender years in corduroys, which shone with friction, stood upon his head in one corner, calmly but not haughtily presenting to the blue vault of heaven a pair of ponderous, brass-finished clogs. "What dost want?" he demanded, without altering his position. "The missus isn't in." "I'm going in to see Janey," explained Murdoch. He found the little kitchen shining with a Saturday cleaning up. The flagged floor, as glaringly spotless as pipe clay and sandstone could make it. The brass oven handles and tin pans in a condition to put an intruder out of countenance. The fire replenished. And Janey, sitting on a stool on the hearth, enveloped in an apron of her mother's, and reading laboriously aloud. "Eh, dear me," she exclaimed, "it's yo, and I am not fit to be seen. I were setting down to rest a bit. I've been doing the cleaning all day, and I were real done for." "Never mind that," said Murdoch. "That's all right enough." He cast about him for a safe position to take, one in which he could stretch his legs and avoid damaging the embarrassing purity of the floor. Finally, he settled upon a small print-covered sofa and balanced himself carefully upon its extreme edge and the backs of his heels, notwithstanding Janey's civil protestations. "Dinna thou mind the floor," she said. "You needn't. Set you down comfortable." "Oh, I'm all right," answered Murdoch with calm good cheer. "This is comfortable enough. What's that you are reading?" Janey settled down upon her stool with a sigh, at once significant of relief and a readiness to indulge in friendly confidence. "It's a book I getten fro the Broxton Chapel Sunday School. It's the M-E-M-O-I-R-S. "Memoirs," responded Murdoch. "Memoirs of Marianne Gibbs." Unfortunately, her visitor was not thoroughly posted on the subject of the Broxton Chapel literature. He cast about him mentally, but with small success. "I don't seem to have heard of it before," was the conclusion he arrived at. "Ha not yo? Well, it's a nice book, and there's lots more like it in the school library. All about Sunday school scholars as has consumption and the like, and reads the Bible to folk in D's. They all on 'em D." "Oh," doubtfully, but still with respect. "It's not very cheerful, is it?" Janey shook her head with an expression of mature resignation. "Eh, no, they're none on 'em cheerful, but they're nice to read. This here and now, she had the asthma, and summat wrong wi' her legs, and she knowed all the Bible through, aside of the hymn book, and she'd sing all the time when she could breathe for the asthma, and tell folk as if they did not go and do likewise, they'd go to burning hell, where the fire is not quenched, and the worms dieth not." "It can't have been very pleasant for the friends," was her companion's comment, but there was nothing jocose about his manner. He was balancing himself seriously on the edge of the little hard sofa, and regarding her with speculative interest. "Where's your mother?" he asked next. "Who's gone to the chapel?" was the answer. "There's a mother's meeting in the vestry, and who's gone there and taken the baby with her. The rest of the children is playing out at the front." He glanced out of the door. "Those are not all yours," he said, thunderstruck. "Aye, they are that. Eh," drawing a long breath. "But isna there a lot of them? There's 11, and I've nursed 'em nigh every one." He turned toward the door again. "There seems to be a great many of them," he remarked. "You must have had a great deal to do." "That I have. I've wished mony a time I'd been a rich lady. There's that daughter of Ffrench's now. Ha! I'd like to have been her." "I've never heard of her before," he answered. "Who is she? And why do you choose her?" "'Cause she's so handsome. She's that there grand she looks like she thought everybody else were dirt. I've seen women as were bigger and wore more clothes at onct, but I never seed none as grand as she is. I never seed her but onct. She come here with her feyther for 2 or 3 weeks afore he went to furrin parts, and she were caught i' the rain one day and stopped in here a bit. She dropped her handkercher, and mother's getting it yet. It's nigh all lace. Would you like to see it?" hospitably. "Yes," feeling his lack of enthusiasm something of a fault. "I dare I should." From the depths of a drawer, which she opened with a vigorous effort and some skill in retaining her balance, she produced something pinned up in a fragment of old linen. This she bore to her guest, and unpinning it, displayed the handkerchief. "Thou can tak it in thy hand and smell it," she said graciously. "It's getting scent on it." Murdoch took it in his hand, scarcely knowing what else to do. He knew nothing of women and their finery. He regarded the fragrant bit of lace and cambric seriously, and read in one corner the name, Rachel Ffrench, written in delicate letters. Then he returned it to Janey. "Thank you," he said. "It's very nice." Janey bore it back, perhaps with some slight inward misgivings as to the warmth of its reception, but also with a tempting recollection of the ways of menfolk. When she came back to her stool, she changed the subject. "We've been having trouble lately," she said. But I've seed a lot of trouble in my day." "What is the trouble now?" Murdoch asked. "Faither, it's allus him. He's getting in wi' a bad lot, and he's drinking again. Seems like neither mother nor me can keep him straight for all we told him Haworth would turn him off. Haworth's not going to stand his drink and the lot he goes with. I would not stand him mysen." "What lot does he go with?" Impatiently. "A lot of foos as stands round in the publics and grumbles at the mesters and the wages they get, and Faither's one of these soft uns as believes all they hears and has not getten gumption to think for his sin. I've looked after him ever since I were 3. She became even garrulous in her lack of patience, and was in full flow when her mother entered returning from the chapel with a fagged face and a large baby on her hip. "Here, tak him, Jane Ann," she said, "but tak off thy apron first, or thou'lt tumble o'er it and dirty his clean bishop with the muck that's getting on it. I am tired. Who's this here?" signifying Murdoch. "It's Mester Murdoch," said Janey, dropping the apron and taking the child, who made her look top-heavy. "Sit thee down, mother. You needn't mind him. He's a working mon hissen." When Murdoch took his departure, both accompanied him to the door. "Come in sometime when the mester's here," said Mrs. Briarley. "Happen you could keep him in a neat, and that'd be summut." Halfway up the lane he met Haworth in his gig, which he stopped. "Where hast thou been?" he asked, dropping into dialect, as he was prone to do. "To Briarley's cottage, talking to the little girl." Haworth stared at him a moment, and then burst into a laugh. "Thou'rt a queer chap," he said. "I can no more than half make thee out. If thy head was not so level, I should think thou wert a bit soft." "I don't see why," answered Murdoch, undisturbed. "The child interests me. I'm not a Lancashire man, remember, and she is a new species." "Get in," said Haworth, making room for him on the seat. Murdoch got in, and as they drove on, it occurred to him to ask a question. "Who's French?" "French?" said Haworth. "Oh, French is one of the nobs here. He's a chap with a fancy for being a gentleman manufacturer. He spends his brass on his notions until he's been obliged to draw in his horns a bit. He's never lived much in Broxton, though he's got a pretty big place here. The continent's the style for him, but he'll turn up here again some day when he's hard up enow. There's his place now." And, as he spoke, they drove sharply by a house standing close among the trees and having an air of desolateness, in spite of the sunlight. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 7. The Who'd Ha Thowt It. "It's the queerest thing i' the world," said Mrs. Briarley to her neighbours in speaking of her visitor. "It's the queerest thing i' the world as he should be a working mon. I should ha' thought he'd ha' wanted to get behind the counter at a draper's shop or summat genteel. He'd be a well-looking young chap i' a shiny cloth coat and wi' a blue tie on. Seems like he does not think enow o' hissin. He'll come to our house and sit down and listen to our Janey talking, and tell her things out of books, as simple as if he thought it were nowt but ony chap could do. There's where he's a bit soft. He knows nowt o' setting hissin up." For Mrs. Briarley, Murdoch heard numberless stories of Haworth, presenting him in a somewhat startling light. He's a rare in his Haworth," said the good woman. "He does not care for mon nor divil. The carryings on as he has up at the big house would make a decent body's hair stand on end. Afore he built the house, he used to go to Lunnon and Manchester for his sprees, but he has them here now, and there's drinking and rioting and finery, and folk is out to be shamped of their sons. I wonder he is now feared to stay on the place alone after they're gone." But for one reason or another the house was quiet enough for the first 6 months of Murdoch's acquaintance with its master. Haworth gave himself up to the management of the works. He perfected plans he had laid at a time when the power had not been in his own hands. He kept his eye on his own interests sharply. The most confirmed shirkers on the place found themselves obliged to fall to work, however reluctantly. His bold strokes of business enterprise began to give him a wide reputation. In the lapse of its first half-year, Haworth's gained for itself a name. At the end of this time, Murdoch arrived at the works one morning to find a general tone of conviviality reigning. A devil-may-care air showed itself among all the graceless. There was a hint of demoralization in the very atmosphere. "Where's Haworth?" he asked Flotsam, who did not seem to share the general hilarity. "I've not seen him." "No," was the engineer's answer, "nor thou will not see him a bit yet. A lot of foos coming from Lunnon last neet. He's on one of his sprees, and a nice domint they'll ha' on it afore they're done." The next morning Haworth dashed down to the works early in his gig, and spent a short time in his room. Before he left, he went to the engine room and spoke to Murdoch. "Is there aught you want from the house? Aught in the way of books, I mean?" he said with his touch of rough bravado in his manner. "No," Murdoch answered. "All right," he returned. "Then keep away, lad, for a day or two." During the day or two, Roxton existed in a state of ferment. Gradually an air of disreputable festivity began to manifest itself among all those whose virtue was assailable. There were open sprees among these, and their wives, with the inevitable baby in their arms, stood upon their doorsteps bewailing their fate, and retailing gossip with no slight zest. "Silks and satins, bless you," they said, "and paint and feathers, the braisant things. I wonder they're na shamped to show their faces. A nice Mr. Haworth is to ha' men under him." Having occasion to go out late one evening, Murdoch encountered Janey, clad in the big bonnet and shawl, and hurrying along the street. "Where am I going?" she echoed sharply in reply to his query. "Why, I'm going round to the publics to look for Fayther. There's where I'm going. I ha' not seed him sin daylight the morning, and he's getting the rent and the burying club money with him." "I'll go with you," said Murdoch. He went with her, making the round of half the public houses in the village, finally ending at a jovial establishment bearing upon its whitened window the ambiguous title, "Who'd Ha Thowt It?" There was a sound of argument accompanied by a fiddle, and an odour of beer supplemented by tobacco. Janey pushed open the door and made her way in, followed by her companion. An uncleanly and loud-voiced fellow stood unsteadily at a table, flourishing a clay pipe and making a speech. "The working man," he said. "There's too much talk of the working man. It's not bad enough to be a working man without having the gentry reminding you on it from year end to year end. Let's ha' less jaw work and more paw work for the gentry. Let's ha' fewer libraries and thynum, and more wage and holidays and beer. Less progress, that's what I say, and I'm a working man." "Ear," cried the chorus. "Ear." In the midst of the pause following these acclamations, a voice broke in suddenly with startling loudness. "Ear," it said. It was Mr. Briarley, who had unexpectedly awakened from a beery nap and, though much surprised to find out where he was, felt called upon to express his approbation. Janey hitched her shawl into a manageable length and approached him. "Thou'rt here," she said. "I knowed thou would be. Thou'lt work the life out on us afore thou'rt done. Come on home with me before thou'st spent every halfpenny we've getten." Mr. Briarley roused himself so far as to smile at her blandly. "Janey," he said, "Janey, don't interrupt the mitten. Janey, I'll be home directly. Must not interrupt the working man. He's the backbone and sinew of the country. Let's have some more beer." Murdoch bent over and touched his shoulder. "You had better come home," he said. The man looked round at him blankly, but the next moment an exaggerated expression of enlightenment showed itself on his face. "It's the American," he said. "It's Murdoch." And then with sudden bibulous delight, "Guess a speech about America." In a moment there was a clamour all over the room. The last words had been spoken loudly enough to be heard, and the idea presented itself to the members of the assembly as a happy one. "Aye," they cried, "let's ha' a speech for the American. Let's hear summat from America. There's where the labouring man has his dues." Murdoch turned about and faced the company. "You all know enough of me to know whether I'm a speech-making man or not," he said. "I have nothing to say about America, and if I had, I should not say it here. You are not doing yourselves any good. The least fellow among you has brains enough to tell him that." There was at once a new clamour, this time one of dissatisfaction. The speechmaker, with the long clay, who was plainly the leader, expressed himself with heat and scorn. "He's a nice chap, he is," he cried. "He'll ha' naught to do with us. He's a sort of working man to ha' about, to play the piano, and do painting i' velvet. America be danged. He's more of the gentry kind today than Haworth. Haworth does take a decent spree now and then, but this here'n, ax him to take a glass of beer, and see what he'll say." Disgust was written upon every countenance, but no one proffered the hospitality mentioned. Mr. Briarley had fallen asleep again, murmuring suggestively, "Aye, let's hear summat for America. Let's go to America. Put on thy bonnet, lass, put it on." With her companion's assistance, Janey got him out of the place and led him home. "Half the rent's gone," she said, when she turned out his pockets as he sat by the fire. "And where is the burying money to come fro?" Mr. Briarley shook his head mournfully. "The burying money," he said. "Aye, indeed. A nice thing it is for a chap to ha' to cut off his beer to pay for his coffin by the week, wasting good brass on summat he may never need as long as he lives. Dinna like the thought on it either. It's bad enow to have to get into the thing at the end, without having it lugged up to the door every Saturday and paying for the ornamenting on it by inches." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gail Timmerman Vaughan. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 8. Mr. Ffrench. It was a week before affairs assumed their accustomed aspect. Not that the works had been neglected, however. Each morning Haworth had driven down early and spent an hour in his office and about the place, reading letters, issuing orders, and keeping a keen lookout generally. "I'll have no spreeing here among you chaps," he announced. "Spree as much as you like when the work's done, but you don't spree in my time. Look sharp after 'em, Kendall." The day after his guests left him, he appeared at his usual time and sent at once for Murdoch. On arriving, he greeted him, leaning back in his chair, his hands thrust into his pockets. "Well, lad," he said, "it's over." Almost unconsciously, Murdoch thrust his hands into his pockets also, but the action had rather a reflective than a defiant expression. "It's lasted a pretty long time, hasn't it?" he remarked. Haworth answered him with a laugh. "Egad, you take it cool enough," he said. Suddenly he got up and began to walk about, his air a mixture of excitement and braggadocio. After a turn or two he wheeled about. "Why don't you say summat?" he demanded sardonically. "Summat moral. You don't mean to tell me you've not got plucky now?" "I don't see," said Murdoch deliberately. "I don't see that there's anything to say. Do you?" The man stared at him, reddening. Then he turned about and flung himself into his chair again. "No," he answered, "by George, I don't." They discussed the matter no further. It seemed to dispose of itself. Their acquaintance went on in the old way, but there were moments afterwards when Murdoch felt that the man regarded him with something that might have been restraint or secret fear, a something which held him back and made him silent and unready of speech. Once, in the midst of a conversation, taking a more confidential tone than usual, to his companion's astonishment, he stopped and spoke bluntly. "If I say aught as goes against the grain with you," he said, "speak up, lad, blast it," striking his fist hard against his palm. "I'd like to show my clean side to you." It was at this time that he spoke first of his mother. "When I run away from the poorhouse," he said, "I left her there. She's a soft-hearted body, a good one too. As soon as I earned my first 15 shillin' a week, I gave her a house of her own, and I lived hard to do it. She lives like a lady now, though she's as simple as ever. She knows naught of the world, and she knows naught of me, beyond what she sees of me when I go down to the little country place in Kent, with a new silk gown and a lace cap for her. She scarce ever wears 'em, but she's as fond on 'em as if she got 'em from Buckingham Palace. She thinks I'm a lad yet, and say my prayers every night and the catechism on Sundays. She'll never know aught else if I can help it. That's why I keep her where she is." When he said that he intended to make Haworths second to no place in England, he had not spoken idly. His pride in the place was a passion. He spent money lavishly, but shrewdly. He paid his men well, but ruled them with an iron hand. Those of his fellow manufacturers, who were less bold and also less keen-sighted, regarded him with no small disfavour. "He'll have trouble yet, that Haworth fellow," they said. But Haworths flourished and grew. The original works were added to, and new hands, being called for, flocked into Broxton with their families. It was Jem Haworth who built the rows of cottages to hold them, and he built them well and substantially, but as a sharp business investment and a matter of pride, rather than from any weakness of regarding them from a moral standpoint. "I'll have no poor jobs done on my place," he announced. "I'll leave that to the gentlemen manufacturers." It was while in the midst of this work that he received a letter from Gerard Ffrench, who was still abroad. Going into his room one day, Murdoch found him reading it, and looking excited. "Here's a chap as would be the chap for me," he said, "if brass were iron, that chap Ffrench." "What does he want?" Murdoch asked. "Not much," grimly. "He's got a notion of coming back here, and he'd like to go into partnership with me. That's what he's driving at. He'd like to be a partner with Jem Haworth." "What has he to offer?" "Cheek, and plenty on it. He says his name's well known, and he's got influence, as well as practical knowledge. I'd like to have a bit of a talk with him." Suddenly he struck his fist on the table before him. "I've got a name that's now for me," he said. "The day's to come yet when I ask any chap for name or money or aught else. Partner be damned. This here's Haworth's." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 9. Not for 1 hour. The meetings of the malcontents continued to be held at the Who'd Ha Thowt It, and were loud-voiced and frequent, but notwithstanding their frequency and noisiness, resulted principally in a disproportionate consumption of beer and tobacco, and in some differences of opinion, decided in a gentlemanly manner with the assistance of backers and a ring. Having been rescued from these surroundings by Murdoch on several convivial occasions, Briarley began to anticipate his appearance with resignation if not cheerfulness, and to make preparations accordingly. "I mun lay a sup in reet at the start," he would say. "There's no knowing how soon he'll turn up if he drops in to see t' women. Give me a glass of for these chaps, Mary. They can wait a bit." "Why dost tha stand it, the fool?" some independent spirit would comment. "Can't a chap carry thee home if thou dost not want to go?" But Briarley never rebelled. Resistance was not his forte. If it were possible to become comfortably drunk before he was sought out and led away, he felt it a matter for mild self-gratulation, but he bore defeat amiably. "T' missus wants me," he would say unsteadily but with beaming countenance, on catching sight of Murdoch or Janey. "T' missus has sent to ax me to go and set wi' her a bit. I mun go, chaps. A man munna neglect his family." In response to Mrs. Briarley's ratings and Janey's querulous appeals, it was his habit to shed tears copiously and with a touch of ostentation. "I'm a poor chap, missus," he would say. "I'm a poor chap. You munna be hard on me. I niver were good enough for a woman like yoursen. I shouldna wonder if I had to join the teetotals after all. Thou knows it allus rains o' Whit Saturday when they ha their walk, and that theer looks as if t'Almighty were on the teetotal side. It's noan like he'd go to so much trouble if he were not." At such crises as these, to women folk, as he called his wife and Janey, derived their greatest consolation from much going to chapel. "If it were not for the bit of comfort I get there," said the poor woman, "I should not know whether I were standing on me head or my heels. betwixt him and t' work and the childer. Happen ye'd like to go wi' us, said Janey to Murdoch one day. You'll be sure to hear a good sermon. Murdoch went with them, and sat in a corner of their free seat, a hard one, with a straight and unrelenting back. But he was not prevented by the seat from being interested and even absorbed by the doctrine. He had an absent-minded way of absorbing impressions, and the unemotional tenor of his life had left him singularly impartial. He did not finally decide that the sermon was good, bad, or indifferent, but he pondered on it and its probable effects deeply, and with no little curiosity. It was a long sermon, and one which hit straight from the shoulder. It displayed a florid heaven and a burning hell. It was literal, and well garnished with telling and scriptural quotations. Once or twice during its delivery Murdoch glanced at Janey and Mrs. Briarley. The woman, during intervals of eager pacifying of the big baby, lifted her pale face and listened devoutly. Janey sat respectable and rigorous, her eyes fixed upon the pulpit, her huge shawl folded about her, her bonnet slipping backward at intervals and requiring to be repeatedly rearranged by a smart hustling somewhere in the region of the crown. The night was very quiet when they came out into the open air. The smoke clouds of the day had been driven away by a light breeze, and the sky was bright with stars. Mrs. Briarley and the ubiquitous baby joined a neighbour and hastened home, but Murdoch and Janey lingered a little. "My father is buried here," Murdoch had said, and Janey had answered with sharp curiousness, "Where's t' place? I'd like to see it. Hast tha getten a big headstone up?" She was somewhat disappointed to find there was none, and that nothing but the sod covered the long mound, but she appeared to comprehend the state of affairs at once. "I suppose thou'lt ha' one after a bit," she said, "when thou'rt not so short as thou'rt now. Everybody's short these times." She seated herself upon the stone coping of the next grave, her elbow on her knee, a small weird figure in the uncertain light. "I allus did like a big headstone," she remarked reflectively. "There's summat nice about a big white un wi' black letters on it. I like a white un the best, and ha' the letters cut deep, and t' name big, and a bit o' poetry at the end. Stranger, a moment linger near, and hark to t'one as moulders here. Thy bones, like mine, shall rot is ground, until t' last awful trumpet sound. Thy flesh, like mine, far to decay, for man is mad to pass away. Somewhat like that. But you see, it'd be like to cost so much. What with stone and paint and cutting, I should no wonder if it wouldna come to the matter of £2. And then there's the funeral." She ended with a sigh, and sank for a moment into a depressed reverie, but in the course of a few moments she roused herself again. "Tell me summat about thy feyther," she demanded. Murdoch bent down and plucked a blade of grass with a rather uncertain grasp. "There isn't much to tell," he answered. "He was unfortunate, and had a hard life, and died." Janey looked at his lowered face with a sharp, unchildish twinkle in her eye. "Wouldna mind me axin thee summat?" she said. "No?" But she hesitated a little before she put the question. Were it true as he were na all there, as he were a bit soft it yed?" "No, that is not true." "I'm glad it isna," she responded. "Art thou like him?" "I don't know." "I hope thou art na, if he didna ha luck. There's a great deal I luck." Then, with a quick change of subject, "How did thou like the sermon?" "I am not sure," he answered, that I know that either. How did you like it yourself? Aye, with an air of elderly approval, it were a good un. Mr. Hickson always gives us a good un. He outs with what he's getting to say. I like a preacher's outs with it. A few moments later, when they rose to go home, her mind seemed suddenly to revert to a former train of thought. Were there money in that thing thy feyther were trying it? She asked. Not for him, it seemed. Aye, but there mout be for thee. Thou mayst ha more in thee than he had, and mout mak summat on it. I'd never let aught go as had money in it. That's to make a better rich man than Haworth. After leaving her, Murdoch did not go home. He turned his back upon the village again, and walked rapidly away from it, out on the country road and across field paths, and did not turn until he was miles from Broxton. Of late he had been more than usually abstracted. He had been restless, and at times nervously unstrung. He had slept ill and spent his days in a half-conscious mood. More than once, as they walked together, Floxam had spoken to him amazed. "What's up with thee, lad?" he had said. "Art dazed, or hast thou taken a turn and been on a spree?" One night, when they were together, Haworth had picked up from the floor a rough but intricate-looking drawing, and on handing it to him, had been bewildered by his sudden change of expression. "Is it aught of yours?" he had asked. "Yes," the young fellow had answered, "it's mine." But instead of replacing it in his pocket, he had torn it slowly into strips and thrown it piece by piece into the fire, watching as it burned. It was not Janey's eminently practical observations which had stirred him tonight. He had been drifting toward this feverish crisis of feeling for months, and had contested its approach inch by inch. There were hours when he was overpowered by the force of what he battled against, and this was one of them. It was nearly midnight when he returned, and his mother met him at the door with an anxious look. It was a look he had seen upon her face all his life, but its effect upon himself had never lessened from the day he had first recognized it as a child. "I did not think you would wait for me," he said. "It is later than I thought." "I am not tired," she answered. She had aged a little since her husband's death, but otherwise she had not changed. She looked up at her son just as she had looked at his father, watchfully but saying little. "Are you going to bed?" "I am going upstairs," he replied, but he did not say that he was going to bed. He bade her good night shortly afterward and went to his room. It was the one his father had used before his death, and the trunk containing his belongings stood in one corner of it. For a short time after entering the room he paced the floor restlessly and irregularly. Sometimes he walked quickly, sometimes slowly. Once or twice he stopped short, checking himself as he veered toward the corner in which stood the unused trunk. "I'm in a queer humour," he said aloud. "I'm thinking of it as if it were a temptation to sin. Why should I?" He made a sudden resolute movement forward. He knelt down, and, turning the key in the lock, flung the trunk lid backward. There was only one thing he wanted, and he knew where to find it. It lay buried at the bottom, under the unused garments, which gave forth a faint, damp odor as he moved them. When he rose from his knees he held the wooden case in his hand. After he had carried it to the table and opened it, and the model stood again before him, he sat down and stared at it with a numb sense of fascination. "I thought I had seen the last of it," he said, "and here it is." Even as he spoke he felt his blood warm within him and flush his cheek. His hand trembled as he put it forth to touch and move the framework before him. He felt as if it were a living creature. His eye kindled, and he bent forward. "There's something to be done with it yet," he said. "It's not a blunder, I'll swear." He was hot with eagerness and excitement. The thing had haunted him day and night for weeks. He had struggled to shake off its influence, but in vain. He had told himself that the temptation to go back to it and ponder over it was the working of a morbid taint in his blood. He had remembered the curse it had been, and had tried to think of that only, but it had come back to him again and again, and here it was. He spent an hour over it, and in the end his passionate eagerness had grown rather than diminished. He put his hand up to his forehead and brushed away drops of moisture. His throat was dry, and his eyes strained. "There's something to be brought out of it yet," he said, as he had said before. "It can be done, I swear." The words had scarcely left his lips before he heard behind him a low but sharp cry, a miserable ejaculation half uttered. He had not heard the door open, nor the entering footsteps, but he knew what the cry meant the moment he heard it. He turned about and saw his mother standing on the threshold. If he had been detected in the commission of a crime, he could not have felt a sharper pang than he did. He almost staggered against the wall and did not utter a word. For a moment they looked at each other in a dead silence. Each wore in the eyes of the other a new aspect. She pointed to the model. "It has come back," she said. "I knew it would." The young fellow turned and looked at it a little stupidly. "I didn't mean to hurt you with the sight of it," he said. "I took it out because... She stopped him with a movement of her head. "Yes, I know," she said. "You took it out because it has haunted you and tempted you. You could not withstand it. It is in your blood." He had known her through all his life as a patient creature whose very pains had bent themselves and held themselves in check, lest they should seem for an hour to stand in the way of the end to be accomplished. That she had even in the deepest secrecy rebelled against fate he had never dreamed. She came to the table and struck the model aside with one angry blow. "Shall I tell you the truth?" she cried, panting. "I have never believed in it for an hour. Not for 1 hour." He could only stammer out a few halting words. "This is all new to me," he said. "I did not know." "No, you did not know," she answered. "How should you, when I lived my whole life to hide it? I have been stronger than you thought. I bore with him, as I should have borne with him if he had been maimed or blind, or worse than that. I did not hurt him, he had hurt enough. I knew what the end would be. He would have been a happy man and I a happy woman, if it had not been for that, and there it is again. I tell you," passionately, "there is a curse on it." "And you think," he said, "that it has fallen upon me?" She burst into wild tears. "I have told myself it would," she said. "I have tried to prepare myself for its coming some day, but I did not think it would show itself so soon as this." "I don't know why," he said slowly. "I don't know what there is in me that I should think I might do what he left undone. There seems a kind of vanity in it." "It is not vanity," she said. "It is worse. It is what has grown out of my misery and his. I tell you it is in your blood." A flush rose to his face, and a stubborn look settled upon him. "Perhaps it is," he answered. "I have told myself that too." She held her closed hand upon her heart as if to crush down its passionate heavings. "Begin as he began," she cried, "and the end will come to you as it came to him. Give it up now. Now!" "Give it up?" he repeated after her. "Give it up," she answered, or give up your whole life, your youth, your hope, all that belongs to it. She held out her hands to him in a wild, unconsciously theatrical gesture. The whole scene had been theatrical through its very incongruousness, and Murdoch had seen this vaguely and been more shaken by it than anything else. Before she knew what he meant to do, he approached the table and replaced the model in its box, the touch of stubborn desperateness on him yet. He carried the case back to the trunk and shut it in once more. "I'll let it rest a while," he said. "I'll promise you that. If it is ever to be finished by me, the time will come when it will see the light again, in spite of us both." End of chapter 9. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Chapter 10 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 10. Christian Murdoch. As he was turning into the gate of the works the next morning, a little lad touched him upon the elbow. "Mister," he said, "Sithee, mister, stop a bit." He was out of breath, as if he had been running, and he held in his hand a slip of paper. "I thought I should not catch thee," he said. "They're so long-legged. A woman sent thee that," and he gave him the slip of paper. Murdoch opened and read the words written upon it. "If you are Stephen Murdoch's son, I must see you. Come with the child." There was no signature, only these words, written irregularly and weakly. He had never met with an adventure in his life, and this was like an episode in a romance. "If you are Stephen Murdoch's son, I must see you." He could scarcely realize that he was standing in the narrow uphill street, jostled by the hands shouting and laughing as they streamed past him through the gates to their work. And yet, somehow he found himself taking it more coolly than seemed exactly natural. This morning, emotion and event appeared less startling than they would have done even the day before. The strange scene of the past night had, in a manner, prepared him for anything which might happen. "Who sent it?" he asked of the boy. "T' woman as lodges at our house. She's been there 3 days, and she's getting to the last, mother says. Con the come? She's promised me a shilling if I brought thee." "Wait here a minute," said Murdoch. He passed into the works and went to Floxam. "I've had a message that calls me away," he said. "If you can spare me for an hour." "I'll make out," said the engineer. The lad at the gate looked up with an encouraging grin when he saw his charge returning. "I'd like to mak' the shillin'," he said. Murdoch followed him in silence. He was thinking of what was going to happen to himself scarcely as much as of the dead man in whose name he was called upon. He was brought near to him again as if it were by a fate. "If you are Stephen Murdoch's son," had moved him strongly. Their destination was soon reached. It was a house in a narrow but respectable street occupied chiefly by a decent class of workmen and their families. A week before he had seen in the window of this same house a card bearing the legend, "Lodgings to let," and now it was gone. A clean, motherly woman opened the door for them. "Thus earnt thy shillin', hast thou, thy young nowt?" she said to the lad, with friendly severity. "Come in, mister. I were feart he'd get off on some of his marrocks and forget all about the paper. She's in a bad way, poor lady, and the lass is not o' much use. Come upstairs." She led the way to the second floor, and her knock being answered by a voice inside, she opened the door. The room was comfortable and of good size, A fire burned on the grate, and before it sat a girl with her hands clasped upon her knee. She was a girl of 19, dark of face and slight of figure to thinness. When she turned her head slowly to look at him, Murdoch was struck at once with the peculiar steadiness of her large black eyes. "She is asleep," she said in a low, cold voice. There was a sound as of movement in the bed. "I am awake," someone said. "If it is Stephen Murdoch's son, let him come here." Murdoch went to the bedside and stood looking down at the woman who returned his gaze. She was a woman whose last hours upon earth were passing rapidly. Her beauty was now only something terrible to see. Her breath came fast and short, her eyes met his with a look of anguish. "Send the girl away," she said to him. Low as her voice was, the girl heard it. She rose without turning to right or left and went out of the room. Until the door closed the woman still lay looking up into her visitor's face, but as soon as it was shut she spoke laboriously. "What is your name?" she asked. He told her. "You are like your father," she said, and then closed her eyes and lay so for a moment. "It is a mad thing I am doing," she said, knitting her brows with weak fretfulness and still lying with closed eyes. I do not know why I should have done it, only that it is the last thing. It is not that I am fond of the girl, or that she is fond of me." She opened her eyes with a start. "Is the door shut?" she said. "Keep her out of the room." "She is not here," he answered, "and the door is closed." The sight of his face seemed to help her to recover herself. "What am I saying?" she said. "I have not told you who I am." "No," he replied, "not yet." "My name was Janet Murdoch," she said. "I was your father's cousin. Once he was very fond of me." She drew from under her pillow a few old letters. "Look at them," she said. "He wrote them." But he only glanced at the superscription and laid them down again. "I did not know," she panted, "that he was dead. I hoped he would be here. I knew that he must have lived a quiet life. I always thought of him as living here in the old way." "He was away from here for 30 years, said Murdoch. "He only came back to die." "He," she said. "I never thought of that. It seems very strange. I could not imagine his going from place to place, or living a busy life, or suffering much. He was so simple and so quiet. I thought of him," she went on, "because he was a good man, and there was no one else in the world. As the end came I grew restless. I wanted to try." But there her eyes closed, and she forgot herself again. "What was it you wanted to try to do?" he asked gently. She roused herself, as before, with a start. "To try," she said, "to try to do something for the girl." He did not understand what she meant until she had dragged herself up upon the pillow and leaned forward, touching him with her hand. She had gathered all her strength for the effort. "I am an outcast," she said, "an outcast." The simple and bare words were so terrible that he could scarcely bear them, but he controlled himself by a strong effort. A faint color crept up on her cheek. "You don't understand," she said. "Yes," he answered slowly, "I think I do." She fell back upon her pillows. "I won't tell you the whole story," she said. "It is an ugly one, and she will be ready enough with it when her turn comes. She has understood all her life. She has never been a child. She seemed to fasten her eyes upon me from the hour of her birth, and I have felt them ever since. Keep her away," with a shudder. "Don't let her come in." A sudden passion of excitement seized upon her. "I don't know why I should care," she cried. "There is no reason why she should not live as I have lived. But she will not. She will not. I have reached the end, and she knows it. She sits and looks on and says nothing, but her eyes force me to speak. They forced me to come here, to try, to make a last effort. If Stephen Murdoch had lived—" She stopped a moment. "You are a poor man," she said. "Yes," he answered. "I am a mechanic." "Then you cannot do it." She spoke helplessly, wildly. "There is nothing to be done. There is no one else. She will be all alone." Then he comprehended her meaning fully. "No," he said, "I am not so poor as that. I am not a poorer man than my father was, and I can do what he would have done had he lived. My mother will care for the girl, if that is what you wish." "What I wish?" she echoed. "I wish for nothing, but I must do something for her. Before. She broke off, but began again. "You are like your father. You make things seem simple. You speak as if you were undertaking nothing." "It is not much to do," he answered, "and we could not do less. I will go to my mother and tell her that she is needed here. She will come to you." She turned her eyes on him in terror. "You think," she whispered, "that I shall die soon, soon?" He did not answer her. He could not. She wrung her hands and dashed them open upon the bed, panting. "Oh," she cried, "my God, it is over! I have come to the end of it, the end. To have only one life, and to have done with it, and lie here. To have lived, and loved, and triumphed, and to know it is over. One may defy all the rest, the whole world, but not this. It is done." Then she turned to him again, desperately. "Go to your mother," she said. "Tell her to come. I want someone in the room with me. I won't be left alone with her. I cannot bear it." On going out he found the girl sitting at the head of the stairs. She rose and stood aside to let him pass, looking at him unflinchingly. "Are you coming back?" she demanded. "Yes," he answered, "I am coming back." In half an hour he reascended the staircase, bringing his mother with him. When they entered the room in which the dying woman lay, Mrs. Murdoch went to the bed and bent over her. "My son has brought me to do what I can for you," she said, "and to tell you that he will keep his promise." The woman looked up. For a moment it seemed that she had forgotten. A change had come upon her even in the intervening half-hour. "His promise," she said. "Yes, he will keep it." At midnight she died. Mother and son were in the room. The girl sat in a chair at the bedside. Her hands were clasped upon her knee. She sat without motion. At a few minutes before the stroke of 12, the woman awoke from the heavy sleep in which she had lain. She awoke with a start and a cry, and lay staring at the girl whose steady eyes were fixed upon her. Her lips moved, and at last she spoke. "Forgive me," she cried. "Forgive me." Murdoch and his mother rose, but the girl did not stir. "For what?" she asked. "For," panted the woman, "for—" But the sentence remained unfinished. The girl did not utter a word. She sat looking at the dying woman in silence, only looking at her, not once moving her eyes from the face which, a moment later, was merely a mask of stone which lay upon the pillow, gazing back at her with a fixed stare. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Chapter 11 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 11. Miss Ffrench Returns. They took the girl home with them, and 3 days later the Ffrenches returned. They came entirely unheralded, and it was Janey who brought the news of their arrival to the works. "They've come," she said, in passing Murdoch on her way to her father. "Mr. Ffrench and her. They rode through to town this morning i' a carriage. Nobody knowed about it till they seed 'em." The news was the principal topic of conversation through the day, and the comments made were numerous and varied. The most general opinions were that Ffrench was in a tight place, or had getten some crank I hand. "He's none fond o' no other place to ha' come back for note," said Floxam. "He's a bit harder up than common, that's it." In the course of the morning Haworth came in. Murdoch was struck with his unsettled and restless air. He came in awkwardly and looking as if he had something to say, but though he loitered about some time, he did not say it. "Come up to the house tonight," he broke out at last. "I want company." It occurred to Murdoch that he wished to say more, but after lingering for a few minutes he went away. As he crossed the threshold, however, he paused uneasily. "I say," he said, "Ffrench has come back." "So I heard," Murdoch answered. When he presented himself at the house in the evening, Haworth was alone as usual. Wines were on the table, and he seemed to have drunk deeply. He was flushed, and showed still the touch of uneasiness and excitement he had betrayed in the morning. "I'm glad you've come," he said. "I'm out of sorts or something." He ended with a short laugh, and turned about to pour out a glass of wine. In doing so his hand trembled so that a few drops fell upon it. He shook them off angrily. "What's up with me?" he said. He drained the glass at a draught and filled it again. "I saw Ffrench today," he said. "I saw them both." "Both?" repeated Murdoch, wondering at him. "Yes, she is with him." "She?" And then, remembering the episode of the handkerchief, he added rather slowly, "You mean Miss Ffrench?" Haworth nodded. He was pushing his glass to and fro with shaking hands. His voice was hoarse and uncertain. "I passed the carriage on the road," he said, "and Ffrench stopped it to speak to me. He is not much altered. I never saw her before. She's a woman now, and a handsome woman, by George." The last words broke from him as if he could not control them. He looked up at Murdoch, and as their eyes met he seemed to let himself loose. "I may as well make a clean breast of it," he said. I'm hard hit. I'm hard hit." Murdoch flinched. He would rather not have heard the rest. He had had emotion enough during the last few days, and this was of a kind so novel that he was overwhelmed by it. But Haworth went on. "It's a queer thing," he said. "I can't quite make it out. I feel as if I must talk about it. And yet there's naught to say. I've seen a woman that's taken hold on me. He passed his hands across his lips, which were parched and stiff. "You know the kind of a fellow I've been," he said. "I've known women enough, and too many. But there's never been one like this. There's always been plenty like the rest. I sat and stared at this one like a blockhead. She set me trembling. It came over me all at once. I don't know what Ffrench thought. I said to myself, here's the first woman that ever held me back. She's one of your high kind that's hard to get nigh. She's got a way to set a man mad. She'll be hard to get at, by George." Murdoch felt his pulse start. The man's emotion had communicated itself to him, so far at least. "I don't know much of women," he said. "I've not been thrown among them, "No," said Haworth roughly. "They're not in your line, lad. If they were, happen I shouldn't be so ready to speak out." Then he began and told his story more minutely, relating how, as he drove to the works, he had met the carriage, and Ffrench had caught sight of him and ordered the servant to stop, how he had presented his daughter and spoken as if she had heard of him often before, how she had smiled a little but had said nothing. "She's got a way which makes a man feel as if she was keeping something back, and sets him to wondering what it is. She's not likely to be forgot soon. She gives a chap something to think over." He talked fast and heatedly, and sometimes seemed to lose himself. Now and then he stopped, and sat brooding a moment in silence, and then roused himself with a start, and drank more wine and grew more flushed and excited. After one of these fitful reveries he broke out afresh. "I wonder what folk'll say to her of me. They won't give me an over-good name, I'll warrant. What a fool I've been. What a damned fool I've been all my life. Let them say what they like. They'll make me black enough. But there is plenty would like to stand in Jem Haworth's shoes. I've never been beat yet. I've stood up and held my own, and women like that. And as to t'name," with rough banter, "it's not chaps like you they fancy after all." "As to that," said Murdoch coldly, "I've told you I know nothing of women." He felt restive without knowing why. He was glad when he could free himself and get out into the fresh night air. It seemed all the fresher after the atmosphere he had breathed indoors. The night was bright and mild. After cold, unspring-like weather had come an ephemeral balminess. The moon was at full, and he stepped across the threshold into a light as clear as day. He walked rapidly, scarcely noting the road he passed over until he had reached the house which stood alone among its trees, the house Haworth had pointed out a few months before. It was lighted now, and its lights attracted his attention. "It's a brighter-looking place than it was then," he said. He never afterward could exactly recall how it was that at this moment he started, turned, and for a breath's space came to a full stop. He had passed out of the shadow of the high boundary wall into the broad moonlight which flooded the gateway. The iron gates were open, and a white figure stood in the light, the figure of a tall young woman who did not move. He was so near that her dress almost touched him. In another moment he was hurrying along the road again, not having spoken, and scarcely understanding the momentary shock he had received. "That," he said to himself, "that was she." When he reached home and opened the door of the little parlour, Christian Murdoch was sitting alone by the dying fire in the grate. She turned and looked at him. "Something," she said, "has happened to you. What is it?" "I don't know," he answered, "that anything has happened to me. Anything of importance." She turned to the fire again and sat gazing at it, rubbing the back of one hand slowly with the palm of the other as it lay on her knee. "Something has happened to me," she said. "Today I have seen someone I know." "Someone you know?" he answered. "Here?" She nodded her head. "Someone I know," she repeated, "though I do not know her name. I should like to know it." "Her name," he said. "Then it is a woman." "Yes, a woman, a young woman. I saw her abroad 4-5 times." She began to check off the number of times on her fingers. "In Florence once," she said. "In Munich twice. In Paris, yes, in Paris twice again." "When and how?" he asked. As he spoke, he thought of the unruffled serenity of the face he had just seen. "Years ago, the first time," she answered, without the least change of tone. "In a church in Florence. I went in because I was wet and cold and hungry, and it was light and warm there. I was a little thing and left to ramble in the streets. I liked the streets better than my mother's room. I was standing in the church, looking at the people and trying to feel warm, when a girl came in with a servant. She was handsome and well dressed, and looked almost like a woman. When she saw me, she laughed. I was such a little thing and so draggled and forlorn. That was why she laughed. The next year I saw her again at Munich. Her room was across the street and opposite mine, and she sat at the window, amusing herself by playing with her dog and staring at me. She had forgotten me, but I had not forgotten her, and she laughed at me again. In Paris it was the same thing. Our windows were opposite each other again. It was 5 years after, but that time she knew me, though she pretended she did not. She drove past the house today, and I saw her. I should like to know her name." "I think I can tell you what it is," he said. "She is a Miss Ffrench. Her father is a Broxton man. They have a place here." "Have they?" she asked. "Will they live here?" "I believe so," he answered. She sat for a moment, rubbing her hand slowly as before, and then she spoke. "So much the worse," she said. "So much the worse for me." She went up to her room when she left him. It was a little room in the second story, and she had become fond of it. She often sat alone there. She had been sitting at its window when Rachel Ffrench had driven by in the afternoon. The window was still open, she saw as she entered, and a gust of wind passing through it had scattered several light articles about the floor. She went to pick them up. They were principally loose papers, and as she bent to raise the first one she discovered that it was yellow with age and covered with a rough drawing of some mechanical appliance. Another and another presented the same plan, drawn again and again, elaborately and with great pains at times, and then hastily as if some new thought had suggested itself. On several were written dates, and on others a few words. She was endeavouring to decipher some of these faintly written words when a fresh gust of rising wind rushed past her as she stood, and immediately there fell upon her ear a slight ghostly rustle. Near her was a small unused closet whose door had been thrown open, and as she turned toward it there fluttered from one of the shelves a sheet of paper yellower than the rest. She picked it up and read the words written upon the back of the drawing. They had been written 26 years before. "Today the child was born. It is a boy. By the time he is a year old my work will be done." The girl's heart began to beat quickly. The papers rustled again, and a kind of fear took possession of her. "He wrote it," she said aloud. the man who is dead, and it was not finished at all. She closed the window, eager to shut out the wind. Then she closed the door and went back to the papers. Her fancies concerning Stephen Murdoch had taken very definite shape from the first. She knew two things of him, that he had been gentle and unworldly, and that he had cherished throughout his life a hope which had eluded him until death had come between him and his patient and unflagging labor. The sight of the yellow faded papers moved her to powerful feeling. She had never had a friend. She had stood alone from her earliest childhood, and here was a creature who had been desolate too, who must have been desolate, since he had been impelled to write the simple outcome of his thoughts again and again upon the paper he wrought on, as if no human being had been near to her. It was this which touched her most of all. There was scarcely a sheet upon which some few words were not written. Each new plan bore its date and some hopeful or weary thought. He had been tired often, but never faithless to his belief. The end was never very far off. A few days, one more touch, would bring it, and then he had forgotten all the past. "I can afford to forget it," he said once. "It only seems strange now that it should have lasted so long when so few steps remained to be taken." These words had been written on his leaving America. He was ready for his departure. They were the last record. When she had read them, Christian pushed the papers away and sat gazing into space with dilated eyes. "He died," she said. "He is dead. Nothing can bring him back, and it is forgotten." End of chapter 11. Recording by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa.
Chapter 12 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 12. Granny Dixon. The next time Janey brought her father's dinner to the yard, she sought out Murdoch in a dejected mood. She found him reading over his lunch in the sunshine, and she sat down opposite to him, folding her arms on her lap. "We're in trouble again at our house," she said. "We're allus in trouble. If it's na one thing, it's another." Murdoch shut his book and leaned back upon his pile of lumber to listen. He always listened. "What is it this time?" "This time?" querulously. "This is the worst of the lot. Granny Dixon's come back." "Granny Dixon?" Janey shook her head. "Thou knows nowt about her," she said. "I niver told thee nowt. She's my feyther's grandmother, and she's over 90 years old, and she's getting money. If it were na for that, no one 'ud stand her, but," with a sigh, "folk canna turn away brass." Having relieved herself of this sentiment, she plunged into the subject with fresh asperity. "There's no knowing how to tak her. You mun shout at the top of your voice to mak her hear, and she wunna let nowt go by. She mun hear how she's going. She's out with Mr. Hickson at the chapel because she says she canna hear him, and he does it o' purpose. When she were out with everybody else, she used to say she were going to leave her brass to him, and she invited him to tea every night for a week, and had him set by her chair and talk. It were summer time, and I've seed him sit and shout with the sweat a-pouring down his face and his necktie all on one side, and at the end of a week he had a quinsy as were nigh being the end of him, and she niver forgive him. She said as he were an impudent chap, as thou'd his'n too good for his betters." Murdoch expressed his sympathy promptly. "I wish they'd come up and talk to her some day, thy sin," said Janey. "It'd rest us a bit," candidly. "Yon getting the kind of voice to mak folk hear, though yon dunnot speak so loud, and if you get close up to her ear and say things slow, you'd get used to it i' time." "I'll come some day," answered Murdoch, speculating with some doubt as to the possible result of the visit. Her mind relieved, Janey rose to take her departure. Suddenly, however, a new idea presented itself to her active mind. "Has thee seen Miss Ffrench yet?" she asked. "Yes," he answered. "What does thou think on her?" He picked up his book and reopened it. "I only saw her for an instant," he said. "I hadn't time to think anything." On his way from his work a few days later, he stopped at the Briarley cottage. It was swept and garnished. There were no traces of the children about. Before he reached the house, there had been borne to him the sound of a voice reading at its highest and shrillest pitch, and he had recognized it as Janey's. As he entered, that young person rose, panting from her seat, in her eagerness almost dropping the graphically illustrated paper she held in her hand. "Eh!" she exclaimed. "I am glad to see thee. I could not have stood it much longer. She would have me read the to be continued one, and I've been at it nigh an hour." Granny Dixon turned on her sharply. "What art thou stopping for?" she demanded. "What's the matter with thee?" Murdoch gave a slight start. The sound was so tremendous that it seemed almost impossible that it should proceed from the small and shriveled figure in the armchair. "What art thou stopping for?" she repeated. "Get on with thee." Janey drew near and spoke in her ear. "It's Mester Murdoch," she proclaimed. "Him as I told you on." The little bent figure turned slowly, and Murdoch felt himself transfixed by the gaze of a pair of large, keen eyes. They had been handsome eyes half a century before, and the wrinkled and seamed face had had its comeliness too. "Tha said he were a working man," she cried after a pause. "What did thou tell me that theer for?" "He is a working man," said Janey. "He's getting his work clothes on now. Does thou not see him?" "Clothes!" announced the voice again. "Clothes indeed! A man is not made out of clothes. I've seed working men afore in my day, and I know 'em." Then she extended her hand, crooking the forefinger like a claw in a beckoning gesture. "Come thou here," she commanded, "and set thysen down to talk to me." She gave the order in the manner of a female potentate, and Murdoch obeyed her with a sense of overpowering fascination. "Where art thou from?" she demanded. He made his reply, "From America," as distinct as possible, and was relieved to find that it reached her at once. "'Merica," she repeated. "I've heerd America often now. That's where the blacks lives, and the Indians. I know the young chap as went theer, and the Indians scalped him. He went theer because I wouldna ha' him. It were when I were a lass." She paused a moment and then said the last words over again, nodding her head with a touch of grim satisfaction. "He went there because I wouldna ha' him. It were when I were a lass." He was watching her so intently that he was quite startled a second time when she turned her eyes upon him and spoke again, still nodding. "I were a handsome lass," she said. "I were a handsome lass 70 year ago." It was quite plain that she had been. The thing which was least pleasant about her now was a certain dead and withered suggestion of a beauty of a not altogether sinless order. The recollection of the fact seemed to enliven her so far that she was inspired to conducting the greater part of the conversation herself. Her voice grew louder and louder, a dull red began to show itself on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled. She had been a handsome lass 70 years ago, and had had her day, as there were dead folk could tell. "She'll go on in that road all neat if summat dunnot tuck her off it," said Janey. "She loikes to talk about that theer better than aught else." But something did happen to take her off it. "Thou'st getting sa reason of thee," she announced. "Thou does not open thy mouth as if thou wanted to swally folk when thou says what thou'st gotten to say. Theer's no working men's ways about thee, clothes or no clothes." "That's the way she goes on," said Janey. "She canna buy folk to look soft when they're shouting to her. That was one of the things she had again Master Hickson. She said he getting so red i' the face, it put her out to patience." "I like a man as is not a fool," exclaimed Granny Dixon. but there her voice changed and grew sharp and tremulous. "Where's that flower?" she cried. "Who's getting it?" Janey turned toward the door and uttered a shrill little cry of excitement. "It's Miss Ffrench," she said. She's standing at the door." It would have been impossible to judge from her expression how long she had been there. She stood upon the threshold with a faint smile on her lips and spoke to Janey. "I want to see your mother," she said. I'll go and tell her," the child faltered. "Will you come in?" She hesitated a second and then came in. Murdoch had arisen. She did not seem to see him as she passed before him to reach the chair in which she sat down. In fact, she expressed scarcely a shadow of recognition of her surroundings, but upon Granny Dixon had fallen a sudden feverish tremor. "Who did she say you were?" she cried. "I didn't hear her." The visitor turned and confronted her. "I am Rachel Ffrench," she said in a clear, high voice. The dull red deepened upon the old woman's cheeks, and her eyes gained new fire. "You're a good one to mak a body here," she said, "and I know yo." Miss Ffrench made no reply. She smiled incredulously at the fire. The old woman moved restlessly. "Aye, but I do," she cried. "I know yo. You're French from head to foot. Where did you get that?" She was pointing to a flower at Miss Ffrench's throat, a white, strongly fragrant hothouse flower. Miss Ffrench cast a downward glance at it. "There are plenty to be had," she said. "I got it from home." "I've seen 'em before," said Granny Dixon. "He used to wear 'em in his buttonhole." Miss Ffrench made no reply, and she went on, her tones increasing in volume with her excitement. "I'm talking of Will Ffrench," she said. "He were thy grandfeyther. He were dead afore you were born." Miss Ffrench seemed scarcely interested, but Granny Dixon had not finished. "He were a bad un," she cried. "He were a devil. He were a devil out and out. I knowed him, and he knowed me." Then she bent forward and touched Miss Ffrench's arm. "There were na a worse un nor a bigger devil nowhere," she said, "and you're the very moral on him." Miss Ffrench got up and turned toward the door to speak to Mrs. Briarley, who that moment arrived in great haste, carrying the baby, out of breath, and stumbling in her tremor at receiving gentlefolk company. "Your visitor has been talking to me," she remarked, her little smile showing itself again. "She says my grandfather was a devil." She answered all Miss Briarley's terrified apologies with the same little smile. She had been passing by and had remembered that the housekeeper needed assistance in some matter, and it had occurred to her to come in. That was all, and having explained herself, she went away as she had come. "Eh," fretted Mrs. Briarley, "to think o' that there old besom talking o' that rude to a lady. That's allus the way wi' her. She'll mak trouble anywhere. She made trouble enow when she were young. She were no better than she should be then, and she's not so much better now." "What's that thou'rt saying?" demanded the voice. "A nice way that were for a lady to go out without so much as saying good-bye to a body. She's as like him as two peas, and he were a devil. Here," to Murdoch, "pick up that there flower she's dropped." Murdoch turned to the place she pointed out. The white flower lay upon the flagged floor. He picked it up and handed it to her with a vague recognition of the powerfulness of its fragrance. She took it and sat mumbling over it. "It's the very same," she muttered. "He used to wear 'em in his buttonhole when he come, and she's the very moral on him." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Erickson, Toronto. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 13. Mr. Ffrench visits the works. There were few men in Broxton or the country surrounding it who were better known than Gerard Ffrench. In the first place, he belonged, as it were, to Broxton, and his family for several generations back had belonged to it. His great-grandfather had come to the place a rich man, and had built a huge house outside the village, and as the village had become a town, the Ffrenches had held their heads high. They had confined themselves to Broxton until Gerard Ffrench took his place. They had spent their lives there, and their money. Those who lived to remember the youth and manhood of the present Ffrench's father had, like Granny Dixon, their stories to tell. His son, however, was a man of a different mold. There were no evil stories of him. He was a well-bred and agreeable person, and lived a refined life. But he was a man with tastes which scarcely belonged to his degree. "I ought to have been born in the lower classes and have had my way to make," he had been heard to say. Unfortunately, however, he had been born a gentleman of leisure and educated as one, but this did not prevent him from indulging in his proclivities. He had made more than one wild business venture which had electrified his neighbors. Once he had been on the verge of a great success, and again he had overstepped the verge of a great loss. He had lost money, but he had never lost confidence in his business ability. "I have gained experience," he said. "I shall know better next time." His wife had died early, and his daughter had spent her girlhood with a relative abroad. She had developed into beauty so faultless that it had been said that its order belonged rather to the world of pedestals and catalogues than to ordinary young womanhood. But the truth was that she was not an ordinary young woman at all. "I suppose," she said at dinner on the evening of her visit to the Briarley cottage, "I suppose these work people are very radical in their views." "Why?" asked her father. "I went into a cottage this afternoon and found a young workman there in his working clothes, and instead of leaving the room, he remained in it as if that was the most natural thing to do. It struck me that he must belong to the class of people we read of." "I don't know much of the political state of affairs now," said Mr. Ffrench. "Some of these fellows are always bad enough, and this Haworth rose from the ranks. He was a foundry lad himself." "I met Mr. Haworth, too," said Miss Ffrench. "He stopped in the street to stand looking after the carriage. He is a very big person." "He is a very successful fellow," with something like a sigh. "A man who has made of himself what he has through sheer power of will and business capacity is a genius." "What has he made of himself?" inquired Miss Ffrench. "Well," replied her father, "the man is actually a millionaire. He is at the head of his branch of the trade. He leads the other manufacturers. He is a kind of king in the place. People may ignore him if they choose. He does not care, and there is no reason why he should." Mr. Ffrench became rather excited. He flushed and spoke uneasily. "There are plenty of gentlemen," he said. "We have gentlemen enough and to spare, but we have few men who can make a path through the world for themselves as he has done. For my part, I admire the man. He has the kind of force which moves me to admiration." "I dare say," said Miss Ffrench slowly, "that you would have admired the young workman I saw. It struck me at the time that you would." "By the by," her father asked with a new interest, "what kind of a young fellow was he? Perhaps it was the young fellow who is half American and—" "He did not look like an Englishman," she interrupted. "He was too dark and tall and unconscious of himself in spite of his awkwardness. He did not know that he was out of place." "I have no doubt it was this Murdoch. He is a peculiar fellow, and I am as much interested in him as in Haworth. His father was a Lancashire man, a half-crazy inventor who died leaving an unfinished model which was to have made his fortune. I have heard a great deal of the son. I wish I had seen him." Rachel Ffrench made no reply. She had heard this kind of thing before. There had been a young man from Cumberland who had been on the point of inventing a new propelling power, but had somehow or other not done it. There had been a machinist from Manchester who had created an entirely new order of loom, which had not worked, and there had been half a dozen smaller lights whose inventions, though less involved, would still have made fortunes if they had been quite practical. But Mr. Ffrench had mounted his hobby, which always stood saddled and bridled. He talked of Haworth and Haworth's success, the works and their machinery. He calculated the expenses and the returns of the business. He even took out his tablets to get at the profits more accurately, and got down the possible cost of various improvements which had suggested themselves. He has done so much, he said, that it would be easy for him to do more. He could accomplish anything if he were a better educated man, or had an educated man as partner. They say, he remarked afterward, that this Murdoch is not an ignoramus by any means. I hear that he has a positive passion for books, and that he has made several quite remarkable improvements and additions to the machinery at the works. It would be an odd thing, biting the end of his pencil with a thoughtful air, it would be a dramatic sort of thing if he should make a success of the idea the poor fellow, his father, left incomplete. Indeed, Miss Ffrench was quite prepared for his after-statement that he intended to pay a visit to the works and their owner the next morning, though she could not altogether account for the slight hint of secret embarrassment which she fancied displayed itself when he made the announcement. "It's true the man is rough and high-handed enough," he said. "He has not been too civil in his behavior to me in times gone by, but I should like to know more of him in spite of it. He is worth cultivating." He appeared at the works the following morning, awakening thereby some interest among the shrewder spirits who knew him of old. "What's he up to now?" they said to each other. "He's getting some crank in his head, or he wouldna be here." Not being at any time specially shrewd in the study of human nature, it must be confessed that Mr. Ffrench was not prepared for the reception he met with in the owner's room. In his previous rare interviews with Jem Haworth, he had been accorded but slight respect. His advances had been met in a manner savoring of rough contempt, his ephemeral hobbies disposed of with the amiable candor of the practical and not too polished mind. He knew he had been jeered at openly at times, and now the man who had regarded him lightly and as if he felt that he held the upper hand, received him almost with a confused, self-conscious air. He even flushed when he got up and awkwardly shook hands. "Perhaps," said his visitor to himself, "events have taught him to feel the lack in himself after all." "I looked forward before my return to calling upon you," he said aloud, "and I am glad to have the opportunity at last." Haworth reseated himself after giving him a chair, and answered with a nod and a somewhat incoherent welcome. Ffrench settled himself with an agreeable consciousness of being less at a loss before the man than he had ever been in his life. "What I have seen abroad," he said, "has added to the interest I have always felt in our own manufactures. You know that is a thing I have always cared for most. People have called it my hobby, though I don't think that is quite the right name for it. You have done a great deal since I went away." "I shall do more yet," said Haworth with effort, "before I've done with the thing." "You've done a good deal for Broxton. The place has grown wonderfully. Those cottages of yours are good work." Haworth warmed up. His hand fell upon the table before him heavily. "It's not Broxton I'm aiming at," he said. "Broxton's not to me. I'll have good work or none. It's this place here I'm at work on. I've said I'd set Haworth's above 'em all, and I'll do it." "You've done it already," answered Ffrench. "Aye, but I tell you I'll set it higher yet. I've got the money and I've got the will. There's none on 'em can back down Jem Haworth." "No," said Ffrench suddenly, and unaccountably conscious of a weakness in himself and his position. He did not quite understand the man. His heat was a little confusing. This, he decided mentally, is his hobby. He sat and listened with real excitement as Haworth launched out more freely and with a stronger touch of braggadocio. He had set out in his own line, and he meant to follow it in spite of all the gentlemen manufacturers in England. He had asked help from none of them, and they had given him none. He'd brought up the trade, and he'd made money. There wasn't a bigger place in the country than Haworth's, nor a place that did the work it did. He'd have naught cheap, and he'd have no fancy prices. The chaps that worked for him knew their business, and knew they'd lose naught by sticking to it. They knew, too, they'd got a master who looked sharp after 'em, and stood no cheek nor no slack dodges. "I've got the best lot in the trade under me," he said. "I've got a young chap in the engine-room as knows more about machinery than half the top sawyers in England. By George, I wish I knew as much. He's a quiet chap, and he's young, but if he knew how to look a bit sharper after himself, he'd make his fortune. The trouble is, he's too quiet and a bit too much of a gentleman without knowing it. By George, he is a gentleman if he is not but Jem Haworth's engineer. He is proud of the fellow, thought Ffrench. Proud of him because he is a gentleman. He knows what's worth knowing, Haworth went on, and he keeps it to himself till the time comes to use it. He's a chap that keeps his mouth shut. He comes up to my house and reads my books. I've not been brought up to books myself, but there's none of 'em he can't tackle. He's welcome to use aught I've got. I'm not such a fool as to grudge him what all my brass won't buy me. I think I've heard of him, said Ffrench. You mean Murdoch? Aye, Haworth answered. I mean Murdoch, and there's not many chaps like him. He's the only one of the sort I ever run up against. I should like to see him, said Ffrench. My daughter saw him yesterday in one of the workmen's cottages, and, with a faint smile, he struck her as having rather the air of a radical. It was one of her feminine fancies. There was a moment's halt, and then Haworth made his reply as forcibly as ever. Radical be hanged, he said. He's got work o' his own to attend to. He's one of the kind as leaves the radicals alone. He's a straightforward chap that cares more for his books than aught else. I won't say, a trifle grudgingly, that he's not a bit too straight in some things. There was a halt again here, which Ffrench rather wondered at. Then Haworth spoke again, bluntly and yet lagging a little. I saw her, Miss Ffrench, myself yesterday. I was walking down the street when her carriage passed. Ffrench looked at him with an inward start. It was his turn to flush now. I think, he said, that she mentioned it to me. He appeared a trifle preoccupied for some minutes afterward, and when he roused himself, laughed and spoke nervously. The color did not die out of his face during the remainder of his visit, even after he had made the tour of the works and looked at the machinery, and given a good deal of information concerning the manner in which things were done on the continent. It was still there, and perhaps it deepened slightly as he spoke his parting words. Then, he said, we shall have the pleasure of seeing you at dinner tomorrow evening? Yes, Haworth answered. I'll be there. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 14. Nearly an accident. It was Rachel Ffrench who received her father's guest the following evening. Mr. Ffrench had been delayed in his return from town, and was still in his dressing-room. Accordingly, when Haworth was announced, the doors of the drawing-room being flung open, revealed to him the figure of his host's daughter alone. The room was long and stately, and after she had risen from her seat, it took Miss Ffrench some little time to make her way from one end to the other. Haworth had unconsciously halted after crossing the threshold, and it was not until she was halfway down the room that he bestirred himself to advance to meet her. He did not know why he had paused at first, and his sudden knowledge that he had done so roused him to a momentary savage anger. "Dang it," he said to himself, "why did I stand there like a fool?" The reason could not be explained briefly. His own house was a far more splendid affair than Ffrench's, and among his visitors from London and Manchester there were costumes far more gorgeous than that of Miss Ffrench. He was used to the flash of jewels and the gloss of brilliant colours. Miss Ffrench wore no ornaments at all, and her dark purple dress was simple and close clinging. A couple of paces from him she stopped and held out her hand. "My father will be glad to see you," she said. "He was unfortunately detained this evening by business. He will be downstairs in a few moments." His sense of being at a disadvantage, when after she had led him back to the fire they were seated, was overwhelming. A great heat rushed over him. The hush of the room, broken only by the light ticking of the clock, was misery. His eye travelled stealthily from the hem of her dark purple gown to the crowning waves of her fair hair, but he had not a word to utter. It made him feel almost brutal. "But the day'll come yet," he protested inwardly, feeling his weakness as he thought it, "when I'll hold my own. I've done it before, and I'll do it again." Miss Ffrench regarded him with a clear and direct gaze. She did not look away from him at all. She was not in the least embarrassed, and though she did not smile, the calmness of her face was quite as perfect in expression. "My father told me of his visit to your place," she said. "He interested me very much. I should like to see the works, if you admit visitors. I know nothing of such things." "Any time you choose to come," he answered. "I'll show you round, and be glad to do it. It's a pretty big place of the kind." He was glad she had chosen this subject. If she would only go on, it would not be so bad. He would be in his own groove, and she did go on. "I've seen very little of Broxton," she proceeded. "I spent a few weeks here before going abroad again with my father, and I cannot say I have been very fond of it. I do not like England, and on the continent one hears unpleasant things of English manufacturing towns. I think," smiling a little for the first time, "that one always associates them with strikes and squalid people." "There is not much danger of strikes here," he replied. "I give my chaps fair play, and let 'em know who's master." "But they have radical clubs," she said, "and talk politics and get angry when they are not sober. I've heard that much already." "They don't talk 'em in my place," he answered dogmatically. He was not quite sure whether it relieved him or not when Ffrench entered at this moment and interrupted them. He was more at his ease with Ffrench, and yet he felt himself at a disadvantage still. He scarcely knew how the night passed. A feverish unrest was upon him. Sometimes he hardly heard what his entertainer said, and Mr. Ffrench was in one of his most voluble and diffuse moods. He displayed his knowledge of trade and mechanics with gentlemanly ostentation. He talked of trades unions and the masters' difficulties. He introduced manufacturers' politics, and expatiated on continental weaknesses. He weighed the question of demand and supply, and touched on protective tariff. "Blast him," said Haworth, growing bitter mentally. "He thinks I'm up to naught else, and he's right." As her father talked, Miss Ffrench joined in, but seldom. She listened and looked on in a manner of which Haworth was conscious from first to last. The thought made its way into his mind, finally, that she looked on as if these matters did not touch her at all, and she was only faintly curious about them. Her eyes rested on him with a secret air of watchful interest. He met them more than once as he looked up, and she did not turn them away. He sat through it all, full of vengeful resentment, and was at once wretched and happy, in spite of it and himself. When at her father's request she played and sang, he sat apart moody, and yet full of clumsy rapture. He knew nothing of the music, but his passion found a tongue in it nevertheless. If she had played badly, he would have taken the lack of harmony for granted, but as she played well, he experienced a pleasure while he did not comprehend. When it was all over and he found himself out alone in the road in the dark, he was feverish still. "I don't seem to have made naught at the first sight," he said. Then he added with dogged exultation, "But I don't look for smooth sailing. I know enough for that. I've seen her and been nigh her, and that's worth setting down with a chap like me." At the end of the week a carriage drove up the gateway of the works, and Mr. Ffrench and his daughter descended from it. Mr. Ffrench was in the best of humours. He was in his element as he expatiated upon the size and appointments of the place. He had been expatiating upon them during the whole of the drive. On their being joined by Haworth himself, Miss Ffrench decided inwardly that here upon his own domain he was not so wholly objectionable as she had fancied at first, even that he was deserving of a certain degree of approval. Despite the signs of elated excitement, her quick eye detected at once that he was more at his ease. His big frame did not look out of place. He moved as if he was at home, and upon the whole his rough air of authority, and the promptness with which his commands were obeyed, did not displease her. "He is master," she said to herself. She was fond of power, and liked the evidence of it in others. She did not object to the looks of men, who were at work, cast upon her as she went from one department to another. Her beauty had never yet failed to command masculine homage from all ranks. The great black fellows at the furnaces exchanged comments as she passed. They would have paused in their work to look at her if they had dared. The object of their admiration bore it calmly. It neither confounded nor touched her. It did not move her at all. Mr. Ffrench commented, examined, and explained with delightful eloquence. "We are fortunate in timing our visit so well," he said to his daughter. "They are filling an immense order for the most important railroad in the country. On my honour, I would rather be at the head of such a gigantic establishment than sit on the throne of England. But where is this protégé of yours?" he said to Haworth at last. "I should like above all things to see him." "Murdoch," answered Haworth. "Oh, we're coming to him after a bit. He's in among the engines." When they reached the engine rooms, Haworth presented him with little ceremony, and explained the purpose of their visit. They wanted to see the engines, and he was the man to make the most of them. Mr. Ffrench's interest was awakened readily. The mechanic from Cumberland had been a pretentious ignoramus. The young man from Manchester had dropped his aspirates and worn loud plaids and flaming neckties. But this was a less objectionable form of genius. Mr. Ffrench began to ask questions and make himself agreeable, and in a short time was very well entertained indeed. Miss Ffrench listened with but slight demonstrations of interest. She did not understand the conversation which was being carried on between her father and Murdoch, and she made no pretence of doing so. "It is all very clear to them," she said to Haworth as they stood next to each other. "It's all clear enough to him," said Haworth, signifying Murdoch with a gesture, upon which Miss Ffrench smiled a little. She was not sensitive upon the subject of her father's hobbies, and the coarse frankness of the remark amused her. But notwithstanding her lack of interest, she drew nearer to the engine finally, and stood looking at it, feeling at once fascinated and unpleasantly overpowered by its heavy invariable motion. It was as she stood in this way a little later that Murdoch's glance fell upon her. The next instant, with the simultaneous cry of terror which broke from the others, he had thrown himself forward and dragged her back by main force, and among the thunderous wheels and rods and shafts there was slowly twisted and torn and ground into shreds a fragment of the delicate fabric of her dress. It was scarcely the work of a second. Her father staggered toward them, white and trembling. "Good God!" he cried. "Good God! What—" The words died upon his bloodless lips. She freed herself from Murdoch's grasp and stood upright. She did not look at him at all. She looked at her father and lightly brushed with her hand her sleeve at the wrist. Despite her pallor, it was difficult to realise that she only held herself erect by a terrible effort of self-control. "Why," she said, "why did he touch me in that manner?" Haworth uttered a smothered oath. Murdoch turned about and strode out of the room. He did not care to remain to hear the explanation. As he went out into the open air, a fellow workman passing by stopped to stare at him. "What's up with thee?" he asked. "Has there been punting Haworth o'er again?" The incident referred to being always remembered as a savoury and delectable piece of humour. Murdoch turned to him with a dazed look. "I," he stammered, We have very nearly had an accident, and went on his way without further explanation. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. Haworths by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 15. It would be a good thing. Exciting events were not so common in Broxton and its vicinity that this one could remain in the background. It furnished a topic of conversation for the dinner and tea tables of every family within 10 miles of the place. On Murdoch's next visit to the Briarleys, Granny Dixon insisted on having the matter explained for the 40th time, and she was manifestly disgusted by the lack of dramatic incident connected with it. "I seed her dress catch at the wheel and dragged her back," she shouted. "Was there naught else? Did she swoon away or nothing?" "No," he answered. "She did not know what had happened at first." Granny Dixon gave him a shrewd glance of examination, then favoured him with a confidential remark presented at the top of her voice. "I couldn't abide her," she said. "What did Mr. Ffrench say to thee?" asked Janey. "Dost thou think he'll give thee out for it?" "No," answered Murdoch. "He won't do that." "He ought to," said Janey fretfully, "and thou ought to take it if he does. Thou dost not think enow of the money and the like. You'll never get on top of the world if you make light of money and let it slip by you." Floxam had told the story somewhat surlily to his friends, and his friends had retailed it over their beer, and the particulars had thus become common property. "What did she say?" Floxam had remarked at the first relation. "She said nought, that's what she said. She did not quite make the thing out at first, and she stood there brushing the black off her sleeve, happen." Sardonically. She did not like the notion of a working chap catching hold on her without apologising. Haworth asked Murdoch to spend an evening with him, and sat moody and silent through the greater part of it. At last he said, "You think you've been devilishly bad treated," he said, "but by the Lord, I wish I was in your place." "You wish?" repeated Murdoch. "That you were in my place? I didn't know that it's a particularly pleasant place to be in." Haworth leaned forward upon the table and stared across at him gloomily. "Look here," he said. "You know naught about her. She's hard to get at. But she'll remember what's happened. Cool as she took it. She'll remember it." "I don't want her to remember it," returned Murdoch. "Why should it matter? It's a thing of yesterday. It was nothing but chance. Let it go." "Confound it," said Haworth, with a restive moroseness. "I tell you I'd wish I'd been in your place, at twice the risk." The same day Mr. Ffrench had made a visit to the works, for the purpose of setting his mind at rest and expressing his gratitude in a graceful manner. In fact, he was rather glad of the opportunity to present himself upon the ground so soon again. But on confronting the hero of the hour, he found that somehow the affair dwindled and assumed an altogether incidental and unheroic aspect. His rather high-flown phrases modified themselves and took a different tone. "He's either very reserved or very shy," he said afterward to his daughter. "It's not easy to reach him at the outset. There seems to be a lack of enthusiasm about him, so to speak." "Will he come to the house?" asked Miss Ffrench. "Oh, yes, I suppose he will come, but it was very plain that he would rather have stayed away. He had too much good taste to refuse point-blank to let you speak to him." "Good taste?" repeated Miss Ffrench. Her father turned upon her with manifest irritation. "Good taste?" he repeated petulantly. "Cannot you see that the poor fellow is a gentleman? I wish you would show less of this nonsensical caste prejudice, Rachel." "I suppose one necessarily dispenses with a good deal of it in a place like this," she answered. "In making friends with Mr. Haworth, for instance." Mr. Ffrench drew nearer to her and rested his elbow upon the mantel, with a rather embarrassed expression. "I wish you to behave well to Haworth," he said, faltering. "A great deal may depend upon it." She looked up at him, lifting her eyes in a serene glance. "Do you want to go into the iron trade?" she asked relentlessly. He blushed scarlet, but she did not move her eyes from his face on that account. What Haworth needs," he stammered, "is a man of education to assist him. A man who had studied the scientific features of things might suggest valuable ideas to him. There's an immense field open to a rich, enterprising fellow such as he is, a man who is fearless and who has the means to carry out his ventures." "You mean a man who will try to do new things," she remarked. "Do you think he would?" "The trouble has been," floundering more hopelessly than ever, "that his lack of cultivation has forced him to act in a single groove. If he had a partner who knew the ropes, so to speak, his business would be doubled, trebled." She repeated aloud one of his words. "A partner," she said. He ran his hand through his hair and stared at her, wishing that he could think of something decided to say. "Does he know you would like to be his partner?" she asked next. No," he faltered. "Not exactly." She sat a moment looking at the fire. "I do not believe he would do it," she said at last. "He is too proud of having done everything single-handed." Then she looked at her father again. "If he would," she said, "and there were no rash ventures made, it would be a good thing." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. Haworths by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 16. A poor chap as Allus in trouble. "It was nothing but a chance after all," Murdoch said to Miss Ffrench, just as he had said to Haworth. "It happened that I was the first to see the danger." She stood opposite to him upon the hearth in her father's house. Neither of them had sat down. She rested her arm upon the low mantel and played with a flower she held in her hand. She looked at the flower as she made the reply. "You think of it very lightly," she said, with a rather cold deliberateness. He did not regard her furtively as Haworth had done. Raising her eyes suddenly after she had said this, she met his, which were fixed upon her. "No," he answered, "not lightly at all. It was a horrible thing. I shall never forget it." She shuddered. "Nor I," she said. Then she added, rather in the tone of one reluctantly making a confession, "I have not slept easily through one night since." "That is very natural," he returned, "but the feeling will wear away." He would have left her then, but she stopped him with a gesture. "Wait a moment," she said. "There is something else." He paused as she bade him. A slight colour rose to her cheek. "When I spoke," she said, "I did not understand at all what had happened, not at all. I was stunned and angry. I thought that if I was too near you, you might have spoken instead of doing as you did." Then with studied coldness, and meeting his gaze fully, "It would have been a vile thing to have said if I had understood." "Yes," he answered, "it would have been a vile thing if you had understood, but you did not, and I realized that when I had time to think over it coolly." "Then at first," she put to him, "it made you angry?" "Yes. I had to run some risk, you know, and had had the luck to save your life." The interview ended here, and it was some time before they met again. But Murdoch heard of her often, so often indeed that she was kept pretty constantly before him. He heard of her from Haworth, from the Briarleys, from numberless sources indeed. It became her caprice to make a kind of study of the people around her, and to find entertainment in it. When she drove through the streets of the little town, past the workmen's cottages and the works themselves, she was stared at and commented upon. Her beauty, her dress, her manners roused the beholders either to a lavish or grudging acknowledgment. Dirty children sometimes followed her carriage, and on its stopping at any point a small crowd gathered about it. "She's been here again!" shouted Granny Dixon one evening, as Murdoch took a seat near her chair. "Who?" he asked. "Her! That lass of French's! The one I can't abide! She makes out she's taken a fancy to our Janey. I dunnot believe her!" At a louder pitch and with vigorous nods. "That nasty-tempered out-body!" cried Mrs. Briarley, sotto voce. "Get out with thee!" "What art thou saying?" demanded her guest. "Dunnot tell me that were saying nowt. I saw thee." "I was saying it were a bad day for the wash," faltered the criminal, "and for them as had rheumatiz. How's thine, missus?" "That telling a lie," was the rejoinder. "Thou wert saying somewhat ill of me. I caught thee at it." Then going back to the subject and turning to Murdoch. "I dunnot believe her. She cares nowt for nowt at the top of the earth but hersen. She sat here to-day getting themselves to make fools of themselves, because it happened to suit her. She's gotten nowt better to do, and she wants to pass of the time. If there is nowt else at the back of it, she's Will Ffrench all over again. She cannot make a fool of me." "He made full enough of thee in his day," commented Mrs. Briarley, cautiously. Granny Dixon favoured her with a sharper glance than before. "That's saying something ill again," she crowed. "Hold thy tongue." "Aye," whimpered the poor woman. "A body dare not say that soul's their own when who's about. Who's that sharp and unfarrant?" A few minutes after, Briarley came in. Janey piloted him, and he entered with a smile at once apologetic and encouraging. "He were there," said Janey, "but he hadna had nowt." Briarley sidled forward and seated himself upon the edge of his chair. His smile broadened steadily, but he was in a tremendous minority. Granny Dixon transfixed him with her baleful eye, and under its influence the smile was graduated from exhilarated friendliness to gravity, from gravity to gentle melancholy, from melancholy to deepest gloom. But at this stage a happy thought struck him, and he beamed again. How art thou doing, missus?" he quavered. "I hope thou art making thysen comfortable." The reception this polite anxiety met was not encouraging. Granny Dixon's eye assumed an expression still more baleful. "Thou'st been at it again!" she shouted. "Thou'st been at it again! Thou'll ne'er get none of my brass to spend at the alehouse, make sure of that!" Mr. Briarley turned his attention to the fire again. Melancholy was upon the point of marking him for her own, when the most delicate of tact came to his rescue. "It is na thy brass we want, missus," he proclaimed. It's thy company," and then clenched the matter by adding still more feebly, "Aye, to be sure, it's thy company. Is not it, Sararann?" Aye," faltered Mrs. Briarley. "To be sure." "It's nowt o' the sort," answered Granny Dixon, in the tone of the last trump, "and dunnot ye threep me down as it is." Mr. Briarley's countenance fell. Mrs. Briarley shed a few natural tears under cover of the baby. Discretion and delicacy forbade either to retort. Their venerable guest, having badgered them into submission, glared at the fire with the air of one who detected its feeble cunning and defied it. It was Mr. Briarley who first attempted to recover cheerfulness. "Thou'st had quality to see thee, Sararann," he ventured. "How Jane told me." "Aye," answered Mrs. Briarley tearfully. Mr. Briarley fell into indiscreet reverie. "The chap as gets her," he said. "I got a handsome lass. I would not mind," modestly, "I would not mind being in his shoes mysen." Mrs. Briarley's smothered wrongs broke forth. "Thee!" she cried out. "Thou brazen knout! I wonder thou shan't o' thy face talking of that rude about lady before thy own wife. I wonder thou art not shamed." Mr. Briarley's courage forsook him. He sought refuge in submissive penitence, almost lachrymose. "I did not mean nowt, Sararann," he protested weakly. "It were a slip of the tongue, lass. I'm not the build as a young woman o' that sort 'ud be like to tak up with thee." "You were good enough for me once," replied Mrs. Briarley sharply, "and noison you are setting your wedded wife below other people, as if she were dirt." "Aye, Sararann, the criminal faltered. "I were good enough for you, but you—" At this point he dropped his head upon his hand, shaking it in mournful contrition. "I'm a poor chap," he said. "I'm nowt but a poor chap, as is allus in trouble. I'm not the man you ought to ha' had, Sararann." "Nay," retorted Miss Briarley, "thou art not, and it's a pity thou did not find that there out 13 year ago." Mr. Briarley shook his head, with a still deeper depression. "Aye, Sararann," he answered. "Seems like it is." He did not recover himself until Murdoch took his departure, and then he followed him deprecatingly to the door. "Does thou think," he asked, "as that there's true?" "That what is true?" "That there the chaps has been talking o'er." "I don't know," answered Murdoch. "What have they been talking over?" "Like they're getting it going among 'em as Haworth's going to tack Ffrench in partner." Murdoch looked up the road for a few seconds before he replied. He was thinking over the events of the past week. "I do not think it's true," he said after a pause. "I don't think it can be. Haworth's not the man to do it." But the idea was such a startling one, presented in this form, that it gave him a kind of shock, and as he went on his way naturally thinking over the matter, he derived some consolation from repeating aloud his last words. "No, it's not likely. Haworth is not the man to do it." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Renae, April 23rd, 2020. But at last it was evident that the acquaintance between Haworth and Ffrench had advanced with great rapidity. Ffrench appeared at the works, on an average, 3 or 4 times a week, and it had become a common affair for Haworth to spend an evening with him and his daughter. He was more comfortable in his position of guest in these days. Custom had given him greater ease and self-possession. After 2 visits he had begun to give himself up to the feverish enjoyment of the hour. His glances were no longer furtive and embarrassed. At times he reached a desperate boldness. "There's something about her," he said to Murdoch, "that draws a fellow on and holds him off at both the same time. Sometimes I nigh lose my head when I'm with her." He was moody and resentful at times, but he went again and again and held his own after a manner. On the occasion of the first dinner Mr. Ffrench gave to his old friends, so no small excitement was created by Haworth's presence among the guests. The first man who, entering the room with his wife and daughters, caught sight of his brawny frame and rather dogged face, faltered and grew nervous, and would have turned back if he possessed the courage to be the first to protest. Everybody else lacked the same courage, it appeared, for nobody did protest openly, though there were comments enough made in private, and as much coldness of manner as good breeding would allow. Miss Ffrench herself was neither depressed nor ill at ease. It was reluctantly admitted that she had never appeared to be at greater advantage, nor in better spirits. Before the evening was half over, it was evident to all that she was not resenting the presence of her father's new-found friend. She listened to his attempts at conversation with a tentative and suave little smile. If she was amusing herself at his expense, she was at the same time amusing herself at the expense of those who looked on, and was delicately defying their opinion. Jem Haworth went home that night excited and exultant. He lay awake through the night, and went down to the works early. "I didn't get the worst of it, after all," he said to Murdoch. "Let 'em grin and start if they will. Them laughs that wins. She never was handsome in her life as she was last night, and she never treated me as well. She never says much. She only lets a fellow come nigh and talk, but she treated me well, in her way. I'm going to send for my mother," he said afterward, somewhat shamefacedly. "I'm going to begin a straight life. I want not to stand agin me, and if she's here, they'll come to see her. I want all the chances I can get." He wrote the letter to his mother the same day. "The old lady will be glad enough to come," he said, when he had finished it. "The finery about her will trouble her a bit at first, but she'll get over it." His day's work was over. Murdoch did not return home at once. His restless habit of taking long rambles across the country had asserted itself with unusual strength of late. He spent little time in the house. Tonight he was later than usual. He came in fagged and mud-splashed. Christian was leaving the room as he entered it, but she stopped with her hand upon the door. "We have had visitors," she said. "Who?" he asked. "Mr. Ffrench and his daughter. Mr. Ffrench wanted to see you. She did not come in, but sat in the carriage outside." She shut the door and came back to the hearth. "She despises us all," she said. "She despises us all." He had flung himself into a chair and lay back, clasping his hands behind his head and looking gloomily before him. "Sometimes I think she does," he said. "But what of that?" She answered without looking at him. "To be sure," she said. "What of that?" After a little, she spoke again. "There is something I have thought of saying to you," she said. "It is this. I am happier here than I ever was before." "I am very glad," he answered. "I never thought of being happy," she went on, "or like other women in anything. I was different." She said the words with perfect coldness. "I was different." "Different?" he echoed absently, and then checked himself. "Don't say that," he said. "Don't think it. It won't do. Why shouldn't you be as good and happy as any woman who ever lived?" She remained silent, but her silence only stirred him afresh. "It's a bad beginning," he said. "I know it because I have tried it. I have said to myself that I was different from other men, too." He ended with an impatient movement and a sound half like a groan. "Here I am," he cried, "telling myself it is better to battle against the strongest feeling of my life because I am different, because there is a kind of taint in my blood. I don't begin as other men do by hoping. I begin by despairing, and yet I can't give up. How it will end, God knows." "I understand you better than you think," she said. Something in her voice startled him. "What?" he exclaimed. "Has my mother—" He stopped and gazed at her, wondering. Some powerful emotion he could not comprehend expressed itself in her face. "She does not speak of it often," she said. "She thinks of it always." "Yes," he answered, "I know that. She is afraid. She is haunted by her dread of it." And, his voice dropping, "So am I." He felt it almost unnatural that he should speak so freely. He had found it rather difficult to accustom himself to her presence in the house, and sometimes he had even been repelled by it. And yet, just at this moment, he felt somehow as if they stood upon the same platform and were near each other. "It will break loose some day," he cried, "and the day is not far off. I shall run the risk and either win or lose. I fight hard for every day of dull quiet I gain. When I look back over the past, I feel that perhaps I am holding a chained devil, but when I look forward I forget, and doubt seems folly. In your place," she said, "I would risk my life upon it." The passion in her voice amazed him. He comprehended even less clearly than before. "I know what it has cost," she said. "No one better. I am afraid to pass the door of the room where it lies, in the dark. It is like a dead thing, always there. Sometimes I fancy it is not alone, and that the door might open and show me someone with it." "What do you mean?" he said. "You speak as if you would not understand if I should tell you." She answered a little bitterly. "We are not very good friends. Perhaps we never shall be. But I will tell you this again, that in your place I would never give it up. Never. I'd be true to him, if all the world were against me." She went away, and shortly afterward he left the room himself, intending to go upstairs. As he reached the bottom of the staircase, a light from above fell upon his face and caused him to raise it. The narrow passage itself was dark, but on the topmost stair his mother stood, holding a lamp whose light struck him. She did not advance, but waited as he came upward, looked down at him, not speaking. Then they passed each other, going their separate ways. The next day, Ffrench appeared in the engine-room itself. He had come to see Murdoch, and having seen him went away in most excellent humour. "What's he after?" inquired Fawkes when he was gone. "He wants me at his house," said Murdoch. "He needs my opinion in some matter." He went to the house the same evening, and gave his opinion upon the matter in question, and upon several others also. In fact, Mr. Ffrench took possession of him as he had taken possession of the young man from Manchester and the Cumberland mechanic, though in his case he had different metal to work upon. He was amiable, generous, and talkative. He exhibited his minerals, his plans for improved factories and workmen's dwelling houses, his little collection of models which had proved impracticable, and his books on mechanics and manufactures. He was as generous as Haworth himself in the matter of the library. It was as his visitor surface whenever he chose. As they talked, Rachel Ffrench remained in the room. During the evening she went to the piano and, sitting down, played and sung softly, as if no other ears than her own. Once, on her own father's leaving the room, she turned and spoke to Murdoch. "You were right in saying I should outlive my terror of what happened to me," she said. "It is almost entirely worn away." "I am glad," he answered. She held in her belt a flower like the one which had attracted Granny Dixon's attention. As she crossed the room shortly afterward, it fell upon the floor. She picked it up, but, instead of replacing it, laid it carelessly upon the table at Murdoch's side. After he had risen from the chair, when on the point of leaving, he stood near their table and almost unconsciously took the flower up, and when he went out of the house he held it in his fingers. The night was dark, and his mood was preoccupied. He scarcely thought of the past before him at all, and on passing through the gate he came, without any warning, upon a figure standing before it. He drew back, and would have spoken had he been given the time. "Hush," said Hosworth's voice. "It's me, lad." "What are you doing here?" asked Murdoch. "Are you going in?" "No," surlily, "I'm not." Murdoch said no more. Haworth turned with him and strode along by his side, but he got over his ill temper sufficiently to speak after a few minutes. "It's the old tale," he said. "I'm making a fool of myself. I can't keep away. I was there last night, and tonight the fit came upon me so strong that I was bound to go. When I got there, I'd had time to think it over, and I couldn't make my mind to go in. I knew I'd better give her a rest. What did Ffrench want of you?" Murdoch explained. "Did you see her?" "Yes." "Well," restlessly, "have you naught to say about her?" "No," coldly. "What should I have to say about her? It's no business of mine to talk her over." "You'd talk her over if you were in my place," said Hodsworth. "You'd be glad to do it. You'd think of her night and day, and grow hot and cold at the thought of her. You don't know her as I do. If you did—" They had reached the turn of the lane, and the light of the lamp which stood there fell upon them. Haworth broke his words, and stopped under the blaze. Murdoch saw his face darken with bitter passion. "Curse you," he said. "Where did you get it?" Without comprehending him, Murdoch looked down at his own hand at which the man was pointing, and saw in it the flower he had forgotten he held. "This?" he said, and though he did not know why, the blood leaped to his face. "Aye," said Haworth. "You well know what I mean. Where did you get it? Do you think I don't know the look on it?" "You may, or you may not," answered Murdoch. "That is nothing to me. I took it up without thinking of it. If I had thought of it, I should have left it where it was. I have no right to it, nor you either." Haworth drew near to him. "Give it here," he demanded hoarsely. They stood and looked each other in the eye. Externally, Murdoch was the calmer of the two, but he held in check a fiercer heat that he had felt for many a day. "No," he answered, "not I. Think over what you are doing. You will not like to remember it tomorrow. It is not mine to give, nor yours to take. I have done with my share of it. There it is." They crushed it in his hand and flung it, exhaling its fragrance, upon the ground, then turned and went his way. He had not intended to glance backward, but he was not as strong as he thought. He did look backward before he had gone 10 yards, and doing so, saw Haworth bending down and gathering the bruised petals from the earth. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Elizabeth Renae. April 23rd, 2020.
Chapter 18 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 18. Haworth Co. The next day, when he descended from his gig at the gates, instead of going to his office, Haworth went to the engine room. "Leave your work a bit and come into my place," he said to Murdoch. "I want you." His tone was off-hand but not ill-humoured. There was a hint of embarrassment in it. Murdoch followed him without any words. Having led the way into his office, Haworth shut the door and faced him. "Can thou guess what I want?" he demanded. "No," Murdoch answered. "Well, it's easy told. You said I'd be cooler today, and I am. A night gives a man time to face a thing straight. I'd been making a fool of myself before you came up, but I made a bigger fool of myself afterward. There's the end on it." "I suppose," said Murdoch, "that it was natural enough you should look at the thing differently just then. Perhaps I made a fool of myself too." "You?" said Haworth roughly. "You were cool, you know." Later Ffrench came in and spent an hour with him, and after his departure Haworth made the rounds of the place, in one of the worst of his moods. "Aye," said Floxam to his companion, "that's Allus the road when he shows his'n." The same day Janey Briarley presented herself to Mr. Ffrench's housekeeper with a message from her mother. Having delivered the message, she was on her way from the housekeeper's room when Miss Ffrench, who sat in the drawing-room, spoke through the open door to the servant. "If that is the child," she said, "bring her here to me." Janey entered the great room, awe-stricken and overpowered by its grandeur. Miss Ffrench, who sat near the fire, addressed her, turning her head over her shoulder. "Come here," she commanded. Janey advanced with something approaching tremor. Miss Ffrench was awe-inspiring anywhere, but Miss Ffrench amid the marvels of her own drawing-room, leaning back in her chair and regarding her confusion with a suggestion of friendly notice, was terrible. "Sit down," she said, "and talk to me." But here the practical mind rebelled and asserted itself in spite of abasement of spirit. "I haven't gotten nowt to talk about," said Janey stoutly. "What mun I say?" "Anything you like," responded Miss Ffrench. "I am not particular. There's a chair." Janey seated herself in it. It was a large one, in which her small form was lost. Her parcel was a big one, but Miss Ffrench did not tell her to put it down, so she held it on her knee and was almost hidden behind it, presenting somewhat the appearance of a huge newspaper package, clasped by arms and surmounted by a small sharp face and an immense bonnet, with a curious appendage of short legs and big shoes. "I dunnot see," the girl was saying mentally, and with some distaste for her position, "what she wants with me." But as she stared over the top of her parcel, she gradually softened. The child found Miss Ffrench well worth looking at. "Ee," she announced with admiring candour. "Ee, but thou art handsome." "Am I?" said Rachel Ffrench. "Thank you." "Aye," answered Janey, "thou art. I never seed no lady like thee before, let alone a young woman. I've said so many a time to Mr. Murdoch." "Have you?" "Aye, I'm allus talking to him about thee." "That's kind," said Rachel Ffrench. "I dare say he enjoys it." "Who is he?" "Him?" exclaimed Janey. "Doesna thou know him? Him as was at our house the day you come in the first time. Him as dragged thee out the engine." "Oh," said Miss Ffrench, "the engineer." "Aye," in a tone of some discomfiture. "He's an engineer, but he is now the common working sort. Granny Dixon says he's getting gentlefolk's ways." "I should think," remarked Miss Ffrench, "that Mrs. Dixon knew." "Aye, she's used to gentlefolk. They've taken notice on her i' her young days. She knowed thy grandfather." "She gave me to understand as much," responded Miss Ffrench, smiling at the recollection this brought to her mind. "You see, mother and me thinks a deal of Mester Murdoch, because he is nae one o' the drinking sort," proceeded Janey. "He's steady kind, and he's fond of books and the like. He doesna make much of his trade, but he knows more than you'd think for, to look at him." "That is good news," said Miss Ffrench cheerfully. Janey rested her chin upon her parcel, warming to the subject. "I shouldna wonder if he getting to be a rich man some of these days," she went on. "He's getting the makings on it in him. If he has luck, and looks sharp about him, I often tell him he mun look sharp." She became so communicative, indeed, that Miss Ffrench found herself well entertained. She heard the details of Haworth's history, the reports of his prosperity and growing wealth, the comments his hands had made upon herself, and much interesting news concerning the religious condition of Broxton and the chapel. It was growing dusk when the interview ended, and when she went away Janey carried an additional bundle. "Does the Allus dress i' this road?" she had asked her hostess, and the question suggested to Miss Ffrench a whimsical idea. She took the child upstairs and gave her maid orders to produce all the cast-off finery she could find, and then stood by and looked on as Janey made her choice. "She stood there laughing while I picked things out," said Janey afterwards. "I dunnot know what she were laughing at. You never know what she's making game on you or not." "I do not see as they were out to laugh at," said Mrs. Briarley indignantly. "Nay," said Janey, "nor me neither. But she doesna laugh when there's out to laugh at. That's the queer part of it. She said as I could have more things when I come again. I wouldna go if it were nae for that." Even his hands found out at this time that Haworth was ill at ease. His worst side showed himself in his intercourse with them. He was overbearing and difficult to please. He found fault and lost temper over trifles, and showed a restless, angry desire to assert himself. "I'll show you who's master here, my lads," he would say. "I'll have no dodges. It's Haworth that's the head of this concern. Whoever comes in or out, this here's Haworth's. Clap that in your pipes and smoke it." "Summat's up," said Floxam. "Summat's up, mark you that." Murdoch looked on with no inconsiderable anxiety. The intercourse between himself and Haworth had been broken in upon. It had received its first check months before, and in these days neither was in the exact mood for a renewal of it. Haworth wore a forbidding air. His rough good fellowship was a thing of the past. He made no more boisterous jokes, no more loud boasts. At times his silence was almost morose. He was not over-civil even to Ffrench, who came oftener than ever, and whose manner was cheerful to buoyancy. Matters had remained in this condition for a couple of months, when on his way home late one night, Murdoch's attention was arrested by a light burning in the room used by the master of the works as his office. He stopped in the road to look up at it. He could scarcely at first believe the evidence of his senses. The place had been closed and locked hours before, when Haworth had left it with Ffrench, with whom he was to dine. It was nearly midnight, and certainly an unlawful hour for such a light to show itself, but there it burned steadily amid the darkness of the night. It doesn't seem likely that those who had reason to conceal themselves would set a light blazing, Murdoch thought, but if there's mischief at work there's no time to waste. There was only one thing to do, and he did it, making the best of his way to the spot. The gate was thrown open, and the door of entrance yielded to his hand. Inside the darkness was profound, but when he found the passage leading to Haworth's room, he saw that the door was ajar and that the light still burned. On reaching this door he stopped short. There was no need to go in. It was Haworth himself who was in the room. Haworth, who lay with arms folded on the table, and his head resting upon them. Murdoch turned away, and as he did so, the man heard him for the first time. He lifted his head and looked round. "Who's there?" he demanded. There was no help for it. Murdoch pushed the door open and stood before him. "Murdoch," he said, "I saw the light and it brought me up." Haworth gave him a grudging look. "Come in," he said. "Do you want me?" Murdoch asked. "Aye," he answered dully. "I think I do." Murdoch stood and looked at him. He did not sit down. A mysterious sense of embarrassment held him in check. "What is wrong?" he asked in a lowered voice. He hardly knew it for his own. "Wrong?" echoed Haworth. "Naught. I've been taking leave of the place, that's all." "You've been doing what?" said Murdoch. "Taking leave of the place. I've given it up." His visitor uttered a passionate ejaculation. "You are mad," he said. "Aye, bitterly, mad enough." The next instant a strange sound burst from him, a terrible sound, forced back at its birth. His struggle to suppress it shook him from head to foot. His hands clinched themselves as if they were a vice. Murdoch turned aside. When it was over, and the man raised his face, he was trembling still, and white with a kind of raging shame. "Blast you," he cried. "If there's ever aught in your face that minds me of this, I'll kill you." This Murdoch did not answer at all. There was enough to say. "You are going to share it with Ffrench," he said. "Aye, with that fool. He's been at me from the start. Naught would do him, but he must have his try at it. Let him. He shall play second fiddle by the Lord Harry." He began plucking at some torn scraps of paper, and did not let them rest while he spoke. "I've been over at place from top to bottom," he said. "I held out until tonight. Tonight I give in, and as soon as I left 'em I came here. 10 minutes after it was done, I'd have undone it if I could. I'd have undone it. But it's done, and there's an end on it." He threw the scraps of paper aside and clenched his hand, speaking through his teeth. "She's never given me a word to hang on," he said, "and I've done it for her. I've give up what I worked for and boasted on, just to be brought nigher to her. She knows I've done it. She knows it, though she's never owned it by a look, and I'll make that enough." "If you make your way with her," said Murdoch, "you have earned all you won." "Aye," was the grim answer, "I've earned it." And soon after the light in the window went out, and they parted outside and went their separate ways in the dark. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Holsworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Renae, April 27th, 2020. Holsworth by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 19. Before the week's end, all Broxton had heard the news. In the works before and after working hours, groups gathered together to talk it over. Haworth was going to talk French and partner. It was hard to believe it, and the general opinion expressed was neither favourable nor complimentary. "Haworth and Ffrench," said Floxham in a sarcastic mood. "Haworth Co, and a nice chap Co is to the high place. We had no patent, Silver Mountain back action, puddlin' rakes after afore long, lads, if Co gets his way." Upon the occasion of the installation of his new partner, however, there was a natural tendency to not that the ceremony in question was attended with any special manifestation on the part of the individuals most concerned. French's appearance at the works was in chief feature, but the day's labour being at an end, several gentlemen, engaged in the various departments, scorning to neglect an opportunity, retired to the Who'd Ha Thowt It, and promptly rendered themselves insensible through the medium of beer, assisted by patriotic and somewhat involved speeches. Mr. Briarley, returning to the bosom of his family of a late hour, sat down by his fireside and wept copiously. "I'm a poor chap, Sararann," he remarked. "I shall never get took in partner by nobody. I'm not in luck some, and I never were, 'ceptin' when I get in thee. If tha'd keep thy nose out o' the beer mug, they'd do well enough," said Miss Briarley. But this did not dispel Mr. Briarley's despondency. He only wept afresh. "Nay, Sararann," he said, "it is not beer, it's misfortune. I less were misfortunate, exceptin' when I get in thee. Things is in a bad way," he proceeded afterward. "Things is a bad way. I never said them. I the leet till I heard Foxy Gibbs make his speech tonight. The more beer he gettin', the eloquenter he were. There'll be trouble with the backbone and sinew if there is no summit done." "What art thou drivin' at?" fretted his wife. "I canna make no sense out of thee." "Canna tha?" he responded. "Canna thee, Sararann? Well, I do not wonder. It were a good bit before I straightened it out mysen. Happen I had not getten things as they might out be yet. There were a great deal o' talk and a good deal o' beer, and as the men had been unfortunate, is like to be slow. After which he fell into deep and untroubled slumber, and it found impossible to rouse them. He spent the remainder of the night in Granny Dixon's chair by the fire, occasionally startling the echoes of the silent room by a loud and encouraging "ear, ear." During the following 2 weeks, Halsworth did not go to Ffrench. He spent his nights at his own house in dull and sullen mood. At the works he kept his word as regarded Ffrench. The gentleman's lines had scarcely fallen in pleasant faces. His partner was gruff and authoritative, and it not given enthusiasm. There were times when only his good breeding preserved his outward smoothness of affairs. "But," he said to his daughter, "one does not accept good manners of a man like that. They are not his forte." At the end of the 2 weeks, there came one afternoon a message to Haworth in his room. Murdoch was with him when it arrived. He read it, and crushing it in his hand, threw it into the fire. "They're a nice lot," he said with a short laugh, "coming down on a fellow like that." Then an oath broke from him. "I'll give up 2 or 3 things," he said, "and they're among 'em. It's the last time," and he took down his overcoat and began to put it on. "Tell him," he said to Murdoch as he went out, "tell him I'm gone home, and I shan't be back till morning. Keep the rest to yourself." He went on, shutting the door with a bang. Murdoch stood at the window and watched him drive away in his gig. He was scarcely out of sight before a carriage appeared, moving at a very moderate pace. It was a bright though cold day, and the top of the carriage was thrown back, giving the occupant the benefit of the sunshine. The occupant in question was Rachel Ffrench, who looked up and bestowed upon the figure at the window a slight gesture of recognition. Murdoch turned away with an impatient movement after she had passed. "Pooh," he said angrily, "he's a fool." By midnight of the same day, Haworth had had time to forget half of his scruples. He had said to his neighbours what he had said to Murdoch, with his usual frankness. "It's the last time. We've done with each other after this, you know. It's the last time. Make the most on it." There was a kind of desperate exultation in his humour. If he had dared, he would have liked to fling aside every barrier of restraint and show himself as his worst, defying the world. But fear held him in check as nothing else would have done, an abject fear of consequences. By midnight, the festivities were at their height. He himself was boisterous with wine and excitement. He had stood up at the head of the table and made a blatant speech and roared a loud song, and had been laughed at and applauded. "Make the most on it," he kept saying. "It'll be over by cock-crow. It'd be a bit like a chap's funeral." He had just seated himself after this, and was pouring out a great glass of wine, when a servant entered the room and spoke to him in a low tone. "A lady, sir, has come in a cab," and then the door opened again, and everyone turned to look at the woman who stood upon the threshold. She was a small woman, dressed in plain country fashion. She had white hair and a fresh bloom on her cheeks, and her eyes were bright with timorous excitement and joy. "Jem," she faltered, "it's me, my dear." Haworth stared at her as if stunned. At first his brain was not clear enough to take in the meaning of her presence, but as she approached him and laid her basket down and shook his hand, the truth revealed itself to him. "It's me, my dear," she repeated. "According to promise, I didn't know you had company." She turned to those who sat by the table and made a little rough curtsy. A dead calm seemed to take possession of one and all. They did not glance at each other, but looked at her as she stood by Halsworth, holding his hand and waiting for him to kiss her. "He's so took by surprise," she said. "He doesn't know what to say. He wasn't expecting me so soon," laughing proudly. "That's it. I'm his mother, ladies and gentlemen." Haworth made a sign to the servant who waited. "Bring a plate here," he said. "She'll sit down with us." The order was obeyed, and she sat down at his right hand, fluttered and beaming. "You're very good not to mind me," she said. "I didn't think of there being company, and gentry, too." She turned to a brightly dressed girl at her side and spoke to her. "He's my only son, miss, and me a widder, and he's allers been just what you have seen him now. He was good from the time he was an infant. He's been a pride and a comfort to me ever since the day he was born." The girl stared at her with a look which was almost a look of fear. She answered her in a hushed voice. "Yes, ma'am," she said. "Yes, miss, happily. There's not many mothers as can say what I can. He's never been ashamed of me, hasn't Jem? If I'd been a lady born, He couldn't have showed me more respect than he has, nor been more kinder." The girl did not answer this time. She looked down at her plate, and her hand trembled as she pretended to occupy herself with the fruit upon it. Then she stole a glance at the rest, a glance at once guilty and defiant of the smile she expected to see. But the smile was not there. The only smile to be seen was upon the face of the little countrywoman, who regarded them all with innocent reverence, and was in such bright good spirits that she did not even notice their silence. "I've had a long journey," she said, "and I've been pretty flustered, though not bein' used to travel. I don't know how I'd have bore up at first, being flustered so. If it hadn't been for everybody being so good to me, I'd mention my son when I had to ask anything, and they'd smile as good-natured as could be, and tell me in a minute." The multiplicity of new dishes and rare wine bewildered her, but she sat through the repast simple and unabashed. "There's some as wouldn't like me being so ignorant," she said, "but Jem doesn't mind." The subject of her son's virtues was an inexhaustible one. The silence about her only gave her courage and eloquence. His childish strength and precocity, his bravery, his good temper, his generous ways were her themes. "He came to me in time of trouble," she said, "and he made it lighter, and he's been making it lighter ever since. Who'd have thought that a simple body like me would ever had a grand home like this? I'd earned and bought by my own son? I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen," looking round with happy tears. "I didn't go do it, and there's no reason for it, except me being a little taken by surprise, though not being exactly prepared for such a grand place and gentlefolk company, as is so good and understands a mother's feelings." When the repast was at an end, she got up and made her little curtsy to them all again. If the gentlefolk would excuse her, she would bid them good night. She was tired, and not used to late hours. To the girl who had sat at her side she gave an admiring smile of farewell. "You're very pretty, my dear," she said, "if I may take liberty, being an old woman. Good night, God bless you." When she was gone, the girl lay forward, her face hidden upon her arms on the table. For a few seconds no one spoke. Then Haworth looked up from his plate, on which he had kept his eyes fixed, and broke the stillness. "If there'd been a fellow among you that had dared to show his teeth," he said, "I'd have wrung his cursed neck." End of Chapter 19. Recording by Elizabeth Renae, April 27th, 2020.
Chapter 20 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 20 of Haworths. Miss Ffrench makes a call. The following Sunday morning, the congregation of Broxton Chapel was thrown into a state of repressed excitement. Haworth's carriage, with a couple of servants, brought his mother to enjoy Brother Hickson's eloquence. To the presence of the carriage and the servants Haworth had held firm. Upon the whole, he would have preferred that she would have presented herself at the door of Broxton Old Church, which was under the patronage of the county families and honoured by their presence. But the little woman had exhibited such uneasiness at the unfolding of his plan of securing the largest and handsomest pew for her that he had yielded the point. "I've always been a chapel-going woman, Jem," she had said, "and I wouldn't like to change, and I should feel freer where there's not so many gentlefolk." The carriage and the attending servants she had submitted to with simple obedience. There were no rented pews in Broxton Chapel, and she took her seat among the rest, innocently unconscious of the sensation her appearance created. Every matron of the place had had time to learn who she was, and to be filled with curiosity concerning her. Janey Briarley, by whose side she chanced to sit, knew more than all the rest, and took her under her protection at once. "Thou's getting the wrong hymn book," she whispered audibly, having glanced at the volume the servant handed to her. "We do not use Wesley other time. We use Mester Hickson's Songs of Grace. They can look on with me." Her delicate attentions and experience quite won Dame Haworth's motherly heart. "I never see a sharper little thing," she said admiringly afterward, "nor an old-fashionader. There wasn't a text as she didn't find immediate, nor yet a hymn." "Bless us," said Mrs. Briarley, laboriously lugging the baby homeward. "And to think of her being the mistress of that big house, with all them chaps i' livery at her beck and call. Why, she's nowt but a common body. Jane Ann, she thanked thee as simple as any other woman might ha' done. She's no unquality. She's getting her silk gown on, but it were a black un, and not so much as a feather in her bonnet. I'd had a feather if I'd ha' been her. A feather sets a body off, but there's allus the road with folk as has brass. They never know how to spend it." "Nay," said Janey, "she is nae quality, but she's getting a nice way with her. Haworth is nae quality hisson." "She were a nice spoken old body," commented Mrs. Briarley. "Seemed like she took a fancy to thee." Janey turned the matter over mentally with serious thrift. "I shouldna mind it if she did," she replied. "She'll ha' plenty to gie away." It was not long before they knew her well. She was a cheerful and neighbourly little soul, and through the years of her prosperity had been given to busy and kindly charities. In her steadfast and loving determination to please her son, she gave up her rustic habit of waiting upon herself, and wore her best gown every day, in spite of pangs of conscience. She rode instead of walked, and made courageous efforts to become accustomed to the size and magnificence of the big rooms. But, notwithstanding her faithfulness, she was a little restless. "Not being used to it," she said. "I get a little lonesome or so, sometimes, though not often, my dear." She had plenty of time to feel at a loss. Her leisure was not occupied by visitors. Broxton discussed her and smiled at her, rather good-naturedly than otherwise. It was not possible to suspect her of any ill, but it was scarcely to be anticipated that people would go to see her. One person came, however, facing public opinion with her usual calmness, Rachel Ffrench, who presented herself one day and made her a rather long call. On hearing the name announced, the little woman rose tremulously. She was tremulous because she was afraid that she could not play her part as mistress of her son's household to his honour. When Miss Ffrench advanced, holding out her gloved hand, she gave her a startled upward glance and dropped a little curtsy. For a moment she forgot to ask her to be seated. When she recollected herself, and they sat down opposite to each other, she could at first only look at her visitor in silence. But Miss Ffrench was wholly at ease. She enjoyed the rapturous wonder she had excited with all her heart. She was very glad she had come. "It must be very pleasant for Mr. Haworth to have you here," she said. The woman started. A flush of joy rose upon her withered face. Her comprehension of her son's prosperity had been a limited one. Somehow she had never thought of this. Here was a beautiful high-bred woman to whom he must be in a manner near, since she spoke of him in this way, as if he had been a gentleman born. "Jem," she faltered innocently. "Yes, ma'am, I hope so. He's told me so." Then she added in some hurry, "Not that I can be much company to him. It isn't that. If he hadn't been what he is and had the friends he has, I couldn't be much company for him. And as it is, it's not likely he can need an old woman as much as his goodness makes him say he does." Rachel Ffrench regarded her with interest. "He is very good," she remarked, "and has a great many friends, I dare say. My father admires him greatly." "Thank you, ma'am," brightly, "though there's no one could help it. His goodness to me is more than I can tell, and it's no wonder that others see it in him, and is fond of him according." "No, it's no wonder," in a tone of gentle encouragement. The flush upon the withered cheek deepened, and the old eyes lit up. "He's 32-year-old, miss," said the loving creature, "and the time's to come yet when he's done a wrong or said a harsh word. He was honest and good as a child, and he's honest and good as a man. His old mother can say it from the bottom of her full heart." "It's a very pleasant thing to be able to say," remarked her visitor. "It's the grateful pride of my life that I can say it with fresh tenderness, and to think that prosperity goes with it too. I've said to myself that I wasn't worthy of it, because I couldn't never be grateful enough. He might have been prosperous and not what he is. Many a better woman than me has had that grief to bear, and I've been spared it." When Miss Ffrench returned to her carriage, she wore a reflective look. When she had seated herself comfortably, she spoke aloud. "No, there are 10 chances to 1 that she will never see the other side at all. There is not a man or woman in Broxton who would dare to tell her. I would not do it myself." When Haworth returned at night, he heard the particulars of the visit, as he had known he should, when Ffrench told him that it was his daughter's intention to call that day. "The beautifullest young lady my old eyes ever saw, my dear," his mother said again and again. "And to think of her coming to see me, as if I'd been a lady like herself." Haworth spoke but little. He seldom said much in these days. He sat at the table drinking his after-dinner wine, and putting a question now and then. "What did she say?" he asked. She stopped to think. "Perhaps it was me that said most," she answered, "though I didn't think so then. She asked a question or so, and seemed to like to listen. I was telling her what a son you'd been to me, and how happy I was, and how thankful I was." "She's not one that says much," he said, without looking up from the glass, on which his eyes had been fixed. "That's her way." She replied with a question put timidly. "You've knowed her a good bit, I dare say, my dear." "No," uneasily, "a 6 month or so, that's all. But it's been long enough for her to find out what I said to her was true. I didn't tell her what was new to her, my dear. I see that by her smile, and the kind way she listened. She's got a beautiful smile, Jem, and a beautiful sweet face." When they parted for the night, he drew from his pocket a banknote and handed it to her. "I've been thinking," he said awkwardly, "that it would be in your line to give summat now and then to some of the poor lot that's so thick here. There's plenty on 'em, and p'raps it wouldn't be a bad thing. There's not many that's fond of giving. Let's set the gentry a fashion." "Jem," she said. "My dear, there isn't nothing that would make me no happier, nothing in the world." "It won't do over much good, maybe," he returned. "More than half on 'em don't deserve it. But give it to 'em if you fancy for it. I don't grudge it." There were tears of joy in her eyes. She took his hand and held it, fondling it. "I might ha' knowed it," she said, "and I don't deserve it for holding back and feeling a bit timid as I have done. I've thought of it again and again when I've been a trifle lonesome with you away. There's many a poor woman as is hard works that I might help, and children too, maybe, me being so fond of 'em." She drew nearer still and laid her hand on his arm. "I always was fond of 'em," she said, "always. And I've thought that, sometimes, my dear, there might be little things here as I might help to care for, and as would be fond of me. If there was children," she went on, "I should get used to it quick. They'd take away the bigness, and make me forget it." But he did not answer nor look at her, though she felt his arm tremble. "I think they'd be fond of me," she said. "Them and her too, whomsoever she might be. She'd be a lady, Jem, but she wouldn't mind my ways, I dare say, and I'd do my best with all my heart. I'd welcome her, and give up my place here to her, joyful. It's a place fitter for a lady such as she would be, God bless her, than for me," and she patted his sleeve, and bent her face that she might kiss his hand. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 21, in which Mrs. Briarley's position is delicate. So the poor and hard-worked of the town came to know her well, and it must also be confessed that others less deserving learned to know her also, and proceeded with much thrift and dexterity to make hay while the sun shone. Haworth held to his bargain, even going to the length of lavishness. Haworth gives it to her, was said with marked incredulity at the outset. Nay, lad, they canna make me believe that. Mrs. Haworth's earliest visit was made to the Briarley cottage. She came attired in her simplest gown, the week after her appearance at the chapel, and her entrance into the household created such an excitement as somewhat disturbed her. The children were scattered with wild hustling and scurry, while Janey dragged off her apron in the temporary seclusion offered by the door. Mrs. Briarley, wiping the soap suds from her arms, hurried forward with apologetic nervousness. She dropped a curtsy, scarcely knowing what words of welcome would be appropriate for the occasion, and secretly speculating on possible results. But her visitor's demeanour was not overpowering. She dropped a curtsy herself, a kindly and rustic obeisance. She even looked somewhat timid. "I'm Mr. Haworth's mother, ma'am," she faltered, and thank you kindly," taking the seat offered. "Don't put yourself out, ma'am, for me. There wasn't no need to send the children away, not at all, me being partial to 'em and also used." The next instant she gave a timid start. "Gimme me best cap," cried a stentorian voice. "Gimme me best cap. Where is it? Gimme me best cap." Granny Dixon's high basket-backed chair had been placed in the shadow of the chimney corner for the better enjoyment of her midday nap, and suddenly aroused by some unknown cause, she had promptly become conscious of the presence of a visitor and the dire need of some addition to her toilet. She sat up, her small boned figure trembling with wrath, her large eyes shining. "Gimme me best cap," she demanded. "Gi' it me." Mrs. Briarley disappeared into the adjacent room and came out with the article required in her hand. It was a smart cap with a lace border and blue bows on it. "Put it on," shouted Mrs. Dixon, "and put it on straight." Mrs. Briarley obeyed nervously. "She's my master's grandmother," she exclaimed plaintively. "You munnot mind her, missus." Granny Dixon fixed her eyes on the stranger. "She getting it," she proclaimed. "I didna. I'd never about that thing in the world. Blue never were becoming to me. She getting it. She never had no taste." "Aye," said Mrs. Briarley. "I did get it for thee, the nasty old piece. But thou'lt never catch me at that like again, giving thee presents when I ha' not a bit of finery to me name." "It allus set me off, red did," cried Mrs. Dixon. "It were my favourite colour when I were a lass, and I were a good-looking lass too, 70 year ago." "I'm sure you was, ma'am," responded Mrs. Haworth. "I've no doubt on it." "She canna hear thee," said Mrs. Briarley. "She's as deaf as a post. Th' ill-tempered old besom," and proceeded to give a free translation at the top of her lungs. "She says thou mun ha' been handsome. She says onybody could see to look at thee." "Aye," sharply. "She's reet too. I were 70 year ago. Who is she?" "She's Mester Haworth's mother." "Mester Haworth's mother," promptly. "Didna thou tell me he were a rich man?" "Aye, I did." "Well then, what does she dress i' that road for?" "She's known quality. She doesna look much better nor thee." "Eh, bless us," protested Mrs. Briarley. "What a body to do wi' her." "Don't mind her, ma'am," said Mrs. Haworth. "It don't do no harm. An old person's often singler. It don't trouble me." Then Janey, issuing from her retirement in comparatively full dress, was presented with due ceremony. "It were her as fun thy place in the hymn book," said Mrs. Briarley. "She's a good bit of help to me, is Jane Ann." It seemed an easy thing afterward to pour forth her troubles, and she found herself so far encouraged by her visitor's naive friendliness that she was even more eloquent than usual. "There's trouble everywhere," she said, "and I dare say there has the share, missus, for all they brass." Politeness forbade a more definite reference to the goings-on, which had called forth so much virtuous indignation on the part of the Broxton matrons. She felt it but hospitable to wait until her guest told her own story of tribulation. But Mrs. Haworth sat smiling placidly. "I've seen it in my day," she said, "and it were heavy enough too, my dear, and seemed heavier than it were, perhaps, though me being a young thing and helpless, but I should be an ungrateful woman if I didn't try to forget now as it had ever been. A woman as has such a son as I have, one that's prospered and lived a pure good life, and never done a wilful wrong, and has won friends and respect everywhere, has enough happiness to help her forget troubles that's past and gone." Mrs. Briarley stopped halfway to the ground in the act of picking up Granny Dixon's discarded headgear. Her eyes were wide open, her jaw fell a little, but her visitor went on without noticing her. "Though for the matter of that," she said, "I dare say there's not one on you as doesn't know his ways, and couldn't tell me of some of his goodness as I should never find out from him." "Where art thou putting me cap?" shouted Granny Dixon. "What art thou doing with me cap? Does thou think because I've got a bit of brass I cannot the bake oven wi' head-dresses?" Mrs. Briarley had picked up the cap and was only rescued by this timely warning from the fatal imprudence of putting it in the fire and stirring it violently with the poker. "Art thou dazeder than common?" shrieked the old woman. "Has thou gone daft? What art thou staring at?" "I amna staring at nowt," said Mrs. Briarley with a start. I were hearkening to the lady here, as I didna think o' what I were doing." She did not fully recover herself during the whole of her visitor's stay, and in fact several times lapsed into the same meditative condition. When Haworth's charitable intentions were made known to her, she stopped jolting the baby and sat in wild confusion. "Did they say as he were going to give thee money?" she exclaimed. "Money to gie away?" "He said he'd give it without a grudge," said his mother proudly. "Without a grudge, if it pleased me. That's his way, my dear. It were his way from the time he were a boy, and worked so hard to give me a comfortable home. He'd give it, he said, without a grudge." "Jane Ann," said Mrs. Briarley, standing at the door to watch her out of sight. "Jane Ann, what dost thou think o' that there?" She said it helplessly, clutching at the child on her hip with a despairing grasp. "Did thou hear her?" she demanded. "She were talking o' Haworth, and she were priding herself on the son he'd been to her, and th' way he'd lived. The cold sweat broke out all over me. No wonder I were for putting the cap in the fire. Lord ha' mercy on us." But Janey regarded the matter from a more practical standpoint. "He hasna treated her ill," she said. "Happen he isna so bad after all. Did thou hear what she said about th' money?" End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 22. Again. "There's a chap," it was said of Murdoch, with some disdain among the malcontents. "There's a chap as come here to work for his 15 bob a week, and now he's hand in glove with the masters, and getting a shop of his own." The shop in question had, however, been only a very simple result of circumstances. In times of emergency, it had been discovered that the American chap was an individual of resources. Floxam had discovered this early, and afterward the heads of other departments. If a machine or tool was out of order, "Take it to th' American chap and he'll fettle it," said one or another, and the time had never been when the necessary fettling had not been accomplished. In his few leisure moments, Murdoch would go from room to room, asking questions, or looking on in silence at the work being carried on. Often his apparently haphazard and desultory examinations finally resulted in some suggestion which simplified things astonishingly. He had a fancy for simplifying and improving the appliances he saw in use, and this, too, without any waste of words. But gradually rough models of these trifles and hastily made drawings collected in the corner of the common workroom, which had fallen to Murdoch, and Haworth's attention was drawn toward them. "What wi' models o' this and models o' that," Floxam remarked. "We'll ha' to make a flitting afore long. There'll be no room for us, nor th' engines neither." Haworth turned to the things and looked them over one by one, touching some of them dubiously, some carelessly, some without much comprehension. "Look here," he said to Murdoch, "there's a room nigh mine that's not in use. I don't like to be at close quarters with every chap, but you can bring your traps up there. It'll be a place to stow 'em and do your bits of jobs when you're in the humour." The same day the change was made, and before leaving the works, Haworth came in to look around. Throwing himself into a chair, he glanced about him with a touch of curiosity. "They're all your own notions, these," he said. Murdoch assented. "They are of not much consequence," he answered. "They are only odds and ends that fell into my hands somehow when they needed attention. I like that kind of work, you know." "Aye," responded Haworth, "I dare say, but most chaps would have had more to say about doing 'em than you have." Not long after Ffrench's advent a change was made. "If you'll give up your old job and take to looking sharp after the machinery and keeping the chaps that run it up to their work," said Haworth, "you can do it. It'll be a better shop than the other and give you more time, and it'll be a saving to the place in the end." So the small room containing his nondescript collection became his headquarters, and Murdoch's position was a more responsible one. He found plenty of work, but he had more time, as Haworth has prophesied, and he had also more liberty. "You're getting on," said Janey Briarley. "You're getting more wage and less work, and you're one of the masters, either way. You'll go with gentlefolk a good bit too. Father says Ffrench makes Eaton, and thick were you, as if you were a gentleman yoursen. You had your supper up there last night. Did she set in the room and talk with you?" "Yes," he answered. It was not necessary to explain who she was. "Well," said Janey, "she wouldna do that if she didna think more of you, nor if you were a common chap. She's pretty grand in her ways. What do you talk about?" "It would be hard to tell now," he replied. "We talked of several things." "Aye, but what I wanted to know were whether she talked to thee like she talked to a gentleman, whether she made free with thee or not." "I have never seen her talk to a gentleman," he said. "How does she talk to Haworth?" "I have never seen her talk to him either. We have never been there at the same time." This was true. It had somehow chanced that they had never met at the house. Perhaps Rachel Ffrench knew why. She had found Broxton dull enough to give her an interest in any novelty of emotion or experience. She disliked the ugly town, with its population of hard-worked and unpicturesque people. She hated the quiet, well-regulated, well-bred county families with candour and vivacity. She had no hesitation in announcing her distaste and weariness. "I detest them all," she once said calmly to Murdoch. "I detest them." She made the best of the opportunities for enlivenment which lay within her grasp. She was not averse to Haworth presenting himself again and again, sitting in restless misery in the room with her, watching her every movement, drinking in her voice, struggling to hold himself in check, and failing and growing sullen and silent, and going away, carrying his wretchedness with him. She never encouraged him to advance by any word or look, but he always returned again to go through the same self-torture and humiliation, and she always knew he would. She even derived some unexciting entertainment from her father's plans for the future. He had already new methods and processes to discuss. He had a fancy for establishing a bank in the town, and argued the advisability of the scheme with much fervour and brilliancy. Without a bank in which the hands could deposit their earnings, and which should make the town a sort of centre, and add importance to its business ventures, Broxton was nothing. The place was growing, and the people of the surrounding villages were drawn toward it when they had business to transact. They were beginning to buy and sell in its market, and to look to its increasing population for support. The farmers would deposit their funds, the shopkeepers theirs, the hands would follow their example, and in all likelihood it would prove in the end a gigantic success. Haworth met his enthusiasms with stolid indifference. Sometimes he did not listen at all. Sometimes he laughed a short, heavy laugh. Sometimes he flung him off with a rough speech. But in spite of this, there were changes gradually made in the works, trifling changes, of which Haworth was either not conscious or which he disdained to notice. He lost something of his old masterful thoroughness. He was less regular in his business habits. He was prone to be tyrannical by fits and starts. "Go to Ffrench," he said roughly to one of the hands on one occasion, and though before he had reached the door he was called back, the man did not forget the incident. Miss Ffrench looked on at all of this with a great deal of interest. "He does not care for the place as he did," she said to Murdoch. "He does not like to share his power with another man. It is a nightmare to him." By this time she had seen Murdoch the oftener of the two. Mr. Ffrench's fancy for him was more enthusiastic than his fancy for the young man from Manchester or the Cumberland mechanic. He also found him useful, and was not chary of utilising him. In time, the servants of the house ceased to regard him as an outsider, and were surprised when he was absent for a few days. "We have a fellow at our place whom you will hear of some of these days," Ffrench said to his friends. "He spends his evenings with me often." "Ffrench has taken a fancy to thee, lad," Haworth said dryly. "He says you're going to astonish us some of these days." "Does he?" Murdoch answered. "Aye, he's got a notion that you're holding on to summat on the quiet, and that it'll come out when we're not expecting it." They were in the little workroom together, and Murdoch, leaning back in his chair, with his hands clasped behind his head, looked before him without replying, except by a slight knitting of his brows. Haworth laughed harshly. "Confound him for a fool," he said. "I'm sick of the chap, with his talk. He'll stir me up some of these days." Then he looked up at his companion. "He has you up there every night or so," he said. "What does he want of you?" "Never the same thing twice," said Murdoch. "Do you always see her?" "Yes." The man moved in his seat, a sullen red rising to his forehead. "What has she to say?" he asked. Murdoch turned about to confront him. He spoke in a low voice and slowly. "Do you want to know," he said, "whether she treats me as she would treat another man? Is that it?" "Aye," was the grim answer. "Summat o' that sort, lad." Murdoch left his chair. He uttered half a dozen words hoarsely. "Come up to the house some night and judge for yourself," he said. He went out of the room without looking back. It was Saturday noon, and he had the half day of leisure before him, but he did not turn homeward. He made his way to the high road and struck out upon it. He had no definite end in view. At first, except the working off of his passionate excitement. But when after 20 minutes' walk he came within sight of Broxton Chapel and its graveyard, his steps slackened, and when he reached the gate, he stopped a moment and pushed it open, and turned in. It was a quiet little place with an almost rustic air, of which even the small ugly chapel could not rob it. The grass grew long upon the mounds of earth, and swayed softly in the warm wind. Only common folk lay there, and there were no monuments, and even few slabs. Murdoch glanced across the sunlit space to the grass-covered mound of which he had thought when he stopped at the gateway. He had not thought of meeting anyone, and at the first moment the sight of a figure standing at the graveside in the sunshine was something of a shock to him. He went forward more slowly, even with some reluctance, though he had recognised at once that the figure was that of Christian Murdoch. She stood quite still, looking down, not hearing him until he was close upon her. She seemed startled when she saw him. "Why did you come here?" she asked. "I don't know," he answered. "I needed quiet, I suppose, and the place has a quiet look. Why did you come?" "It is not the first time I have been," she said. "I come here often." "You?" he said. "Why?" She pointed to the mound at her feet. "Because he is here," she said, "and I have learned to care for him." She knelt down and laid her hand upon the grass, and he remembered her emotion in the strange scene which had occurred before. "I know him very well," she said. "I know him." "You told me that I would not understand," he said. "It is true that I don't yet." Suddenly there were tears in her eyes and in her voice. "He does not seem a dead man to me," she said. "He never will." "I do not think," he answered heavily, "that his life seems at an end to any of us." "Not to me," she repeated. "I have thought of him until I have seemed to grow near to him, and to know what his burden was, and how patiently he bore it. I have never been patient. I have rebelled always, and so it has gone to my heart all the more." Murdoch looked down upon the covering sod with a pang. "He did bear it patiently," he said, "at the bitterest and worst." "I know that," she replied. "I have been sure of it." "I found some papers in my room when I first came," she went on. "Some of them were plans he had drawn 30 years ago. He had been very patient and constant with them. He had drawn the same thing again and again. Often he had written a few words upon them, and they helped me to understand. After I had looked them over, I could not forget. They haunted me and came back to me. I began to care for him and put things together until all was real." Then she added slowly and in a lowered voice, "I have even thought that if he had lived, he would have been fond of me. I don't know why, but I have thought that perhaps he would." For the first time in his knowledge of her, Murdoch saw in her the youth he had always missed. Her dark and bitter young face was softened. For the moment she seemed almost a child, even though a child whose life had been clouded by the shadow of sin and wrong. "I think he would," he said slowly. "And I have got into the habit of coming here when I was lonely, or at my worst." "You are lonely often, I dare say," he returned wearily. "I wish it could be helped." "It is nothing new," she replied with something of her old manner, "and there is no help for it." But her touch upon the grass was a caress. She smoothed it softly and moved with singular gentleness a few dead leaves which had dropped upon it. "When I come here, I am better," she said, "and less hard. Things do not seem to matter so much, or to look so shameful." A pause followed, which she herself broke in upon. "I have thought a great deal of what he left unfinished," she said. "I have wished that I might see it. It would be almost as if I had seen him." "I can show it to you," Murdoch answered. "It is a little thing to have caused so great pain." They said but little else until they rose to go. As he sat watching the long grass wave under the warm wind, Murdoch felt his excitement had calmed down. He was in a cooler mood when they got up at last, but before they turned away, the girl lingered for a moment as if she wished to speak. "Sometimes," she faltered, "sometimes I have thought you had half forgotten." "Nay," he answered, "never that, God knows." "I could not bear to believe it," she said passionately. "It would make me hate you." When they reached home, he took her upstairs to his room. He had locked the door when he left it in the morning. He unlocked it, and they went in. A cloth covered something standing upon the table. He drew it aside with an unsteady hand. "Look at it," he said. "It has been there since last night. You see it haunts me too." "What?" she said. "You brought it out yourself again?" "Yes," he answered, "again." She drew nearer and sat down in the chair before the table. "He used to sit here?" she said. "Yes." If it had been finished, she said, as if speaking to herself, death would have seemed a little thing to him. Even if it should be finished now, I think he would forget the rest. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. Haworths by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 23. 10 Shillings Worth. The same evening Mr. Briarley, having partaken of an early tea and some vigorous advice from his wife, had suddenly, during a lull in the storm, vanished from the domestic circle, possibly called therefrom by the recollection of a previous engagement. Mrs. Briarley had gone out to do her Sunday shopping, the younger children had been put to bed, the older ones were disporting themselves in the streets and byways, and consequently Janey was left alone, uncheered save by the presence of Granny Dixon, who had fallen asleep in her chair with her cap unbecomingly disarranged. Janey sat down upon her stool at a discreet distance from the hearth. She had taken down from its place her last book of memoirs, a volume of a more than usually orthodox and peppery flavour. She held it within range of the light of the fire, and began to read in a subdued tone with much unction. But she had only mastered the interesting circumstance that James Joseph William was born November 8th, when her attention was called to the fact that wheels had stopped before the gate, and she paused to listen. "Bless us," she said, "someone's coming in." The person in question was Haworth, who so far dispensed with ceremony as to walk up to the firelight without even knocking at the door, which stood open. "Where's your father?" he demanded. "He's taking his scent off the beer-house," said Janey, "as he allus does a Saturday neat, and every other neat too, as he gets the chance." A chair stood near, and Haworth took it. "I'll sit down and wait for him," he replied. "They'll have to wait a good bit then," said Miss Briarley. "He'll no'en be home till midneet." She stood in no awe of her visitor. She had heard him discussed too freely and too often. Of late years she had not unfrequently assisted in the discussions herself. She was familiar with his sins and shortcomings, and regarded him with due severity. "He'll no'en be home till midneet," she repeated, as she seated herself on her stool. But Haworth did not move. He was in a mysterious humour, it was plain. In a minute more his young companion began to stare at him with open eyes. She saw something in his face which bewildered her. "He's getting more than's good for him," she was about to decide shrewdly, when he leaned forward and touched her with the handle of the whip he held. "You're a sharp little lass, I warrant," he said. Janey regarded him with some impatience. He was flushed and somewhat dishevelled, and spoke awkwardly. "You're a sharp little lass, I'll warrant," he said again. "I had to be," she responded tartly. "They'd be sharp then if they had as much to look after as I ha." "I dare say," he answered, "I dare say." Then added even more awkwardly still, "I've heard Murdoch say you were." Murdoch. The disfavour with which she had examined him began to be mingled with distrust. She hitched her stool a few inches backward. "Mester Murdoch," she echoed. "Ay, I know him well enough. He comes here every day or so." "Ay, him and me's good friends." "He's got a good many friends," he said. "Ay," she answered. "He's a nice chap. Most of folk take to him. There's Mr. Ffrench now and her. He goes there pretty often." "Ay, oftener than he goes anywhere else." They make as much of him as if he were a gentleman. Did he tell you that? Nay, she answered, he doesn't talk much about it. I fun it out from them as knows. Then a new idea presented itself to her. What does thou want to know for? She demanded with unceremonious candour. He did not tell her why. He gave no notice to her question, save by turning away from the fire suddenly and asking her another. What does he say about her? He spoke in such a manner that she pushed her stool still farther back and sat staring at him blankly and with some indignation. He doesna say nowt about her, she exclaimed. What's up with thee? The next moment she uttered an ejaculation, and the book of memoirs fell upon the floor. A flame shot up from the fire and showed her his face. He drew forth his purse, and opening it took out a coin. The light fell upon that too, and showed her what it was. Do you see that? He asked. Aye, she answered. It's a half-sovereign. I'll give it to you, he said, if you'll tell me what he says and what he does. You're sharp enow to have seen summat, and I'll give it to you if you'll tell me. He did not care what impression he made on her, or how he entangled himself. He only thought of one thing. Tell me what he says and what he does, he repeated, and I'll give it to you. Janey rose from her stool in such a hurry that it lost its balance and fell over. I do not want it, she cried. I do not want it. I canna make thee out. You're not as sharp as I took you for. If you don't want it, he answered, you'll not earn another as easy, my lass. Only stern common sense rescued her from the weakness of backing out of the room into the next apartment. I dunnot know what thou'rt driving at, she said. I tell thee, I dunnot know nowt. Does he never say, he put it to her, that he's been there, and that he's seen her, and that she sat and talked, and that he's looked at her, and listened, and thought it over afterward? This was the last straw. Bewilderment turned to contempt. That wouldn't be worth 10 shillings, she said. Thou knows he's been there, and thou knows he's seen her, and thou knows he couldna see her without looking at her. I dunnot see there's out he looking at her, or he listening either. Where's the use of giving 10 shillings to hear summat you know yoursen? There's nowt in that. Has he ever said it? He persisted. No, she answered, he hasna. He never were much give to talk, and he says less than ever in these days. Has he ever said that she treated him well, and was easier to please than he'd thought? Has he never said nowt like that? Nay, that he hasna, with vigour, nowt of the sort. He got up as unceremoniously and abruptly as he had sat down. I was an accursed fool for coming, she heard him mutter. He threw the half-sovereign toward her, and it fell on the floor. Art thou going to gie it me? She asked. Yes, he answered, and he strode through the doorway into the darkness, leaving her staring at it. She went to the fire, and bending down, examined it closely and rubbed it with a corner of her apron. Then she tried its ring upon the flagged floor. Aye, she said, it's a good un, sure enough. It's a good un. She had quite lost her breath. She sat down upon her stool again, forgetting the memoirs altogether. I niver heard so much dummont made over nowt in all my days, she said. I canna see what he were up to, asking questions as if he were a drink. He mun ha' been a drink, or he'd never ha' given it to me. And on the mother's return she explained the affair to her upon this sound and common sense basis. Mester Haworth's been here, she said, and he were a drink, and give me 10 shilling. I couldna make out what he were driving at. He were asking questions as put me out of patience. What fools men is when they've getten too much. When he left the house, Haworth sprang into his gig with an oath. Since the morning he had had time to think over things slowly. He had worked himself up into a desperate headlong mood. His blood burned in his veins, his pulses throbbed. He went home to his dinner, but ate nothing. He drank heavily, and sat at the table wearing such a look that his mother was stricken with wonder. I'm out of humour, old lady, he said to her. Stick to your dinner and don't mind me. A chap with a place like mine on his mind can't always be up to the mark. If you ain't ill, Jem, she said, it don't matter you're not talking. You mustn't think of me, my dear. I'm used to having lived alone so long. After dinner he went out again, but before he left the room he went to her and kissed her. There's nowt wrong with me, he said. You've no need to trouble yourself about that. I'm right enow, never fear. There's nothing else could trouble me, she said. Nothing. So long as you're well and happy. There's nowt to go again me being happy, he said a little grimly. Not yet as I know on. I don't let things go again me easy. About half an hour later he stood in the road before his partner's house. The night was warm and the windows of the drawing-room were thrown open. He stood and looked up at them for a minute and then spoke aloud. Aye, he said, he's there, by George. He could see inside plainly, and the thing he saw best were Rachel, Ffrench and Murdoch. Ffrench himself sat in a large chair reading. Miss Ffrench stood upon the hearth. She rested an arm upon the low mantel and talked to Murdoch, who stood opposite her. The man who watched uttered an oath at the sight of her. Him, he said, him, damn him, and grew hot and cold by turns. He kept his stand for full 10 minutes and then crossed the road. The servant who answered his summons at the door regarded him with amazement. I know they're in, he said, making his way past him. I saw 'em through the window. Those in the drawing-room heard his heavy feet as he mounted the staircase. It is possible that each recognised the sound. Ffrench rose hurriedly, and it must be owned with some light trepidation. Rachel merely turned her face toward the door. She did not change her position otherwise at all. Murdoch did not move. My dear fellow, said Ffrench with misplaced enthusiasm, I am glad to see you. But Haworth passed him over with a nod. His eyes were fixed on Murdoch. He gave him a nod also and spoke to him. What, you're here, are you? He said. That's a good thing. We think so, said Mr. Ffrench with fresh fervour. My dear fellow, sit down. He took the chair offered him, but still looked at Murdoch and spoke to him. I've been to Briarley's, he said. I've had a talk with that little lass of his. She gave me the notion you'd be here. She's a sharp little, and by George. They're all sharp, said Mr. Ffrench. The precocity one finds in these manufacturing towns is something astonishing. Astonishing. He launched at once into a dissertation upon the causes of precocity in a manufacturing town, and became so absorbed in his theme that it mattered very little that Haworth paid no attention to him. He was leaning back in his chair with his hands in his pockets, not moving his eyes from Murdoch. Mr. Ffrench was in the middle of his dissertation when half an hour afterward Haworth got up without ceremony. Murdoch was going. I'll go with you, he said. They went out of the room and down the staircase together without speaking. They did not even look at each other. When they were fairly out of the room, Mr. Ffrench glanced somewhat uneasily at his daughter. Really, he said, he is not always a pleasant fellow to deal with. One is never sure of reaching him. And then, as he received no answer, he returned in some embarrassment to his book. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 24. At an End. When they stood in the road, Haworth laid his hand upon his companion's shoulder heavily. Come up to the works, lad, he said, and let's have a bit of a talk. His voice and his touch had something in common. Murdoch understood them both. There was no need for clearer speech. Why there? He asked. It's quiet there. I've a fancy for it. I have no fancy against it, as well there as anywhere else. Aye, said Haworth, not only as well, but better. He led the way into his own room and struck a light. He flung his keys upon the table. They struck it with a heavy clang. Then he spoke his first words since they had turned from the gateway. "Aye," he said, "not only as well, but better. I'm at home here, if I'm out everywhere else. The place knows me, and I know it. I'm best man here by, if I'm out everywhere else." He sat down at the table and rested his chin upon his hand. His hand shook, and his forehead was clammy. Murdoch threw himself into the chair opposite to him. "Go on," he said. "Say what you have to say." Haworth bent forward a little. "You've got on better than I'd have thought, lad," he said. "Better than I'd have thought." "What?" hoarsely. "Does she treat me as she treats other men?" "Nay," said Haworth, "not as she treats me, by the Lord Harry." The deadly bitterness which possessed him was terrible. He was livid with it. "I've thought of a good many," he said. "I've looked on at 'em as they stood round her, chaps of her own sort, with money and the rest of it. But I never thought of you, not once." "No," said Murdoch, "I dare say not." "No, not once," the man repeated. "Get up and let's take a look at you," he said. "Happen I've not had the right notion on you." "Don't say anything you'll repent," said Murdoch. "It's bad enough as it is." But his words were like chaff before the wind. "You," cried the man, "you were the chap that knew naught of women's ways. You'd scarce look one of 'em in the face. You're not the build I thought they took you." "You told me that once before," said Murdoch with a bitter laugh. "I've not forgotten it." Haworth's clenched fist fell upon the table with a force which made the keys ring. "Blast you," he said. "You're nigher to her now than me. Now." "Then," Murdoch answered, "you may give up." "Give up," was the reply. "Nay, not that, my lad. I've not come to that yet." Then his rage broke forth again. "You to be going there on the quiet," he cried. "You to be making way with her and finding her easy to please and priding yourself on it." "I please her," said Murdoch. "I pride myself." He got up and began to pace the floor. "You're mad," he said. "Mad." Haworth checked himself to stare at him. "What did you go for," he asked, "if it wasn't for that?" Murdoch stopped in his walk. He turned himself about. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know." "Do you think," he said in a hushed voice, after the pause which followed, "do you think I expect anything? Do you think I look forward or backward? Can you understand that it is enough as it stands, enough?" Haworth still stared at him dully. "Nay," he returned, "that I cannot. I to stand before her as a man with the best side which might win her favour. What is there in me that she should give me a thought when I am not near her? What have I done? What has my life been worth? It may be nothing in the end. Good God, nothing." He said it almost as if stunned. For the moment he was overwhelmed and had forgotten. "You're nigher to her than I am," said Haworth. "You think because you're one of the gentleman's sort." "Gentleman?" said Murdoch speculatively. "I a gentleman?" "Ay, damn you," said Haworth bitterly, "and you know it." The very words seemed to rouse him. He shook his clenched hand. "That's it," he cried. "That's where it is. You've got it in you, and you know it, and she knows it too." "I have never asked myself whether I was or not," said Murdoch. "I have not cared. What did it matter? What you said just now was true after all. I know nothing of women. I know little enough of men. I have been a dull fellow, I think, and slow to learn. I can only take what comes." He came back to the table and threw himself into his chair. "Does either of us know what we came here for?" he asked. "We came to talk it over," was Haworth's answer, "and we've done it." "Then if we've done it, let us go our ways." "Nay, not yet. I've summat more to say." "Say it," Murdoch replied, "and let us have it over." "It's this," he returned. "You're a different chap from what I took you for. A different chap. I never thought of you, not once." "You've said that before." "Aye, grimly, I've said it before. Like enough I shall say it again. It sticks to me. We've been good friends after a manner, and that makes it stick to me. I don't say you're to blame. I haven't quite made the thing out yet. We're of a different build. There's been times before when I haven't quite been up to you, but we've been friends after a manner, and now the time's come when we're done with that." "Done with it?" repeated Murdoch mechanically. "Aye," meeting his glance fully, "done with it. We'll begin fair and square, lad. It's done with. Do you think, with deadly coolness, I'd stop at aught if the time come?" He rose a little from his seat, bending forward. "Naught's never come in my way yet that stopped me," he said. "Things has gone again me, and I got the best on 'em in one way or another. I've not minded how. I've gone on till I've reached this. Naught stopped me, naught never shall." He fell back in his chair and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his handkerchief. "I wish," he said, "it had been another chap. I never thought of you, not once." End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ZoinkMeister Patrick. YouTube.com/ZoinkMeister. Haworths by Francis Hodgson Burnett. I Shall Not Turn Back. Murdoch went out into the night alone. When he found himself outside the iron gate, he stood still for a moment. "I will not go home yet," he said. "Not yet." He knew this time where he was going when he turned his steps upon the road again. He had only left the place a few hours before. The moonlight gave it almost a desolate look, he thought, as he passed through the entrance. The wind still swayed the grass upon the mounds fitfully, and the headstones cast darker shadows upon them. There was no shadow upon the one under which Stephen Murdoch rested. It lay in the broad moonlight. Murdoch noticed this as he stopped beside it. He sat down upon the grass, just as he had done in the afternoon. "Better not go home just yet," he said again. "There's time enough." Suddenly an almost unnatural calmness had fallen upon him. His passions and uncertainties of the past few months seemed small things. He had reached a climax, and for a moment there seemed time enough. He thought of the past almost coldly, going over the ground mentally step by step. It was as if he thought of the doings of another man, one who was younger and simpler, and whose life was now over. "There are a good many things that are done with," he said mechanically, recalling Haworth's words. He thought of the model standing in its old place in the empty room. It was a living thing awaiting his coming. The end might be anything: calamity, failure, death. But tonight he had taken his first steps towards that end. "Tonight I shall begin as he began," he thought. "Tonight." He threw himself full length upon the grass, clasping his hands beneath his head, his face turned upward to the vast clearness and depth above him. He had known it would come some day, but he never thought of its coming in this way. The man who slept under the earth at his side had begun with hope. He began as one who neither hoped nor feared, yielding only to a force stronger than himself. He lay in this manner, looking up for nearly an hour. Then he arose, and stood with bared head in the white light and stillness. "I shall not turn back," he said aloud at last, as if to some presence near him. "I shall not turn back at least. Do not fear it." And he turned away. It was his mother who opened the door for him when he reached home. "Come in," he said to her, with a gesture towards the inner room. "I have something to say to you." She followed him in silence. Her expression was cold and fixed. It struck him that she, too, had lived past hope and dread. She did not sit down when she had closed the door, but stood upright, facing him. He spoke hoarsely. "I'm going upstairs," he said. "I told you once that some day it would see the light again in spite of us both. You can guess what work I shall do tonight." "Yes," she answered, "I can guess. I gave up long ago." She looked at him steadily, her eyes dilated a little, as if with slow-growing fear of him. "I knew it would end so," she went on. "I fought against my belief that it would, but it grew stronger every day, every hour. There was no other way." "No," he replied, "there was no other way." "I've seen it in your face," she said. "I've heard it in your voice. It has never been absent from your thoughts a moment, nor mine. He did not speak. At first, when he died, her voice faltered and broke, and then rose in a cry almost shrill. He did not die, she cried. He is not dead. He lives now, here. There's no death for him, not even death until it is done. She panted for breath. Her thin chest rose and fell, and yet suddenly she checked herself, and stood before him with her first strained calm. Go, she said. I cannot hold you. If there is an end to be reached, reach it for God's sake and let him rest. Wish me Godspeed, he said. I have more to bear than you think of. For answer, she repeated steadily words which she had uttered before. I do not believe in it. I have never believed for 1 hour. End of chapter 25. Recording by ZoinkMeister Patrick. YouTube.com/ZoinkMeister.
Chapter 26 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Redick. Haworths by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 26. A Revolution. In a month's time, the Broxton Bank was an established fact. It had sprung into existence in a manner which astonished even its originator. Haworth had come to him in cold blood and talked the matter over. He had listened to the expounding of his views, and without being apparently much moved by his eloquence, had still shown a disposition to weigh the plan, and having given a few days to deliberation, he had returned a favourable decision. "The thing sounds well," he said. "It may be a sharp stroke that way when the rest of 'em hear on it. It'll set 'em thinking. Blast 'em. I like to astonish 'em and give 'em something to chew." Mr. Ffrench could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses. He had been secretly conscious of playing a minor part in all business transactions. His pet theories had been thrust aside as worthy of small notice. His continental experience had been openly set at naught. When he had gone to the trouble of explaining his ideas to the heads of the various departments, he had been conscious of illuminating smiles on the grimy countenances around him. His rather frail physique, his good breeding, his well-modulated voice, had each been the subject of a derisive comment. "Give him a puddling rake and let him puddle a bet," he'd heard a brawny fellow say after one of his most practical dissertations. After his final interview with Haworth, he went home jubilant. At dinner he could speak of nothing else. Miss Ffrench heard the details from beginning to end, and enjoyed them in a manner peculiarly her own. At the Who'd Ha Thowt It, no little excitement prevailed when the movement was discussed. "A bank? And where'd he get the money to set up a bank with?" "Why, he's getting it out of the working mun and the sweat to the working mun's brow. If there were now no banks, there'd be more money to put in 'em. I do not believe in banks myself. Let the brass circulate, let it circulate." "Aye," said Mr. Briarley, who'd reached his second quart. "Let it circulate and he'll have more comfort with the working man. There's too many on 'em," with natural emotion. "They're ruining the country. There's something wrong with 'em. If they'd give a chap something to put in there, there'd be some chance for him. But that's a loss of the way. He has now no chance, hasn't the working man. He has now no—" "Shut up!" said Foxy Gibbs. "Eh?" inquired the orator weakly and uncertainly. "Shut up till that's getting less beer of thee." "Shut," repeated Mr. Briarley, winking his eyes slowly. "Up." He seized his beer mug and gazed into its depths in some confusion. A deep sigh escaped him. "That's a loss of the road," he faltered. "It's the road with Sararann and it's the road with Audiobooks. He has no chance. Has na one that is misfortunate." And he happily disposed of the beer before Janey opened the door and appeared to marshal him homeward. But the Broxton Bank was an established fact, and created no small sensation. "He is a bold fellow, this Haworth," it was said among his rivals, "but he will overstep himself one of these days." "He's set up a bank, has he?" shouted Granny Dixon on Murdoch's first visit after she heard the story. "Yes," Murdoch answered. She sat glowering at the fire a few moments, almost bent double, and then having deluded her audience into believing she had subsided, suddenly started and came to life again with increased vigor. "I've getten my brass in the Manchester Sevens, and I'll keep it there." It seemed unnecessary to reply, and nobody made any remark upon this statement of facts, but the venerable matron had not concluded. "I'll keep it there," she repeated. "Keep it there, I canna bide him no more than I can bide her." And then she returned to her fire, fixing her great eyes upon it and mumbling with no small elation. "The thing'll break now for sure," commented her much-tried hostess sardonically. "It canna stand up against that, I reason. Haworth had better sell the works at the start before it's too late." There had been some vague wonder in Murdoch's mind as to what the result of Haworth's outburst against himself would be. The first time he found himself confronting him, as he went to his workroom, he spoke to him. "You said once that you kept this room empty because you did not care to be at close quarters with every man. Now—" "Get thee in, my lad," he interrupted dryly. "It suits me well enough to have you near me, never fear that." The only outward change made was in his manner. He went about his labour with a deadly persistence. He came early and went home late. The simplest hand saw that some powerful force was at work. He was silent and harder in his rule of those under him. He made closer bargains and more daring plans. Men who had been his rivals began to have a kind of fear of him. All he took in his hand throve. "He is a wonderful fellow," said Ffrench to his friends. "Wonderful, wonderful." Even the friends in question, who were, some of them, county magnates of great dignity, began to find their opinion of the man shaken. In these days there was actually nothing to complain of. The simple little countrywoman reigned in his household. She attended the Broxton chapel, and dispensed her innocent charities on all sides. Finally, a dowager of high degree, the patroness of a charitable society, made the bold move of calling upon her for a subscription. "It weren't as hard to talk to her, Jem, as I'd have thought," said Mrs. Haworth afterward. "She began to tell me about the poor woman as suffers so, and somehow I forgot about her being so grand. I couldn't think of nothing but the poor creatures and their pain, and when I come to sign my name, my hand trembled so, and my eyes were so full that I couldn't hardly tell what I'd put down. To think of them poor things." "How much did you give her?" asked Haworth. "I gave her £10, my dear, and—" He pulled out a banknote and handed it to her. "Go to her tomorrow and give her that," he said. "Happen it'll be something new for her to get 50 at a stroke." So it began to be understood that the master of Haworth's was a bugbear with redeeming points after all. The Broxton Bank held its weight too, and the new cottages which it was necessary to build. "It is to Haworth, after all, that you owe the fact that this place is growing," said Ffrench. There came an evening when, on entering the drawing-room of a country potentate with whom she and her father were to dine, Rachel Ffrench found herself looking directly at Haworth, who stood in the centre of a group of guests. They were talking to him with an air of great interest, and listening to his offhand replies with actual respect. Suddenly the tide had turned. Before the evening had passed, the man was a lion, and all the more a lion because he had been so long tabooed. He went into dinner with the lady patroness, and she afterward announced her intention of calling upon his mother in state. "There is a rough candour about the man, my dear," she said, "which one must respect, and it appears that he has really reformed." There was no difficulty after this. Mrs. Haworth had visitors every day who came and examined her and wondered, and somehow were never displeased by her tender credulity. She admired them all and believed in them, and was always ready with tears and relief for their pensioners and charities. "Don't thank me, ma'am," she would say. "Don't never thank me, for it's not me that deserves it, but him that's so ready and generous to every one that suffers. There never was such a kind heart before, it seems to me, ma'am, nor such a loving one." Haworth's wealth, his success, his open-handedness, his past sins, were the chief topics of conversation. To speak of Broxton was to speak of the man who had made it what it was by his daring and his power, and who was an absolute ruler over it and its inhabitants. Ffrench was a triumphant man. He was a potentate also. He could ride his hobby to the sound of applause. When he expatiated upon processes, he could gain an audience which was attentive and appreciative. He had not failed, this time at least, and was put down as a shrewd fellow after all. In the festivities which seemed, somehow, the result of this sudden revulsion of feeling, Rachel Ffrench was naturally a marked figure. Among the women with whom she was not exactly a favourite, it was still conceded that she was not a young woman whom it was easy to ignore. Her beauty, of which it was impossible to say that she was conscious, was of a type not to be rivalled. When she entered a room, glancing neither to right nor left, those who had seen her before unavoidably looked again, and those who had not were silent as she passed. There was a delicate suggestion of indifference in her manner which might be real or might not. Her demeanour towards Haworth never altered, even to the extent of the finest shadow of change. When they were in a room together, his eyes followed her with stealthy vigilance, and her knowledge of the fact was not a disturbing one. The intensity of her consciousness was her great strength. She was never unprepared. When he approached her, she met him with her little untranslatable smile. He might be bold, or awkward, or desperate, but he never found her outwardly conscious or disturbed, or a shade colder or warmer. It was only natural that it should not be long before others saw what she, seeing, showed no knowledge of. It was easily seen that he made no effort at concealment. His passion revealed itself in every look and gesture. He could not have controlled it if he would, and would not if he could. "Let 'em see," he said to himself. "It's not to them, it's betwixt her and me." He even bore himself with a sullen air of defiance at times, knowing that he had gained one thing at least. He was nearer to her in one way than any other man. He might come and go as he chose. He saw her day after day. He knew her ingoings and outcomings. The success which had restored her father's fortunes was his success. "I can make her like a queen among 'em," he said. "Like a queen, by George, and I'll do it." Every triumph which fell to him he regarded only as it would have weight in her eyes. When society opened its doors to him, he said to himself, "Now she'll see that I can stand up with the best of 'em, gentlemen or no gentlemen." When he suddenly found himself a prominent figure, a man deferred to and talked of, he waited with secret feverishness to see what the effect upon her would be. "It's what women like," he said. "It's what she likes more than most on 'em. It'll be bound to tell in the end." He labored as he had never labored before. His ambitions were boundless. He strove and planned and ventured, lying awake through long hours of the night, pondering and building, his daring growing with his success. There occurred one thing, however, which he had not bargained for. In his laudable enthusiasm, Mr. Ffrench could not resist the temptation to sound the praises of his protégé. His belief in him had increased instead of diminished with time, as he had been forced regretfully to acknowledge, had been the case during the eras of the young man from Manchester and his fellows. He had reason to suspect that a climax had been reached and his hopes might be realized. It is not every man who keeps on hand a genius. Naturally, his friends heard of Murdoch often. Those who came to the works were taken to his workroom as to a point of interest. He became, in time, a feature, and was spoken of with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. To each visitor, Ffrench told in strict confidence the story of his father with due effect. "And it's my impression," he always added, "that we shall hear more of this invention one of these days. He's a singular fellow, reserved and not easy to read, just the man to carry a purpose in his mind and say nothing of it, and in the end startle the world by accomplishing what he has held in view." Finally, upon one occasion, when his daughter was making her list of invitations for a dinner party they were to give, he turned to her suddenly, with some hesitation in his manner. "Oh, by the way," he said, "there's Murdoch. We've never had Murdoch." She wrote his name without comment. "Who next?" she asked, after having done it. "You see," he went on waveringly, "there is really nothing which could be an obstacle in the way of our inviting him. Really nothing. He is all that we could wish." The reply he received staggered him. "It is nonsense," she said, looking up calmly, "to talk of obstacles. I should have invited him long ago." "You?" he exclaimed. "Would you really?" "Yes," she answered. "Why not?" "Why not?" he repeated feebly. "I do not know why not. I thought that perhaps—" and then he broke off. "I wish I had known as much before," he added. When he received the invitation, Murdoch declined it. "I should only be out of place," he said candidly to Miss Ffrench. "I should know nobody, and nobody would know me. Why should I come?" "There is a very good reason why you should come," answered the young woman with perfect composure. "I am the reason." There was no further discussion of the point. He was present, and Haworth sat opposite to him at the table. "It's the first time for him," said Haworth to Miss Ffrench afterward. "It is the first time he has dined here with other people," she answered. "Have you a reason for asking?" He held his coffee cup in his hand, and glanced over it, across the room. "He's not like the rest on 'em," he said, "but he stands it pretty well, by George." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Redick. Haworths by Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 27, The Beginning. For some time there had hung over the conduct of Mr. Briarley an air of deep mystery. The boon of his society had been granted to his family even less frequently than ever. His habit of sudden and apparently unaccountable disappearance from the home circle, after or even in the midst of an argument, had become more than usually pronounced. He went out every night, and invariably returned under the influence of malt liquor. "Where he gets the brass bangs me," said Mrs. Briarley. "He does not take it out of his wage, that's certain, for he has not been a halfpenny short for 3 weeks, and he does not get it out of tick, that I know. Bonnet at the public is not a fool. Where does he get the brass from?" But this was not easily explained. On being catechized, Mr. Briarley either shed tears of penitence or shook his head in deep solemnity of meaning. At times when he began to shake it, if the hour was late and his condition specially foggy, he was with difficulty induced to stop shaking it, but frequently continued to do so with protracted fervor and significance gradually decreasing until he fell asleep. When he was sober, he was timorous and abstracted. He started at the sound of the opening door, and apparently existed in a state of secret expectation and alarm. "I couldna tell thee, Sararann," he would say. "At least," with some tremor, "I wunna tell thee just yet. Thou it'll know wi' time." He did not patronize the Who'd Ha Thowt It as much as formerly, in these days, Janey discovered. He evidently got the beer elsewhere, and at somebody's expense. His explanation of this was a brilliant and happy one, but it was only offered once, in consequence of the mode of its reception by its hearers. He presented it suddenly, one night, after some moments of silence and mental research. "There's a gentleman as is a friend of mine," he said, "as has had uncommon luck. His heirs had died and left him a fortune, and he's come into it, and he's very much talk with me. I do not know if I ever seed only one as much talk with me, Sararann, and his heirs dying and leaving him a fortune. And there's how it is, Sararann, and there's how it is." "That's brazen there," cried Mrs. Briarley, aghast. "That's brazen there, get out with thee," in an outburst of indignation. "Thee and thy fortunes and heirs dying, as if it were not bad enough at the start. A nice chap thou art, to set thysen up to no gentlefolks with heirs to die and leave 'em brass. Aye, bless us, what art thou coming to?" The result was not satisfactory, as Mr. Briarley felt keenly. "Thou is getting no confidence in me, Sararann," he said in weak protest. "Thou has no faith, nor yet," following the train of thought with manifest uncertainty, "nor yet no works." The situation was so painful, however, that he made no further effort of the imagination to elucidate the matter, and it remained temporarily obscured in mystery. Only temporarily, however. A few weeks afterward, Ffrench came down from the works in great excitement. He went to Haworth's room, and finding him there, shut the door and almost dropped into a chair. "What's up?" demanded Haworth with some impatience. "What's up, man?" "You haven't heard the report?" Ffrench answered tremulously. "It hasn't reached you yet." "I've heard not to upset me." "Out with it, what's up?" He was plainly startled and lost a shade of colour, but he held himself boldly. Ffrench explained himself with trepidation. "The hands, in Marfort, and Moulton and Howden, are on the strike, and those in Dillop and Burton are plainly about to follow suit. I've just got a Manchester paper which says the lookout is bad all over the country. Meetings have been going on in secret for some time." He stopped and sat staring at his partner. Haworth was deathly pale. He seemed for a moment to lack breath, and then suddenly the colour rushed to his face again. "By," he said, and stopped with the oath upon his lips. "Don't swear, for pity's sake," broke forth Ffrench, finding courage for protest in his very desperation. "It's not the time for it. Let's look the thing in the face." Look it in the face, Haworth repeated. Aye, let's. He said the words with a fierce sneer. Aye, look it in the face, man, he said again. That's the thing to do. He bent forward, extending his hand across the table. Let's see the paper, he demanded. Ffrench gave it to him, and he read the paragraphs referred to in silence. When he had finished them, he folded the paper again mechanically. They might have done it last year and welcome. Blast 'em, he said. Ffrench began to tremble. You've ventured a good deal of late, Haworth, he said weakly. You've done some pretty daring things, you know, and... Haworth turned on him. If I lose all I've made, he said hoarsely, shall I lose aught of yours, lad? Ffrench did not reply. He sat playing with his watch chain nervously. He had cause for anxiousness on his own score, and his soul quaked within him. What is to be done? He ventured at last. There's only one thing to be done, Haworth answered, pushing his chair back. Stop it here, at the start. Stop it? Ffrench echoed in amazement. Aye, stop it. He got up and took his hat down and put it on. I'm going round the place and about the yards and into town, he said. There's naught for you to do but keep quiet. The quieter you keep, the better for us. Go on as if you've heard naught. Stay here a bit, then walk over to the bank. Look alive, man. He went out and left Ffrench alone. In the passage he came upon a couple of men who were talking together in low voices. They stared at the sight of him, then walked away slowly. He went first to the engine room. There he found Floxam and Murdoch talking also. The old engineer wore an irritable air, and was plainly in a testy mood. Murdoch looked fagged and pale. Of late he was often so. As Haworth entered, he turned toward him, muttering an exclamation. He's here now, he said. That's well enough. Floxam gave him a glance from under his bent, bushy brows. Ah, we may as well out with it. He touched his cap clumsily. Tell him, he said to Murdoch, and hand it over. Murdoch spoke in a cool, low voice. I've found out, he said, that there's trouble on foot. I began to suspect it a week ago. Some rough fellows from Manchester and Malton have been holding secret meetings at a low place here. Some of the hands have been attending them. Last night, a worse and larger gang came and remained in the town. They're here now. They mean mischief at least, and there are reports afloat that strikes are breaking out on all sides. Haworth turned abruptly to Floxam. Where do you stand? He asked roughly. The old fellow laid his grimy hand upon his engine. I stand here, my lad. That's where, and I'll stick to it. Unions or no unions. That's the worst side of the trouble, said Murdoch. Those who'd hold themselves aloof from the rest will be afraid of the trades unions. If worst comes to worst, their very lives will be in danger. I know that, and so do we. Aye, lad, said Floxam, and that right there. Haworth ground his teeth and swore under his breath. Then he spoke to Murdoch. How's it going on here? He asked. Badly enough in a quiet way. You better go and see for yourself. He went out, walking from room to room, through the yards and wherever men were at work. Here and there a place was vacant. Where the work went on, it went on dully. He saw dogged faces and subdued ones. Those who looked up as he passed wore an almost deprecatory air. Those who did not look up at all bent over their tasks with an expression which was at least negatively defiant. His keen eye discovered favorable symptoms, however. Those who were in evil mood were his worst workmen, men who had their off days of drunken stupor and idleness, and the heads of departments were plainly making an effort to stir briskly and ignore the presence of any cloud upon their labor. By the time he had made the rounds, he had grasped the situation fully. The strait was desperate, but not as bad as it might have been. I may hold him, he said to himself between his teeth, and by the Lord Henry, I'll try hard for it. He went over to the bank and found Ffrench in his private room, pale and out of all courage. There will be a run on us by this time tomorrow, he said. I see signs of it already. Will there? Said Haworth. We'll see about that. Wait a bit, my lad. He went into the town and spent an hour or so taking a sharp lookout. Nothing escaped him. There were more idlers than usual about the alehouses, and more than once he passed 2 or 3 women talking together with anxious faces and in undertones. As he was passing one such group, one of the women saw him and started. "There he is," she said, and her companion turned with her, and they both stopped talking to look after him. Before returning, he went up to his partner's house. He asked for Miss Ffrench, and was shown into the room where she sat writing letters. She neither looked pleased nor displeased when she saw him, but rose to greet him at once. She gave him a rather long look. "What is the matter?" she asked. Suddenly he felt less bold. The heat of his excitement failed to sustain him. He was all unstrung. "I've come to tell you not to go out," he said. "There's trouble afoot in the trade. There's no knowing how it'll turn out. There's a lot of chaps in the town who are not in the mood to see aught that'll fret 'em. They're ready for mischief, and have got drink in 'em. Stay you here until we see which way the thing's going." "Do you mean," she demanded, "that there are signs of a strike?" "There's more than signs of it," he answered sullenly. "Before night the whole place will be astir." She moved across the room and pulled the bell. A servant answered the summons instantly. "I want the carriage," she said. Then she turned to Haworth with a smile of actual triumph. "Nothing could keep me at home," she said. "I shall drive through the town and back again. Do you think I'll let them fancy that I am afraid of them?" "You're not afraid," he said almost in a whisper. "I afraid?" she answered. "I?" "Wait here," she added. She left the room, and in less than 10 minutes returned. He had never before seen in her the fire he saw then. There was a spark of light in her eyes, a colour on her cheek. She had chosen her dress with distinct care for its luxurious richness. His exclamation, as she entered, buttoning her long, delicate glove, was a repressed oath. He exulted in her. His fear for her was gone, and only this exultation remained. "You've made up your mind to that?" he said. He wanted to make her say more. "I'm going to see your mother," she answered. "That will take me outside of the town. Then I shall drive back, again, slowly. They shall understand me at the least." She let him lead her out to the carriage, which by this time was waiting. After she was seated in it, she bent forward and spoke to him. "Tell my father where I am going, and why," she said. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Redick. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 28. A Speech. When he returned to the works, the noon bell was ringing, and the hands were crowding through the gates on their way to their midday meal. Among those going out he met Floxam, who spoke to him as he passed. "There's some of them chaps," he said, "as we're not sure their faces again." "Aye," said Haworth, "I see that." Ffrench had left the bank and was pacing up and down his room, panic-stricken. "What have you heard?" he exclaimed, turning as Haworth entered. Is it as bad as you expected?" "Aye," said Haworth. "Worse and better too." "Better?" he faltered. Haworth flung himself into a chair. He wore a look of dogged triumph. "Leave 'em to me," he answered. "I'm in the mood for 'em now." But it was not until some time afterward that he delivered the message Rachel Ffrench had entrusted to him. On hearing it, her father appeared to rally a little. "It seems a rather dangerous thing to do," he said, "but it is like her, and perhaps after all, there's something in showing no fear." And for a few moments, after having thought the incident over, he became comparatively sanguine and cheerful. As Floxam had predicted, when the work bell called the hands together again, there were still other places vacant. Mr. Briarley, it may be observed, had been absent all day, and by this time was listening with affectionate interest and spasmodic attacks of inopportune enthusiasm to various inflammatory speeches which were being made at a beer-house. Toward evening, the work lagged so that the overlookers could no longer keep up the semblance of ignorance. A kind of gloom settled upon them also, and they went about with depressed faces. "It'll be all up tomorrow," said one, "if there's nothing done." But something was done. Suddenly, just before time for the last bell to ring, Haworth appeared at the door of the principal room. "Lads," he shouted, "them on you as wants a speech from Jem Haworth, gather in the yard in 5 minutes from now." There was no more work done. The bell began to ring, implements were thrown down, and a shout went up from the crowd. Then there was a rush into the yard, and in less than the 5 minutes the outpouring of the place thronged about its chief doorway, where Jem Haworth stood on the topmost step, looking down, facing them all boldly, with the air of a man who felt his victory more than half won. "Let's hear what that's getting to say," cried someone well hidden by the crowd. "Out with it." "It's not much," Haworth shouted back. "It's this to start with. I'm here to find out where you chaps stand." But there was no answer to this. He knew there would be none, and went on. "I've been through the place this morning," he said, "and through the town, and I know how the wind blows as well as any o' you. The lads at Marfort, and Moulton, and Dillop are on the strike. There's a bad lookout in many a place besides 'em. There's a lot of fools laying in beer and making speeches down in Broxton, and there was some here this morning as didn't show this afternoon. How many of you's gonna follow 'em?" Then there was a murmur which was not easy to understand. It was a mixture of sounds, defiant and conciliatory. Haworth moved forward. He knew them better than they knew him. "I'm not one of the model sort," he called out. "I've not set up soup kitchens, nor given you flannel petticoats. I've looked sharp after you, and I should have been a fool if I hadn't. I've let you alone out of work hours, and I've not grudged you of your sprees when they didn't stand in my way. I've done the square thing by you, and I've done it by myself. The places I've built let no water in, and I let 'em to you as easy as I could and make no loss. I didn't build 'em for benevolent purposes, but I've not heard one of you chaps complain of 'em yet. I've given you your dues, and stood by you, and I'll do it again by—" There was a silence, a significant breathless one. "Have I done it?" he said, "or haven't I?" Suddenly the silence was broken. "Aye!" there was a shout. "Aye, lad, yo aye!" Then, he shouted, "Them as Jem Haworth is stood by, let 'em stand by Jem Haworth." And he struck his big fist upon his open palm with a fierce blow, and stood before them, breathing hard. He had the best metal on his side somehow, and the best metal carried the day. The boldness of his move, the fact that he had not waited, but had taken the lead, were things all for him. Even those who wavered toward the enemy were stirred to something like admiration. "But what about the Union?" said a timorous voice in the rear. "There'll be trouble with the Unions as sure as we stand out, mister." Haworth made a movement none of them understood. He put his hand behind him and drew from his hip pocket an object which caused every man of them to give a little start and gasp. They were used to simple and always convenient modes of defense. The little object he produced would not have startled an American, but it startled a Lancashire audience. It was of shining steel and rosewood, and its bright barrels glittered significantly. He held it out and patted it lightly. "That's for the Union, lads," he said, "and more like it." A few of the black sheep moved restlessly and with manifest tremor. This was a new aspect of affairs. One of them suddenly cried out with much feebleness, "3 cheers for Haworth." "Let the chaps, as are on the other side, go to their lot now," said Haworth. But no one moved. "There's some here that'll go when the time comes," he announced. "Let 'em tell what they've heard. Now, lads, the rest on you up with your hands." The whole place was in a tumult. They held up their hands and clenched and shook them and shouted, and here and there swore with fluency and enthusiasm. There were not 6 among them who were not fired with the general friendly excitement. "Tomorrow morning there'll be papers posted up, written in Jem Haworth's hand, and signed with his name," cried Haworth. "Read 'em as you come along, lads, and when you reach here, I'll be ready for you." "Is it about the pistols?" faltered the timorous voice. "Aye," Haworth answered. About the pistols. Now go home. He turned to mount the step, flushed and breathing fast, and with high-beating pulses, when suddenly he stopped. Before the iron gate a carriage had stopped. A servant in livery got down and opened the door, and Rachel Ffrench stepped out. The hands checked their shouting to look at her. She came up the yard slowly, and with the setting sun shining upon her. It was natural that they should gaze at her as she approached, though she did not look at any of them, only at Haworth, who waited. They made a pathway for her, and she passed through it and went up the step. Her rich dress touched more than one man as she swept by. "I thought," they heard her say, "that I would call for my father." Then for the first time she looked at the men. She turned at the top of the step and looked down, the sun on her dress and face. There was not a man among them who did not feel the look. At first a murmur arose, and then an incoherent cry, and then a shout, and they threw up their caps and shouted until they were hoarse. In the midst of it, she turned aside and went in with a smile on her lips. In Haworth's room, they found her father standing behind the door with a startled air. "What are they shouting for?" he asked. "What is the matter now?" "I think I am the matter," Miss Ffrench answered, "though I scarcely know why." "Ah," giving him a quiet glance, "you're afraid." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Redick. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 29, Sararann. The next morning there was an uproar in the town. The strikers from Moulton and Marfoot no longer remained in the shade. They presented themselves openly to the community in their true characters. At first they lounged about in groups at the corners and before the alehouses, smoking, talking, gesticulating, or wearing sullen faces. But this negative state of affairs did not last long. By 8 o'clock the discovery was made that something had happened in the night. In a score of prominent places, on walls and posts, there appeared to be papers upon which was written in a large, bold hand the following announcement: "Haworth's lads'll stand by him. The chaps that have aught to say against this, let them remember that to every man there's 6 barrels well loaded, and to Jem Haworth 12. Those that want their brass out of the Broxton Bank, let them come and get it. Written signed by Jem Haworth." The first man who saw it swore aloud and ran to call others. Soon a select party stood before the place on which the card was posted, confronting it in different moods. Some were scientifically profane, some raged loudly, some were silent. One or two grinned. "He stayed up all night to do that there," remarked one of these. "He's getting a gizzard of his own, as Haworth. He's done it with his own hands." One gentleman neither grinned nor swore. His countenance fell with singular rapidity. This was Mr. Briarley, who had come up in the rear. He held in one hand a pewter pot which was half empty. He had caught it up in the heat of the moment from a table at which he had been sitting when the news came. "What's in the barrels?" he inquired. The man he spoke to turned to him roughly. "Powder," he answered, "and lead, that damn fool." Mr. Briarley looked at his mug regretfully. "I thought," he said, "as happened it might have been beer." Having reflected a moment, he was on the point of raising the mug to his lips, when a thought struck him. He stopped short. "What's he going to do with 'em?" he quavered. "Ax him," was the grim answer. "Ax him, laddie, dunnot say. He's not," in manifest trepidation, "he's not going to fire 'em off." "They'll fire him off if he comes across thee," was the reply. "Make sure of that, and I should not blame him neither." Mr. Briarley reflected again for a few seconds. Reflected deeply. Then he moved aside a little. "I ha' not seen Sararann since yesterday," he said softly. "Nor yet Janey. "Not yet. The old missus. I must go and see him." Haworth kept his word. The next day there was not a man who went to and from the works who could not have defended himself if he had been attacked. But no one was attacked. His course was one so unheard of, so unexpected, that it produced a shock. There was a lull in the movement, at least. The number of his enemies increased and were more violent, but they were forced to content themselves with violence of speech. Somehow, it scarcely seemed safe to use ordinary measures against Jem Haworth. He slept in his room at the works, and shared watches with the force he had on guard. He drove through the town boldly, and carried a grim, alert face. He was here and there and everywhere, in the works going from room to room, at the bank, ready for emergencies. "When this here is over," he said, "I'll give you chaps a spree you won't get over in a bit, by George." Those who presented themselves at the bank the morning that placards were to be seen got their money. By noon the number arriving diminished perceptibly. In a day or two, a few came back, and would have handed over their savings again willingly, but the bank refused to take them. "Carry it to Manchester," were Haworth's words. "They'll take it there. I won't." Those of his hands, who had deserted him, came out of their respective sprees in a week's time, with chop-fallen countenances. They had not gained anything, and were somehow not in great favor among the outside strikers. In their most pronounced moods, they had been neither useful nor ornamental to their party. They were not eloquent, nor even violent. They were simply idle vagabonds, who were no great loss to Haworth, and no great gain to his enemies. In their own families, they were in deep and dire disgrace, and loud were the ratings they received from their feminine relatives. The lot of Mr. Briarley was melancholy indeed. Among the malcontents his portion was derision and contumely. At home he was received with bewailings and scathing severity. "And that there's what you were up to, was it?" cried Mrs. Briarley the day he found himself compelled by circumstances to reveal the true state of affairs. "Thou's joined the strikers, has thou?" "Aye, Sararann, I've joined 'em, and we're going to go set things straight, bless you. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go bring the masters down a bit and get our dues. That's what we're going to do, Sararann." It was dinner time, and in the yard and about the street at the front, the young members of the family disported themselves with vigor. Without Janey and the baby, who were in the house, there were 10 of them. Mrs. Briarley went to the door and called them. Housed to frantic demonstrations of joy by the immediate prospect of dinner, they appeared in a body, tumbling over one another, shrieking, filling the room to overflowing. Generally, they were disposed of in relays, for convenience sake. It was some time since Mr. Briarley had beheld the whole array. He sat upright, and stared at them. Mrs. Briarley sat down, confronting him. "What are you going to do with them while you bring the masters down?" she inquired. Mr. Briarley regarded the assembly with naive bewilderment. A natural depression of spirit set in. There seems a good many on 'em, Sararann," he said with an air of meek protestation. "They seem to have cumulated." "There's 12 on 'em," answered Mrs. Briarley dryly, "and they've all got in mouths as their seas, and their father's going to bring the messes down a bit." 12 pairs of eyes solidly regarded their immediate progenitor, as if desirous of discovering his intentions. Mr. Briarley was embarrassed. "Sararann," he faltered, "send 'em out to play 'em. Send 'em out into the open air. It's good for them, open air is. They'll set a man back." Mrs. Briarley burst into lamentations, covering her face with her apron and rocking to and fro. "Aye, send 'em out in the air. Happen they'll fatten on it. It's all they'll get, poor children. Let 'em make the most on it." In these days Haworth was more of a lion than ever. He might have dined in a state with a social potentate each day if he had been so minded. The bolder spirits visited him at the works, and would have had him talk the matter over, but he was in the humour for neither festivities nor talk. He knew what foundation his safety rested upon, and spent many a sleepless and feverish night. He was bitter enough at heart, against those he had temporarily baffled. "Wait till they're out of the woods," he said to Ffrench when he was betrayed into expressing his sense of relief. Oddly enough, the feeling against Ffrench was disproportionately violent. He was regarded as an alien and a usurper of the rights of others. There existed a large disgust for his gentle birth and breeding, and a sardonic contempt for his incapacity and lack of experience. He had no prestige of success and daring. He had not shown himself in the hour of danger. He took all and gave nothing. "I should not be surprised," said Miss Ffrench to Murdoch, "if we have trouble yet." End of Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Redick. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 30. Mrs. Haworth and Granny Dixon. About this time a change appeared in little Mrs. Haworth. Sometimes when they sat together, Haworth found himself looking up suddenly and feeling that her eyes were fixed upon him, and at such times she invariably met his glance with a timid, startled expression, and released herself from it as soon as she had the power. She had never been so tender and lavish with her innocent caresses, but there was continuously a tremulous watchfulness in her manner, which was almost suggestive of fear. It was not fear of him, however. She clung to him with all the strength of her love. At night when he returned home, however late, he was sure of finding her waiting patiently for him, and in the morning when he left the house, he was never so early that she was not at his service. The man began to quail before her, and grow restless in secret and be haunted, when he awakened in the night, by his remembrance of her. "She's on the lookout for something," he said to himself fearfully. "What have they been saying to her?" On her part, when she sat alone, she used to try and think the matter out, and set it straight, and account for it. "It's the strikes," she said, "as has set them again him, and made her mad and forgetful of all he's done. They'd never have spoke so if they'd been theirselves." She could scarcely have told what she had heard, or how the first blow had struck home. She only knew that here and there she had heard at first a rough jeer, and then a terrible outspoken story, which, in spite of her disbelief, filled her with dread. The man who first flung the ill-favored story at her stopped halfway through it, the words dying on his lips at the sight of her face. It happened in one of her pensioners' cottages, and she rose from her chair trembling. "I didn't think," she said with unconscious pathos, "as the world could be so ignorant and wicked." But as the ill-feeling became more violent, she met with the same story again and again, and often with new and worse versions, in forms she could not combat. She began to be haunted by vague memories of things she had not comprehended. A sense of pain followed her. She was afraid at times to go to the cottages, lest she should be confronted with something which would overwhelm her. Then she began to search her son's face with a sense of finding some strangeness in it. She watched him wistfully when he had so far forgotten her presence as to be almost unaware of it. One night, having thrown himself upon a sofa and fallen into a weary sleep, he suddenly started up from it to find her standing close by him, looking down, her face pale, her locked fingers moving nervously. "What is it?" he exclaimed. "What ails you?" He was startled by her falling upon her knees at his side, crying, and laying her shaking head upon his shoulder. "You was having a bad dream, my dear," she said. "A bad dream. I scarcely knowed your face, Jem, it was so altered." He sank back upon his cushions and stared at her. He knew he had been having no bad dream. His dreams were not half so evil and bitter when he slept, as they were in these days when he wakened. "You always had such a good face, Jem," she said, "and such a kind one, when you was a boy." He stopped her almost sullenly. "I'm not a boy now," he said. "That's put away and done with." "No," she answered, "that's true, my dear, but but you've lived an innocent life, and never done no wrong no more than you did when you was a one. And your face was so altered." Her voice died away into silence which, somehow, neither of them could break. It was Granny Dixon who revealed the truth in its barest form. Perhaps no man nor woman in Broxton knew more of it than this respectable ancient matron. Haworth and his iniquities had been the spice of her later life. The fact that his name was being mentioned in a conversation never escaped her. She discovered it as if by magic, and invariably commanded that the incident under discussion be repeated at the top of the reciter's voice for her benefit, occasionally somewhat to the confusion of the honest matron in question. How it had happened that she had not betrayed all to Mrs. Haworth at once was a mystery to remain unsolved. During the little woman's visits to the cottage, Mrs. Briarley existed in a chronic condition of fear and trembling. "She'll be out with it some of these days, mark me," she would quaver to Janey. "And the Lord knows I'd not be there for not when she does." But she did not do it at first. Mrs. Briarley had a secret conviction that the fact that she did not do so was due entirely to iniquity. She had seen her sit peering from under her brows at their guest as the simple creature poured forth her loving praise of her son, and at such times it was always Mrs. Briarley's province to repeat the conversation for her benefit.
"Eh?"
Mrs. Dixon would comment with an evil smile.
"That's him. That's Haworth. He's a nice chap, is Haworth. I know him."
Mrs. Haworth learned in time to fear her and to speak timidly in her presence, rarely referring to the subject of her boy's benefactions. "Only as it wouldn't be natural," she said once to Mrs. Briarley. "I should think she was set agin him." "Ay, bless us," was Mrs. Briarley's answer. "You need not mind her, she's set agin everybody. She's the naughtiest old piece in Christendom." A few days after Haworth had awakened to find his mother standing near him, Mrs. Haworth paid a visit to the Briarleys. She took with her a basket, which the poor of Broxton had long since learned to know. In this case it contained stockings for the little Briarleys, and a dress or so for the baby. When she had bestowed her gifts and seated herself, she turned to Granny Dixon with some tremor of manner. "I hope you're well, ma'am," she said. Granny Dixon made no reply. She sat bent over in her chair, regarding her for a few seconds with unblinking gaze. Then she slowly pointed with her thin, crooked finger to the little presents.
"He sent 'em, did he?"
she trumpeted forth.
"Haworth?"
Mrs. Haworth quailed before her. "Yes, ma'am," she answered. Leastways—" Granny Dixon stopped her.
"He did not the sort,"
she cried.
"Thou art lying."
The little woman made an effort to rise, turned pale, and sat down again. "Ma'am," she began. Granny Dixon's eyes sparkled.
"Thou art lying," she repeated. "He's the worst chap in England, and old Broxton knows it."
Her victim uttered a low cry of pain. Mrs. Briarley had left the room, and there was no one to help her. All the hints and jeers she had heard rushed back to her, but she struggled to stand up against them. "It ain't true," she said. "It ain't true." Granny Dixon was just beginning to enjoy herself. A difference of opinion with Mrs. Briarley, which had occurred a short time before, had prepared her for the occasion. She knew that nothing would so much demoralize her relative and hostess as this iniquitous outbreak.
"They'd been warning me to keep quiet and not tell thee,"
she answered.
"But I told 'em I'd tell thee when I were in the humour, and I'm in the humour now. Will Ffrench were a devil, but he's a bigger one yet. He kept thee away because he did not want thee to know. He set out the place by the years. A decent woman would not cross his doorstep, nor a decent man. For all his brass afore they come, the lot as he used to have down from London and Manchester were a shame to the town. I've seed 'em, women in paint and feathers, and men as decent lasses I'd from. A good un were he. Aye, he were a good un for sure."
She sat and chuckled a moment, thinking of Sararann's coming terror and confusion. She had no objection to Haworth's moral lapses herself, but she meant to make the most of them while she was at it. She saw nothing of the anguish in the face from which all the fresh, almost girlish colour had faded.
"And you did not know as they were not gentlefolk,"
she proclaimed again.
"Thou thought they were ladies and gentlemen when thou come on 'em the first night thou set foot in the house. A nice batch of ladies they were. And he passed 'em off to thee. He was sharp enough for that, trust him. Ladies bless us. I heard tell on it, and so did old Broxton."
The wounded creature gathered all her strength to rise from her chair. She stood pressing her hands against her heart, swaying and deadly pale. "He has been a good son to me," she said. "A good son, and I can't believe it. You wouldn't yourself if you were his mother and knew him as I do." She made her way to the door just as Mrs. Briarley came in. One glance told that excellent matron that the long-dreaded calamity had arrived. "What's she been up to?" she demanded. "Lord have mercy, what's she been up to now?" "She's been telling me," faltered the departing guest, "that my son's a bad man, and a shame to me. Let me go, ma'am, for I've never heard talk like this before, and it's made me a bit weak and queer." And she slipped past and was gone. Mrs. Briarley's patience deserted her. A full sense of what Granny Dixon's worst might be burst in upon her. A remembrance of her own manifold wrongs and humiliations added itself to this sense. For the moment, discretion ceased to appear the better part of valour. "What has thou been saying?" she cried. "What has thou been saying? Out with it!"
"I've been telling her what thou were afeard to tell her,"
chuckled Mrs. Dixon with exultation.
"I told thee I would, and I've done it."
Mrs. Briarley made no more ado. She set the baby down upon an adjacent chair with a resonant sound, and then fell upon the miserable old woman, and seizing her by the shoulders, shook her until her cap flew off, and danced upon her back, and her mouth opened and shut as if worked by a spring.
"Thy brazen, hard-headed bedsome thou,"
she cried as she shook.
"Thou ill-ferret not, that never did no good in thy days, and cannot bear as no one else should. I do not care if I never see thy brass as long as I live. If thou were none instead of 95, I'd give thee a hiding, thou brazen, hard-headed old piece."
Her strength failed her, and she loosened her hold and sat down and wept aloud behind the baby, and Mrs. Dixon fell back in her chair, an unpleasant heap, without breath to speak a word, or strength to do anything but clutch wildly at her cap, and so remain shrunken and staring. End of Chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Haworth's Defender. Mrs. Haworth made her way along the street with weak and lagging steps. She had been a brisk walker in the days of her country life, and even now was fonder of going here and there on foot rather than riding in state, as her son would have preferred. But now the way before her seemed long. She knew where she was going. "There's one of 'em as knows and will tell me," she said to herself. "She can't have no cruel feeling against him, being a lady and knowing him so well. And if it's true, not as I believe it, Jem, my dear, for I don't, she'll break it to me gentle. Not as I believe, Jem, my dear, for I don't," she said to herself again and again. Her mind went back to the first hour of his life, when he lay a strong-limbed child on her weak arm, the one comfort given to her out of a wretched marriage. She thought of him again as a lad, growing and thriving in spite of hunger and cold, growing and thriving in spite of cruelty and wrong which broke her health and threw her helpless upon charity. He had been sharper and bolder than other boys, and always steadfast to his determination. "He was always good to me," she said. "Child and man, he's never forgot me or been unmindful. If there'd been wrong in his life, who'd have been liker to see it than me?" It was to Rachel Ffrench she was going, and when at last she reached the end of her journey and was walking up the pathway to the house, Rachel Ffrench, who stood at the window, saw her and was moved to wonder by her pallor and feebleness. The spring sunshine was so bright outside that the room seemed quite dark when she came into it,
and even after she had seated herself, the only light in it seemed to emanate from the figure of Miss Ffrench herself, who stood opposite her in a dress of some thin white stuff, and with strongly fragrant yellow hyacinths at her neck and in her hand. "You are tired," she said. "You should not have walked." The woman looked up at her timidly. "It isn't that," she answered. "It's something else." She suddenly stretched forth her hands into the light. "I've come to hear about my boy," she said. "I want to hear from one as knows the truth and will tell me." Miss Ffrench was not of a sympathetic nature. Few young women possessed more nerve and self-poise at trying times, and she had not at any previous period been specially touched by Mrs. Haworth, but just now she was singularly distressed. "What do you want to know?" she asked. "That I can tell you." She was not prepared for what happened next, and lost a little placidity through it. The simple, loving creature fell at her feet and caught hold of her dress, sobbing. "He's 33 years old," she cried, "and I never seen the day when he's give me a hurt. He's been the pride of my life and the hope of it. I've looked up to him and prayed for him and believed in him. And they say he's black with shameful sin, and I don't know him, nor never did, for he's deceived me from the first." The yellow hyacinths fell from Miss Ffrench's hand on the carpet, and she looked down at them instead of at the upturned face. "Who said it?" she asked. But she was not answered. "If it's true, not that I believe it, for I don't. If it's true, what is there left for me, as loved and honored him? Where's my son has paid me for all I bore? He's never been at all. I've never been his mother, nor he's never been my son. If it's true, not as I believe it, for I don't, where is he?" Miss Ffrench bent down and picked up her hyacinths. She wondered, as she bent down, what her reply would be. "Will you believe me?" she asked as she rose up again. "Yes, ma'am," she was answered. "I know I may do it, thank God." "Yes, you may," said Miss Ffrench, without flinching in the least. "I can have no feeling for or against him. I can have no end to serve, one way or the other. It is not true, it is a lie. He is all you have believed." She helped her to rise and made her sit down again in an easy chair, and then herself withdrew a little and stood leaning against the window looking at her. "He has done more good in Broxton than any other man who lives," she said. "He has made it what it is. The people who hate him and speak ill of him are those he has benefited most. It is the way of their class. I have heard before, and now I believe it to be true. They have said worse things of men who deserve them as little as he does. He has enemies whom he has conquered, and they will never forgive him." She discovered a good many things to say, having once begun, and she actually found a kind of Epicurean enjoyment in saying them in a manner the most telling. She always liked to do a thing very well. But notwithstanding this time seemed rather long before she was left alone to think the matter over. Before she had said many words, her visitor was another woman. Life's color came back to her, and she sat crying softly, tears of sheer joy and relief. "I knowed it couldn't be true," she said. "I knowed it, and oh, thank you, ma'am, with all a mother's heart." "To think," she said, smiling and sobbing, "as I should have been so wicked as to let it weigh on me, when I knowed so well as it couldn't never be. I should be almost shamed to look him in the face if I didn't know how good he was, and how ready he'd be to forgive me." When at last she was gone, Miss Ffrench threw herself into the chair she had left rather languidly. She was positively tired. As she did so, she heard a sound. She rose hastily and turned toward the folding doors leading into the adjoining room. They had been partially closed, and as she turned, they were pushed aside, and someone came through them. It was Jem Haworth. He was haggard and disheveled, and as he approached her, he walked unsteadily. "I was in here through it all," he said, "and I heard every word." She was herself again at once. She knew she had not been herself 10 minutes before. "Well," she said. He came up and stood near her, an almost abject tremor upon him. "Will you listen to what I have to say?" he said. She made a cold gesture of assent. "If she'd gone to some and heard what they had to tell," he said, "it would have killed her. It's well she came here." She saw the dark color rush to his face and knew what was coming. "It's all true, he burst out, "every word of it. When I was in there," he went on with a gesture toward the other room, "I swore I'd tell you. Make the best and the worst of it. It's all true, that and more." He sat down in a chair and rested his forehead on his hands. "Things has begun to go agin me," he said. "They never did before. I've been used to tell myself there was a kind of luck in keeping it hid from her. The day it comes on her full force, I'm done for. I said in there you should know at least. It's all true." "I knew it was true," remarked Miss Ffrench, "all the time." "You knew?" he cried out. "You?" "I have known it from the first," she answered. "Did you think it was a secret?" He turned hot and cold as he looked at her. "Then, by George, you'd a reason for saying what you did. What was it?" She remained silent, looking out of the open window across the flower-bright garden. She watched a couple of yellow butterflies eddying above a purple hyacinth for several seconds before she spoke, and then did so slowly and absently. I don't know the reason, she said. It was a strange thing for me to do. It wasn't to save me aught, he returned. That's plain enough. No, she answered, it was not to save you. I am not given to pitying people, but I think that for the time I wanted to save her. It was a strange thing, she said softly, for me to do. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Christian Murdoch. Christian had never spoken to Murdoch openly of his secret labor. He was always aware that she knew and understood. He had seen her knowledge in her face almost from the first, but they had exchanged no words on the subject. He had never wavered from his resolve since he had made it. Whatever his tasks had been in the day, or however late his return was at night, he did not rest until he had given a certain number of hours to this work. Often Christian and his mother, wakening long after midnight, heard him moving about in his closed room. He grew gaunt and hollow-eyed, but he did not speak of what he was doing, and they never knew whether he was hopeful or despairing. Without seeing very much of the two women, he still found himself led to think of them constantly. He was vaguely conscious that since their interview in the graveyard, he had never felt free from Christian Murdoch. More than once her mother's words came back to him with startling force. She sits and looks on and says nothing. She asks nothing, but her eyes force me to speak. He knew that she was constantly watching him. Often he looked up and met her glance, and somehow it was always a kind of shock to him. He knew that she was wondering and asking herself questions she could not ask him. If I gave it up or flagged, he told himself, she would know without my saying a word. There had grown in her a beauty of a dark, foreign type. The delicate olive of her skin and the dense blackness of her eyes and hair caused her to be considered a novelty worth commenting upon by the men of Broxton society, which was of a highly critical nature. She went out a great deal as the spring advanced, and began to know the place and people better. She developed a pathetic eagerness to make friends and understand those around her. One day she went alone to Broxton Chapel, and after sitting through one of Mr. Hickson's most sulphurous sermons, came home in a brooding mood. "Why did you go?" Murdoch was roused to ask. "I thought," she answered, "it might make me better. I thought I would try." Not long afterward, when he had gone out of the house and she was left sitting with Mrs. Murdoch, she suddenly looked up from the carpet on which her eyes had been fixed and asked her a question. "Is it true that I am beginning to be very handsome?" she demanded. "Yes," Mrs. Murdoch answered, "it is true." A dark cloud settled upon her face, and her eyes fell again. "I heard some men in the street speak aloud to each other about it," she said. "Do they speak so of all women who are handsome?" "I don't know," her companion replied, surveying her critically and with some anxiety. "They used to speak so of her," she said slowly. "She was a beautiful woman. They were always telling her of it again and again, and I used to go and look at myself in the glass and be glad that I was thin and dark and ugly, and that they laughed at me. I wanted to be hideous. Once, when I was a child, a man said, 'Never mind, she will be a beauty some day, like her mother.' And I flew at him and struck him, and then I ran away to my room and fell down upon my knees and said the first prayer I ever said in my life. I said, 'Oh God, if there is a God, strike me dead. Oh God, if there is a God, strike me dead.'" The woman who listened shuddered. "Am I like anybody?" she said next. "I do not know," was the answer. "I could not tell myself if I were," she said. "I have watched for it for so long that I should not see it if it had come. I look every day. Perhaps I am and do not know. Perhaps that is why they look at me in the street and speak of me loud as I go by." Her voice fell into a whisper. She threw herself upon her knees and laid her head upon the woman's lap. "Cover me with your arms," she said. "Cover me so that you may not see my face." She was constantly moved to these strange outbursts of feeling in these days. A few nights later, as he sat at work after midnight, Murdoch fancied that he heard a sound outside his door. He went to it and opened it and found himself confronting the girl as she sat crouched upon the lowest step of the stairway. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I could not go to sleep," she answered. "I could not stop thinking of what you were doing. It seemed as if I should have a little share in it if I were here. Are you, almost timidly, are you tired? Yes, he answered, I am tired. Are you any nearer? Sometimes I think so, but so did he. She rose slowly. I will go away, she said. It would only disturb you to know I was here. She moved a step upward and then paused uncertainly. You told me once, she said, that there was no reason why I should not be as good and happy as any other woman. Are you sure of what you said? For God's sake, do not doubt in that way, he said. She stood looking down at him, one hand resting upon the balustrade, her dark eyes wild with some strange emotion. I lie awake at night a great deal, she said, and I am always thinking of what has gone by. Sometimes lately I have wished that I had forgiven her. I have wished so too, he answered. I know that, she returned, but I did not, and it is too late. Everything is over for her, and it is too late. For a long time I was glad, but now I suppose I am repenting. She did not repent. She suffered, but she did not repent. I think I am repenting. When he returned to his room, he found he could not settle down to work again. He walked up and down restlessly for some time, and at last threw himself upon the bed and lay wide awake, thinking in the darkness. It always cost him a struggle to shut out the world and life and concentrate himself upon his labor in those days. A year before it would have been different. Now there was always a battle to be fought. There were dreams to be held at bay, and memories which his youth and passion made overwhelming forces. But tonight, somehow it was Christian Murdoch who disturbed him. There had been a terrible wistfulness in her voice, a wistfulness mingled with long repressed fear, which had touched him more than all. And so when sleep came to him, it happened that her figure stood out alone from all others before him, and was his last thought. Among those whom Christian Murdoch got to know was Janey Briarley. She saw her first in the streets, and again in Mrs. Murdoch's kitchen, where she occasionally presented herself, attired in the huge apron, to assist in a professional capacity upon cleaning days. The baby having learned to walk, and Mr. Briarley being still an inactive member of the household, it fell upon Janey and her mother to endeavor to add, by such efforts as lay in their power, to their means for providing for the 11. With the assistance of the apron, Jenny was enabled to make herself generally useful upon all active occasions. Who's a little thing, but who's a sharp one, Mrs. Briarley was wont to say, who can work like a woman. I do not know what I had done without her. You'll try her, missus, and see. She spent each Saturday afternoon in Mrs. Murdoch's kitchen, and it was not long before Christian drifted into an acquaintance with her. The first time she saw her on her knees before the fireplace, surrounded by black lead brushes, bath brick, and pipe clay, and vigorously polishing the fender, she stopped short to look at her. How old are you? She asked after a little while. I'm 12, going on 13, was the reply, without any cessation of the rubbing. The girl leaned against the side of the mantel and surveyed her critically. You don't look that old, she said. Aye, but I do, returned the child. If I looks at my face, I'm stunted with nothing, that's what makes me so little. She gave her face a sharp turn upward, that it might be seen. I've had it now to make me look old, I can't tell thee, she remarked. The interest she saw in her countenance inspired her. She became comparatively garrulous upon the subject of the family anxieties. Father figured in his usual unenviable role, and Granny Dixon was presented in strong colors. But finally she pulled herself up and changed the subject with startling suddenness. I've seed thee mony a time afore, she said, and I've heard folk talk about thee. I never heard him say aught about thee, though. Whom do you mean? Asked Christian with a little frown. Mester Murdoch. We used to see a good deal of him on the start, but we do not see him so often in these days. He's getting other places to go. The quality make a good deal on him. She paused and sat up, polishing brush in hand. I do not wonder as they say you're handsome, she volunteered. Who says so? Coldly. The men in the works, and the folk as see you on the street. Some of 'em says you're handsomer than her, and that's saying a good bit, you know. Her is Miss Ffrench? Aye, you do not dress as fine, and you're dark-skinned, but there's somewhat nice about you. I do not wonder as they say you're handsome. Never mind talking about that. Tell me something else. The termination of the interview left them on sufficiently good terms. Janey went home with a story to tell. She's crossed the seas, she said, and lived in furrin parts. She's getting queer ways, and she stares at a body. but I like her for all that. Been at furrin parts? Exclaimed Mrs. Briarley. Bless us! No wonder the poor thing's a bit heathenish. Hast thou ever seen her at chapel, Jane Ann? The fact that she had not been seen at chapel awakened grave misgivings as to the possible presence of popery and the Scarlet Woman, which objectionable female figured largely and in most unpleasant guise in the discourses of Brother Hickson. There's no knowing what the poor lass has been brought up to, said the good matron, living read under the Pope's nose and niver daring to say her soul's her own. I niver had no notion of them furrin parts myself. Give me Lancashire. But the next week the girl made her visit to the chapel and sat through the sermon with her steadfast black eyes fixed upon the Reverend Mr. Hickson. Once, during a moment of inflammatory eloquence, that gentleman, suddenly becoming conscious of her gaze, stopped with a start, and with difficulty regained his equilibrium, though Christian did not flinch at all, or seem to observe his alarm and confusion. She cultivated Janey with an odd persistence after this. She asked her questions concerning her life and experiences, and always seemed to find her interesting. Often Janey was conscious of the fact that she stood and looked at her for some time with an air of curiosity. "Do you," she asked her suddenly one day, "do you believe all that man says to you?" Janey started into a sitting position, as was her custom when roused in the midst of her labors. Bless us, yes," she exclaimed. "Dunnot yo?" "No." Recollections of the Scarlet Woman flashed through her young hearer's mind. "Art thou a papist?" she gasped. "No, not yet." "Art thou," Janey said breathlessly, "art thou going to be?" "I don't know." "And that does not believe what Mr. Hickson says?" "No, not yet." "What does thou believe?" She stared up at the dark young face aghast. It was quite unmoved. The girl's eyes were fixed on space. "Nothing." Where does thou expect to go when thou dees?" "I don't know," she said coldly. "Very often I don't care." Janey dropped her brush and forgot to pick it up. "Why, bless thee!" she exclaimed with some sharpness, and also with the manner of one presenting the only practical solution of a difficulty. "Thou'lt go to hell if thou dost not repent." The girl turned her eyes upon her. "Does it all depend on that?" she demanded. "Aye, to be sure," she replied testily. "Does thou no know that?" "Then," said Christian slowly, "I shall not go to hell, for I am repenting." And she turned about and walked away. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Haworths by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 33. A Seed Sown. There had been, as it seemed, a lull in the storm. The idlers did not come over from Moulton and Dillop as often as at first. The strikes had extended until they were in full blast throughout the country. But Haworths, so far, had held its own. Haworth himself was regarded as a kind of demigod. He might have done almost anything he pleased. It was a source of some surprise to his admirers that he chose to do so little and showed no elation. One or two observing outsiders saw that his struggle had left its mark upon him. There were deep lines in his face. He had lost flesh and something of his air of bravado. At times he was almost haggard. As things became quieter, he began to take sudden, mysterious journeys to London and Manchester and various other towns. Ffrench did not know why he went. In fact, Ffrench knew very little of him, but that his humors were frequently trying and almost more morose after such absences. He himself had alternately blown hot and cold. Of late, the fruit of his efforts had rather the flavor of ashes. He was of even less importance than before in the works, and he continually heard unpleasant comments and reports outside. As surely as his spirits rose to a jubilant height, some untoward circumstance occurred to dash them. "I should have thought," he said fretfully to his daughter, "that as a Broxton man and a gentleman, the people would have been with me. But they are not." "No," said Miss Ffrench, "they are not." She knew far more than he did himself. She was in the habit of not allowing any sign to escape her. When she took her frequent drives, she kept her eyes open to all that happened. If they dared, there are a good many of them who would be insolent to me. Why should they not dare? Asked her father with increased irritation. Because they know I'm not afraid of them. Because I set them at defiance. And for another reason. The other reason, which he did not state, had nothing to do with their daring. It was the strong one that in the splendor of her beauty she had her greatest power. Ordinary womanhood would scarcely, in itself, have appealed to the chivalric sentiment of Broxton, Moulton, and Dillop, but Rachel Ffrench, driving slowly through the streets and past the beer-house doors, and turning her perfect unmoved face for criticism to the crowd collected thereat, created a natural diversion. Those who had previously been in a sarcastic mood lapsed into silence. The most inveterate bacco consumers took their pipes out of their mouths, feeling it necessary to suspend all action, that they might look after her with a clearer appreciation. They were neither touched nor softened, but they were certainly roused to an active admiration, which after a manner held them in check. "There is not another like her in England," was once remarked rather sullenly by one. "Not in England, let alone Lancashire, and be damned to her." This last added with a shade of delicate significance. But there was one man who saw her with eyes different from the rest. If he had not seen her, existence would have been another matter. He seemed to live a simple, monotonous life. He held his place in the works, and did well what he had to do. He was not very thoroughly understood by his fellows, but there existed a vague feeling of respect for him among them. They had become used to his silence and absent-mindedness, and the tasks which seemed to them eccentricities. His responsibilities had increased, but he shouldered them without making any fuss, and worked among the rest, just as he had been wont to do when he had been Flotsam's right hand in the engine-room. In more select circles he was regarded, somewhat to his distaste, with no inconsiderable interest. He was talked of privately as a young man with a future before him, though the idea of what that future was to be, being gathered from Ffrench, was somewhat indefinite. His own reserve upon the subject was rather resented, but still was forgiven on the score of eccentricity. For the rest, he lived, as it were, in a dream. The days came and went, but at the close of each there were at least a few hours of happiness. And yet it was not happiness of a very tangible form. Sometimes when he left the house and stepped into the cool darkness of the night outside, he found himself stopped for a moment with a sense of bewilderment. Haworth, who sat talking to his partner and following Rachel Ffrench's figure with devouring eyes, had gained as much as he himself. She had not spoken often, perhaps, and had turned from one to the other with the same glance and tone. But one man left her with anger and misery in his breast, and the other wondered at his own rapture. "I have done nothing and gained nothing," he would often say to himself as he sat at the work-table afterward. "But I am madly happy." And then he would lie forward with his head upon his folded arms, going over the incidents of the night again and again, living the seconds over one by one. Haworth watched him closely in these days. As he passed him on his way to his workroom, he would look up and follow him with a glance until he turned in at its door. He found ways of hearing of his life outside, and of his doings in the works. One morning, as he was driving down the road toward the town, he saw in the distance the graceful figure of Mr. Briarley, who was slouching along in the somewhat muddled condition consequent upon the excitement of an agreeably convivial evening at the Who'd Ha Thowt It. He gave him a critical glance, and the next moment whipped up his horse, uttering an exclamation. "There's the chap," he said. "By the Lord Harry!" In a few seconds more he pulled up alongside of him. "Stop a bit, lad," he said. Mr. Briarley hesitated, and then obeyed with some suddenness. A delicately suggestive recollection of the barrels induced him to do so. He ducked his head with a feeble smile, whose effect was somewhat obscured by a temporary cloud of natural embarrassment. He had not been brought into immediate contact with Haworth since the strikes began. "The same," he faltered with elusive cheerfulness. "The same to you and money on 'em." Then he paused and stood holding his hat in his hand, endeavouring painfully to preserve the smile in all its pristine beauty of expression. Haworth leaned forward in his gig. "You're a nice chap," he said. "You're a nice chap." A general vague condition of mind betrayed Mr. Briarley into the momentary weakness of receiving this compliment literally. He brightened perceptibly, and his countenance became suffused with the roseate blush of manly modesty. "My best days are o'er," he replied. "I've been misfortunate, Mester. But there were a time as the opposite sect has said the same. Though that there's a thing," reflecting deeply and shaking his head, "as I niver remoind Sararann on." The next moment he fell back in some trepidation. Haworth looked down at him coolly. "You're a pretty chap," he said, "going on the strike and leaving your wife and children to starve at home while you lay in your beer and make an ass of yourself." "Eh?" exclaimed Mr. Briarley. "And make an ass of yourself," repeated Haworth unmovedly. "You'd better be drawing your wages, my lad." Mr. Briarley's expression changed. From bewilderment he passed into comparative gloom. "It is na drawing 'em I've gotten out again," he remarked. "It is na drawing 'em. It's earning 'em, and haeing 'em took away and spent in luxuries, burying clubs and the like. Brass as would buy the necessaries." "If we'd left you alone," said Haworth, "where would your wife and children be now, you scoundrel? Who's fed 'em and clothed 'em while you've been on the spree? Jem Haworth, blast you, Jem Haworth." He put his hand in his pocket, and drawing forth a few jingling silver coins, tossed them to him. "Take these," he said, "and go and spend 'em on the necessaries, as you call 'em. You'll do it, I know well enow. You'll be in a worse box than you are now before long. We'll have done with you chaps when Murdoch's finished the job he's got on hand." "What's that?" faltered Briarley. "I ha not heerd on it." Haworth laughed and picked up his whip and reins. "Ask him," he answered. "He can tell you better than I can. He's at work on a thing that'll set the masters a good bit freer than they are now. That's all I know. There won't be any need o' so many o' you lads. You'll have to make your brass out of a new trade." He bent a little to settle a strap. "Go and tell the rest on 'em," he said. "You'll do it when you're drunk enow, I dare say." Briarley fumbled with his coins. His air became speculative. "What are you thinking on?" demanded Haworth. "It's a bad lookout, isn't it?" Mr. Briarley drew a step nearer the gig's side. He appeared somewhat pale and spoke in a whisper. Muddled as he was, he had an idea or so left. "It'll be a bad lookout for him," he said. "Bless you, they'd tear him to pieces. They're in the humour for it. They've been carrying a grudge so long, they're ready for out. They've niver thought much of him, though. but start 'em on that, and they wouldn't leave a shred o' it together, nor a shred o' him either, if they got the chance. Haworth laughed again. Wouldn't they? He said. Let him try. He'd have plenty to stand by him. The masters are on his side, my lad. He touched his horse, and it began to move. Suddenly he checked it and looked back, speaking again. Keep it to yourself, then, he said, if there's danger, and keep my name out of it, by George, if you want to be safe. Just as he drove up to the gates of the yard, Murdoch passed him and entered them. Until then, since he had left Briarley, he had not spoken. He had driven rapidly on his way with a grim, steady face. As Murdoch went by, he got down from his gig and went to the horse's head. He stood close to it, knotting the reins. Nor of him either, he said. Nor of him either, by God. End of chapter 33. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 34 of Haworths. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Clare. Haworths by Frances Hodgson BURNETT. Chapter 34. A Climax. The same night, Mr. Briarley came home in a condition more muddled and disheveled than usual. He looked as if he had been hustled about and somewhat unceremoniously treated. He had lost his hat and was tremulous and excited. He came in without the trifling ceremony of opening the door. In fact, he fell up against it and ran in, and making an erratic dive at a chair, sat down. Granny Dixon, who had been dozing in her usual seat, was roused by the concussion and wakened and sat up, glaring excitedly. "He's been at it again," she shouted. "At it again. He'll never have none of my brass to make way with. He's been at—" Mrs. Briarley turned upon her. "Keep thy mouth shut," she said. The command was effective in one sense, though not in another. Mrs. Dixon stopped in the midst of the word "at," with her mouth wide open, and so sat for some seconds, with the aspect of an ancient beldam, ordinarily going by machinery and suddenly having had her work stopped. She would probably have presented this appearance for the remainder of the evening if Mrs. Briarley had not addressed her again. "Shut thy mouth," she said. The works were set temporarily in motion, and her countenance slowly resumed its natural lines. She appeared to settle down all over and sink, and become smaller, though, as she crouched nearer the fire, she had rather an evil look, which seemed to take its red glow into her confidence and secretly rage at it. "What's thou been doing?" Mrs. Briarley demanded of her better half. "Out wi' it." Mr. Briarley had already fallen into his favorite position. He had placed an elbow upon each knee and carefully supported his disheveled head upon his hands. He had also already begun to shed tears, which dropped and made disproportionately large circles upon the pipe-clayed floor. "I'm a misfortunate chap," he said. "I'm a misfortunate chap, Sararann, as niver had no luck." "What's thou been doing?" repeated Mrs. Briarley, with even greater sharpness than before. "Out wid it." "Nay," said Mr. Briarley, "that theer's what I've getten myself in trouble wid. I wunna do it again. Theer's summat I bear," he proceeded mournfully, "as goes again a man. He towed me not to say nowt, and I did not mean to, but," with fresh pathos, "there's summat I bear as winds a chap up. I'm not mich o' the speaking loin, Sararann, but afore I knowed it, I were a making a speech, and when I bethought me and wanted to set down, they were bound to mak me go on to the eend, and when I would not, there were a good bit of public opinion expressed, and I did not stop to bid 'em good neet. There were too much a-going on." "What were it all about?" asked Mrs. Briarley. But Mr. Briarley's voice had been becoming gradually lower and lower, and his words more incoherent. He was sinking into slumber. When she repeated her question, he awakened with a violent start. "I'm a misfortunate chap," he murmured, "and I dunnot know. Scaped me, Sararann, owing to misfortunes." "Eh," remarked Mrs. Briarley, regarding him with connubial irony, "but thou art a gradely fool.
I'd gie summat to see a gradelier on. But he was so far gone by this time that there was no prospect of a clear solution of the cause of his excitement. And so she turned to Granny Dixon. "It's time for thee to be a bed," she shouted. Granny Dixon gave a sharp, stealthy move round and a sharp, stealthy glance up at her. "I dunna want to go," she quavered shrilly. "Ah, but thou does," was the answer, "and thou'rt going to. Get up, missus." And, singularly enough, Mrs. Dixon fumbled until she found her stick, and gathering herself up and leaning upon it, made her rambling way out of the room, carrying her evil look with her. "Bless us," Mrs. Briarley had said in confidence to a neighbor a few days before, "I were never more feared to my life than when I had done it." And the ould besom sat there with her cap on one side and her breath gone. I did not know but I'd put an een to her. I never should have touched her in the world if I had not been that there upset as I did not know what I were doing. I thought she'd be up and out in the street as soon as she'd getten her breath and happen call on the poorlies. And to think it's been the settling on her. It feared me to see it at the first, but I were not going to lose the chance, and the next day I give it to her up and down, trembling in my shoes all the time. I says, "Thou may leave thy brass to who thou loikes, but thou'lt behave thysen while thou stays here, or Sararann Briarley'll see about it, so mak up thy moind." And I've niver had a bit of trouble with her from then till now. She can abide the sight of me, but she dare not go agin me for her life. The next day, Haworth went away on one of his mysterious journeys. To Leeds or Manchester, or perhaps London, said Ffrench. I don't know where. The day after was Saturday, and in the afternoon Janey Briarley presented herself to Mrs. Murdoch at an early hour, and evidently with something on her mind. "I mun get through with the cleaning and go whome soon," she said. "The strikers is over fro Malton and Dillop again. There's summat up among 'em." "We do not know nowt about it," she answered when further questioned. "We only know they're here and in an ill way about summat they've fun out. Feyther, he's all upset, but he dare not say out for fear of the Union. Mother thinks they've gotten summat again French." "Does Mr. Ffrench know that?" Mrs. Murdoch asked. "He'll know it soon enow if he does na," dryly. "They'll noan stand back at telling him if they're in the humour, but he's liker to know than not. He's too feart on 'em not to be on the watch." It was plain enough before many hours had passed that some disturbance was on foot. The strikers gathered about the streets in groups, or lounged here or there sullenly. They were a worse-looking lot than they had been at the outset. Idleness and ill-feeling and dissipation had left their marks. Clothes were shabbier, faces more brutal, and habits plainly more vicious. At 1 o'clock, Mr. Ffrench disappeared from his room at the bank. No one knew exactly how or when. All the morning he had spent in vacillating between his desk and a window looking into the street. There was a rumor among the clerks that he had been seen vanishing through a side door leading into a deserted little back street. An hour later he appeared in the parlor in which his daughter sat. He was hot and flurried and out of breath. "Those scoundrels are in the town again," he said, "and there is no knowing what they are up to. It was an insane thing for Haworth to go away at such a time. By night there will be an uproar." "If there is an uproar," said Miss Ffrench, "they will come here. They know they can do nothing at the works. He is always ready for them there, and they are angrier with you than they are with him." "There is no reason why they should be," Ffrench protested. "I took no measures against them, heaven knows." "I think," returned Rachel, "that is the reason. You have been afraid of them." He colored to the roots of his hair. "You are saying a deuced unpleasant thing, my dear," he broke forth. "It is true," she answered. "What would be the use in not saying it?" He had no reply to make. The trouble was that he never had a reply to make to these deadly simple statements of hers. He began to walk up and down the room. "The people we invited to dine with us," she said, "will not come. They will hear what is going on and will be afraid. It is very stupid." "I wonder," he faltered, "if Murdoch will fail us. He never did before." "No," she answered, "he will not stay away." The afternoon dragged its unpleasant length along. As it passed, Ffrench found in every hour fresh cause for nervousness and excitement. The servant who had been out brought disagreeable enough tidings. The small police force of the town had its hands full in attending to its business of keeping order. "If we had had time to send to Manchester for some assistance," said Mr. Ffrench. "That would have been reason enough for being attacked," said Rachel. "It would have shown them that we felt we needed protection." "We may need it before all is quiet again," retorted her father. "We may," she answered, "or we may not." By night several arrests had been made, and there was a good deal of disorder in the town. A goodly quantity of beer had been drunk, and there had been a friendly fight or so among the strikers themselves. Rachel left her father in the drawing-room and went upstairs to prepare for dinner. When she returned an hour afterward, he turned to her with an impatient start. "Why did you dress yourself in that manner?" he exclaimed. "You said yourself our guests would not come." "It occurred to me," she answered, "that we might have visitors after all." But it was as she had prophesied. The guests they had expected did not come. They were discreet and well-regulated elderly people who had lived long in the manufacturing districts and had passed through little unpleasantnesses before. They knew that under existing circumstances it would be wiser to remain at home than to run the risk of exposing themselves to spasmodic criticism and its results. But they had visitors. The dinner hour passed and they were still alone. Even Murdoch had not come. A dead silence reigned in the room. Ffrench was trying to read and not succeeding very well. Miss Ffrench stood by the window looking out. It was a clear night and the moon was at full. It was easy to see far up the road upon whose whiteness the trees cast black shadows. She was looking up this road toward the town. She had been watching it steadily for some time. Once her father had turned to her restlessly, saying, "Why do you stand there? You might be expecting something to happen." She did not make any reply and still retained her position. But about a half an hour afterward, she turned suddenly and spoke in a low, clear tone. "If you are afraid, you had better go away," she said. "They are coming." It was evident that she at least felt no alarm, though there was a thrill of excitement in her voice. Mr. Ffrench sprang up from his seat. "They are coming," he echoed. "Good God, what do you mean?" It was not necessary that she should enter into an explanation. A clamor of voices in the road told its own story. There were shouts and riotous cries, which, in a moment more, were no longer outside the gates, but within them. An uproarious crowd of men and boys poured into the garden, trampling the lawn and flower beds beneath their feet as they rushed and stumbled over them. "Where is he?" they shouted. "Bring the chap out, and let's take a look at him. Bring him out." Ffrench moved toward the door of the room, and then, checked by some recollection, turned back again. "Good heaven," he said, "they are at their worst, and here we are utterly alone. Why did Haworth go away? Why?" His daughter interrupted him. "There is no use in your staying," she said. "It will do no good. You may go if you like. There is the back way. None of them are near it." I can't leave you here," he stammered. "Haworth was mad. Why, in heaven's name?" "There is no use asking why again," she replied. "I cannot tell you. I think you had better go." Her icy coldness would have been a pretty hard thing to bear if he had been less terror-stricken, but he saw that the hand with which she held the window curtain was shaking. He did not know, however, that it was not shaking with fear, but with the power of the excitement which stirred her. It is scarcely possible that he would have left her, notwithstanding his panic, though for a second it nearly seemed that he had so far lost control as to be wavering. But as he stood, pale and breathless, there arose a fresh yell. "Where is he? Bring him out! Murdoch, the American chap! We're come to see him." "What's that?" he asked. "Who is it they want?" "Murdoch! Murdoch!" was shouted again. "Let's ha' a word with Murdoch. We lads has summat to say to him." "It is not I they want," he said. "It is Murdoch. It is not I at all." She dashed the window curtain aside and turned on him. He was stunned by the mere sight of her face. Every drop of blood seemed driven from it. "You were a coward," she cried, panting. "A coward! It is a relief to you." He stood staring at her. "A relief?" he stammered. I don't understand you. What is the matter?" She had recovered herself almost before he had begun to speak. It was over in a second. He had not had time to realize the situation before she was moving toward the window. "They shall see me," she said. "Let us see what they will have to say to me." He would have stopped her, but she did not pay the slightest attention to his exclamation. The window was a French one, opening upon a terrace. She flung it backward and stepped out and stood before the rioters. For a second there was not a sound. They had been expecting to see a man, perhaps French, perhaps Murdoch, perhaps even a representative of the small police force, looking as if he felt himself one too many in the gathering or not quite enough. and here was simply a tall young woman in a dazzling dress of some rich white stuff, and with something sparkling upon her hands and arms and in her high-dressed blonde hair. The moonlight struck full upon her, and she stood in it serene and bore unmoved the stupid stare of all their eyes. It was she who spoke first, and then they knew her, and the spell which had held them dumb was broken. "What do you want?" she demanded. "I should like to hear." Then they began to shout again. "We want Murdoch," they said. "We have somewhat to say to him." "He is not here," she said. "He has not been here." "That's a lee," remarked a gentleman on the outskirts of the crowd. "A domed un." She made no answer, and singularly enough, nobody laughed. "Why do you want him?" she said next. "We want to hear about that contraption of his as is going to mek the mesters independent. He knows what we want him fur. We've just been to his house and brocken the winders. He's getting wind on us coming, and he made off with the machine. He'll be here afore long, if he is not here now, and we're bound to see him." "He'll be up to see thee," put in the gentleman on the outskirts, "and I do not blame him. I'm glad I coom myself. Thou's worth the trip, and I'm a dillip chap, mind ya." She stood quite still as before and let them look at her, to see what effect the words had produced. It seemed as if they had produced none. "If you have come to see him," she said after a few seconds, "you may go away again. He is not here. I know where he is, and you cannot reach him. If there has not been some blunder, he is far enough away." She told the lie without flinching in the least, and with a clever coolness which led her to think in a flash beforehand even of the clause which would save her dignity if he should chance to come in the midst of her words. "If you want to break windows," she went on, "break them here. They can be replaced afterward, and there is no one here to interfere with you. If you would like to vent your anger upon a woman, vent it upon me. I am not afraid of you. Look at me." She took half a step forward and presented herself to them, motionless. Not a fellow among them but felt that she would not have stirred if they had rushed upon her bodily. The effect of her supreme beauty and the cold defiance which had in it a touch of delicate insolence was indescribable. This was not in accordance with her ideas of women of her class. They were used to seeing them discreetly keeping themselves in the shade in time of disorder. Here was one of the knobs, as they said, who flung their threats to the wind and scorned them. What they would have done when they recovered themselves is uncertain. The scale might have turned either way, but just in the intervening moment which would have decided it, there arose a tumult in their midst. A man pushed his way with mad haste through the crowd and sprang upon the terrace at her side, amid yells and hoots from those who had guessed who he was. An instant later they all knew him, though his dress was disordered, his head was bare, and his whole face and figure seemed altered by his excitement. "Damn him!" they yelled. "There he is, by—" "I towed thee he'd come," shouted the cynic. "He did not get the telegraph, thou sees." He turned on them, panting and white with rage. "You devils," he cried, "you are here too. Haven't you done enough? Isn't bullying and frightening two women enough for you that you must come here?" "That's reet," commented the cynic. "Stand up for the young woman, Murdoch. I'd do it mysen, and I were on that side. Allus stand up for the sect." Murdoch spoke to Rachel Ffrench. "You must go in," he said. "There is no knowing what they will do." "I shall stay here," she answered. She made an impatient gesture. She was shuddering from head to foot. "Don't look or speak to me," she said. You make me a coward." "They will stand at nothing," he protested. "I will not turn my back upon them," she said. "Let them do their worst." He turned to the crowd again. Her life itself was in danger, and he knew he could not move her. He was shuddering himself. "Who is your leader?" he said to the men. "I suppose you have one." The man known as Foxy Gibbs responded to their cries of his name by pushing his way to the front. He was a big, resolute, hulking scamp who had never been known to do an honest day's work, and was yet always in funds and at liberty to make incendiary speeches where beer and tobacco were plentiful. "What do you want of me?" demanded Murdoch. "Speak out." The fellow was ready enough with his words, and forcible too. "We've heard tell o' summat going on, and we're not going to stand," he said. "We've heard tell o' a chap that's contriving summat to do away with them as does the work now, and makes their bread by it. We've heerd as the mesters is priding theirselves on it and laughing in their sleeves. We've heerd tell as there's a chap mecking what'll end in mischief, and you're the chap." "Who told you?" "Niver mind who. A fool let it out, and we were not in the humour to let it pass. We are going to sift the thing to the bottom. You're the chap as was named. What have you gotten to say?" "Just one thing," he answered. "It's a lie from first to last, an accursed lie." Lee or not, we're going to smash the thing, whatever it is. We're no particular about the Lee. We'll make the thing safe first, and then settle about the Lee." Murdoch thrust his hands in his pockets and eyed them with his first approach to his usual sang-froid. "It's where you won't find it," he said. "I've made sure of that." It was a mad speech to have made, but he had lost self-control and balance. He was too terribly conscious of Rachel Ffrench's perilous nearness to be in the mood to weigh his words. He saw his mistake in a second. There was a shout and a surging movement of the mob toward him, and Rachel Ffrench, with an indescribable swiftness, had thrown herself before him and was struck by a stone which came whizzing through the air. She staggered under the stroke, but stood upright in a breath's time. "My God!" Murdoch cried out. "They have struck you! They have struck you!" He was half mad with his anguish and horror. The sight of the little stream of blood which trickled from her temple turned him sick with rage. "You devils!" he raved. "Do you see what you have done?" But the play was over. Before he had finished his outcry, there was a shout of "The coppers! The coppers!" and a rush and scurry and tumble of undignified retreat. The police force, with a band of anti-strikers behind them, had appeared upon the scene in the full glory of the uniform of the corporation, and such was the result of habit and the majesty of the law that those who were not taken into custody incontinently took to their heels and scattered in every direction, uttering curses loud and deep, since they were not yet prepared to resist an attack more formally. In half an hour, the trampled grass and flower beds and broken shrubs were the only signs of the tumult. Mr. Ffrench was walking up and down the dreary room in as nervous a condition as ever. "Good heavens, Rachel," he said, "you must have been mad, mad." She had persistently refused to lie down and sat in an easy-chair, looking rather colorless and languid. When they were left alone, Murdoch came and stood near her. He was paler than she, and haggard and worn. Before she knew what he was about to do, he fell upon his knees and covered her hands with kisses. "If any harm had come to you," he cried, "if any harm had come to you." She tried to drag her hands away with an angry face, but he clung to them. And then quite suddenly all her resistance ceased, and her eyes fixed themselves upon him, as if with a kind of dread. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Haworth's by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 35. I'm not ready for it yet. In expectation of something very serious happening, the constabulary reinforced itself the day following, and assumed a more imposing aspect, and was prepared to be very severe indeed upon all shortcomings or symptoms of approaching disorder. But somewhat to its private disappointment, an unlooked-for quiet prevailed, an almost suspicious quiet indeed. There were rumors that a secret meeting had been held by the strikers the night before, and the result of it was that in the morning there appeared to have been a sudden dispersing, and only those remained behind who were unavoidably detained by the rather unfortunate circumstance of having before them the prospect of spending a few weeks in the comparative retirement of the county jail. These gentlemen peremptorily refused to give any definite explanation of their eccentricities of conduct of the night before, and were altogether very unsatisfactory indeed. One of them even going so far, under the influence of temporary excitement, as to be guilty of the indiscretion of announcing his intention of doing for one or two enemies of his cause when his term expired, on account of which amiable statement 3 months were added to said term upon the spot. It was Janey Briarley who gave Murdoch his warning upon the night of the riot. Just before he left the works, she had come into the yard, saying she had a message for Haworth, and on being told that he was away, had asked for Murdoch. "He'll do if I cannot see the master," she remarked. But when she reached Murdoch's room, she stepped across the threshold and shut the door cautiously. "Can anybody hear?" she demanded, with an uneasy glance round. "No," he answered. "Then cut thy stick as fast as thou can and get thee home," and hide away that thing thou'rt making. The strikers is after it. Niver mind how I fun out. Cut and run. I axed for Haworth to throw him off the scent. I knowed he were not here. Hasty." Her manifest alarm convinced him that there was foundation enough for her errand, and that she had run some risk in venturing it. "Thank you," he said. "You may have saved me a great deal. Let us go out quietly as if nothing was in hand. Come along." And so they went, he talking aloud as they passed through the gates, and as it was already dusk, he was out on the Broxton Road in less than half an hour, and when he returned, the mob had been to his mother's house and broken a few windows in their rage at his having escaped them, and had gone off shouting that they would go to Ffrench's. "He'll be fun there," someone said, possibly the cynic. "The young woman is a sweetheart of his, and you'll be like to hear o' the cat where the cream stuns." His mother met him on the threshold with the news of the outbreak and the direction it had taken. A few brief sentences told him all, and at the end of them he left the house at once. "I'm going there to show myself to them," he said. "They will not return here. You're safe enough now. The worst is over here, but there is no knowing what they may do there when they find themselves baffled." It was after midnight when he came back, and then it was Christian who opened the door for him. He came into the little dark passage with a slow, unsteady step. For a second he did not seem to see her at all. His face was white, his eyes were shining, and his brow was slightly knit in lines which might have meant intense pain. "Are you hurt?" she asked. It was as if her voice wakened him from a trance. He looked at her for the first time. "Hurt?" he echoed. "No, not hurt." He went into the sitting-room, and she followed him. The narrow horsehair sofa, upon which his father had lain so often, stood in its old place. He threw himself full length upon it, and lay looking straight before him. Are you sure you're not hurt?" she faltered. He echoed her words again. "Am I sure I'm not hurt?" he repeated dreamily. "Yes, I'm sure of it." And then he turned slightly toward her, and she saw that the look his face wore was not one of pain, but of strange rapture. "I am not hurt," he said quite slowly. "I am madly happy." Then she understood. She was as ignorant of many things as she was bitterly wise in others. But she had not been blind, and she understood quite clearly. She sat down upon a low seat, from which she could see him, her hands clasped on her knee. "I knew," she said at last, "that it would come some day. I knew that it would." "Did you?" he answered in the same dreamy way. "I did not. I did not even hope for it. I do not comprehend it even now." "I do," she returned, "quite well." He scarcely seemed to hear her. "I hoped for nothing," he said, "and now I am madly happy." There was nothing more for her to say. She had a fancy that perhaps in the morning he would have forgotten that he had spoken. It seemed as if even yet he was hardly conscious of her presence. But before she went away, she asked him a question. "Where did you put the model?" He gave a feverish start. "Where?" And falling back into his previous manner, "I took it to the chapel yard. I knew they would not go there. There was space enough behind the headstone and the old wall for it to stand, and the grass grew long and thick. I left it there." "It was a safe place," she answered. "When shall you bring it back?" He sighed impatiently. "Not yet," he said. "Not just yet. Let it stay there a while. I am not ready for it. Let it stay." End of chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 36 of Haworth's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mario Edward Josepovic. Haworth's by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 36, Settling an Account. It was not until the week following that Haworth returned, and then he came without having given any previous warning of his intention. Ffrench, sitting in his office in a rather dejected mood one morning, was startled by his entering with even less than his usual small ceremony. "My dear Haworth!" he exclaimed. "Is it possible?" His first intention had been to hold out his hand, but he did not do so. In fact, he sat down again a little suddenly and uneasily. Haworth sat down too, confronting him squarely. "What have you been up to?" he demanded. "What is this row about?" "About?" echoed Ffrench. "It's the most extraordinary combination of nonsense and misunderstanding I ever heard of in my life. How it arose, there is no knowing. The fellows are mad." "Aye," angrily. "Mad now, but you can't stop 'em now they've got a gate. It's a devilish lookout for us. I've heard it all over the country, and the more you say again it, the worse it is. They're said on it all through Lancashire that there's a plot again 'em, and they're forfeiting it in their own fashion." You don't think it will be worse for us?" his partner suggested weakly. "It struck me that, in the end, it mightn't be a bad thing, that it would change the direction of their mood." "Wait until the end comes. It's not here yet. Tell me how it happened." Upon the whole, Mr. Ffrench made a good story of it. He depicted the anxieties and dangers of the occasion very graphically. He had lost a good deal of his enthusiasm on the subject of the uncultivated virtues and sturdy determination of the manufacturing laboring classes, and he was always fluent, as has been before mentioned. He was very fluent now, and especially so in describing the incident of his daughter's presenting herself to the mob and the result of her daring. "She might have lost her life," he said at one point. "It was an insane thing to have done, an insane thing. She surprised them at first, but she could not hold them in check after Murdoch came. She will bear the mark of the stone for many a day." "They threw a stone, blast them, did they?" said Haworth, setting his teeth. "Yes, but not at her. Perhaps they would hardly have dared that after all. It was thrown at Murdoch. And he stepped out of the way? Oh no, he did not see the man raise his arm, but she did, and was too much alarmed to reflect, I suppose, and in fact threw herself before him. He moved back disturbedly the next instant. Haworth burst forth with a string of oaths. The veins stood out like cords on his forehead. He ground his teeth. When the outbreak was over, he asked an embarrassing question. "Where were you?" "I?" with some uncertainty of tone. "I had not gone out. I did not wish to infuriate them. It seemed to me that a great deal depended upon their not being infuriated." "Aye," said Haworth, "a good deal." He asked a good many questions Ffrench did not quite understand. He seemed in a questioning humor and went over the ground step by step. He asked what the mob had said and done, and even how they had looked. "It's a bad lookout for Murdoch," he said. "They'll have a spite agin him. They're lying quiet a bit now because it's safest, but they'll carry their spite." At Ffrench's invitation, he went up to the house with him to dinner. As they passed into the grounds, Murdoch passed out. He was walking quietly and scarcely seemed to see them until Ffrench spoke. "It's a queer time of day for him to be here," said Haworth, when he was gone. Ffrench's reply held a touch of embarrassment. "He's not usually here so early," he said. "He has probably been doing some little errand for Rachel." The truth was that he had been with her for an hour, and that on seeing Haworth coming down the road with her father, she had sent him away. "I want to be alone when he comes," she had said. And when Murdoch said why, she had answered, "Because it will be easier." When they came in, she was sitting with the right side of her face toward them. They could see nothing of the mark upon her left temple. It was not a large mark nor a disfiguring one, but there were traces of its presence in her pallor. She did not rise, and would have kept this side of her face out of view, but Haworth came and took his seat before her. It would not have been easy for her to move or change her position, and he looked directly at the significant little bruise. His glance turned upon it again and again as he talked to her or her father, If it wandered off, it came back and rested there. During dinner, she felt that, place herself as she would, in a few seconds she would be conscious again that he had baffled her. For the first time in his experience, it was he who had the advantage. But when they returned to the parlor, she held herself in check. She placed herself opposite to him and turned her face toward him, and let him look without flinching. It was as if suddenly she wished that he would see, and had a secret, defiant reason for the wish. It seemed a long evening, but she did not lose an inch of ground after this. When he was going away, she rose and stood before him. Her father had gone to the other end of the room, and was fussing unnecessarily over some memoranda. As they waited together, Haworth took his last look at the mark upon her temple. "If it had been me you wore it for," he said, "I'd have my hands on the throat of the chap that did it before now. It wasn't me, but I'll find him and pay him for it yet, by George." She had no time to answer him. Her father came toward them with the papers in his hands. Haworth listened to his wordy explanation without moving a line of his face. He did not hear it, and Ffrench was dimly aware of the fact. About half an hour after, the door of the bar parlor of the Who'd Ha Thowt It was flung open. "Where's Briarley?" a voice demanded. "Send him out here. I want him. Haworth." Mr. Briarley arose in even more than his usual trepidation. He looked from side to side, quaking. "Where is he?" he asked. Haworth stood on the threshold. "Here," he answered. "Come out." Mr. Briarley obeyed. At the door, Haworth collared him and led him down the sanded passage and into the road outside. A few yards from the house there was a pump. He piloted him to it and set him against it, and began to swear at him fluently. "You blasted scoundrel," he said. "You let it out, did you?" Mr. Briarley was covered with confusion as with a garment. "I'm a misfortunate chap, as is all is in trouble," he said. "There's something in everything I lay hand on as seems to go again me. I dunno see how it is. Happen there's something in me a being a dumb fool, or happen it's not but misfortune. Sararann." Haworth stopped him by swearing again, something more sulphurously than before, so sulphurously, indeed, that Mr. Briarley listened with eyes distended and mouth agape. "Let's hear what you know about the thing," Haworth ended. Mr. Briarley shut his mouth. He would have kept it shut if he dared. "I do not know not," he answered, with patient mendacity. "I were not with him." "You know plenty," said Haworth. "Out with it. If you don't want to get yourself into trouble, who is the chap that threw the stone?" I dunno know." "If you don't tell me," said Haworth, through his clenched teeth, "it'll be worse for you. It was you I let the truth slip to. You were the first chap that heard it, and you were the first chap that started the row and egged it on." "I did not egg it on," protested Mr. Briarley. "I did not need no egging on. They pounced on it like cats on a bird. It did not mean to tell 'em about it. I'm a damned fool. I'm the damnedest fool from here to Dillop." "Aye," said Haworth, sardonically. "That's like now. Who was the chap that threw the stone?" He returned to the charge so swiftly and with such fell determination that Mr. Briarley began fairly to whimper. "I dare not tell," he said. "They'd make quick work of me if they found me out." "Who was it?" persisted Haworth. "They'll make quicker work of you at the Old Bailey if you don't." Mr. Briarley turned his disreputable battered cap round and round in his nervous hands. He was mortally afraid of Haworth. "A man's getting to think of his family," he argued. "If he dunno think of his'n, he must think of his family. I've gotten a big, mortal big un, 12 on 'em in Sararann, as 'ud be left on the world if it were to happen. 12 on 'em as 'ud be left without no one to stand by 'em and provide for 'em. There's not a family misses so much as the head. The head shouldna run no risks. It's the head's duty to take care of his'n and keep to the safe side." "Who threw the stone?" said Haworth. Mr. Briarley gave him one coward glance and broke down. "It were Thomas Reddie," he burst forth helplessly. "Lord have mercy on me! Where is he?" "He's in there," jerking his cap towards the bar-room. "And I'm in the worst mess I ever were in my whole life. I'm fettered now, by the Lord Harry." "Which way does he go home?" "Straight along the road here. if I mun get up to my neck, and be damned to him, if I may take the liberty. Settle yourself to stand here till he comes out, and then tell me which is him. Eh? When he comes out, say the word, and stay here till he does. I've got a bit of something to settle with him. Will to promise that thou will not let out who did it. If thou does, they'll bury me in club and brass to pay out before a week's over. You're safe now, Haworth answered. If you'll keep your mouth shut, they'll hear naught from me. A gleam of hope, a faint one, illumined Mr. Briarley's countenance. I would had no objections to that settling with him, he said. I had not again that. He's a chap as I am not fond on, and he's getting more cheek than belongs to him. I'd ha' settled with him myself if I had not been a family man. I haven't a family to think on holds a man back. There, I hear him coming now. Would you? In some hurry. How'd me getting behind the pump? Get behind it, answered Haworth, and be damned to you. He got behind it with alacrity, and, as it was not a large pump, was driven by necessity to narrowing himself to its compass, as it were, and taking up very little room. Haworth himself drew back somewhat, and yet kept within hearing. 4 or 5 men came out and went their different ways, and Mr. Briarley made no sign. But as the 6th, a powerful, clumsy fellow passed, he uttered a cautious, "There he is!" Haworth did not stir. It was a dark, cloudy night, and he was far enough from the road to be safe from discovery. The man went on at a leisurely pace. Mr. Briarley reappeared, breathing shortly. "I must go home," he said. Sararann, and scarcely waiting for Haworth's signal of dismissal, he departed as if he had been shot from a string bow, and fled forth into the shadows. Mr. Ready went at a leisurely pace, as has been before observed. He usually went at a leisurely pace when he was on his way home. He was a bad lot altogether, and his home was a squalid place, and his wife more frequently than not had a black eye or a bruised face, and was haggard with hunger and full of miserable plaints and reproaches. Consequently, he did not approach the scenes of his domestic joys with any haste. He was in a worse humor than usual tonight from various causes, the chief one perhaps being that he had only had enough spirituous liquor to make him savage, and to cause him to enliven his way with blasphemy. Suddenly, however, at the corner of a lane which crossed the road, he paused. He heard behind him the sound of heavy feet nearing him with a quick tramp, which somehow presented to his mind the idea of a purpose, and for some reason, not exactly clear to himself, he turned about and waited. "Who's that there?" he asked. "It's me," he was answered. "Stand up and take thy thrashing, my lad." The next instant he was struggling in the darkness with an assailant, and the air was hot with oaths, and they were writhing together and panting and striking blinding blows. Sometimes it was one man and then the other who was uppermost, but at last it was Haworth, and he had his man in his grasp. "This is because you hit the wrong mark, my lad," he said, "because luck went again you, and because it's gone again me." When he had done, Mr. Ready lay beaten into seeming insensibility. He had sworn and gnashed his teeth and beaten back in vain. "Who is it? By—" he panted. "Who is it?" "It's Haworth," he answered. "Jem Haworth, my lad." And he was left there lying in the dark while Haworth walked away, his heavy breathing a living presence in the air until he was gone. End of chapter 36. Recording by Mario Edward Josepovic.